action in the pit.
USSA ProStar Cup. That'll be race number 2, 3, and 4 for the Pro Cham 440. So check your lineups in the pit area. Make sure what race you are in, so you're in the staging area appropriately. Race 5 and 6 and 7 will be, and 8 will be Pro Formula 3. Rather, Pro Formula 500 for 5, 6, and 7, and Pro Formula 3 for race number 8. So if you're in those first 8 races, you'll want to be in staging on time here today. We're going to be with you in just a few moments with the start of our FXR season opener here in our Toboggan Championships facility. It's going to be a great weekend. We're sponsored by FXR, Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Moosehead Twisted Tea, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Enterprises, Old-Bank Hearing Center, QBEX, Al Meisner Limited, the RM of Brokenhead, and the town of Beausejour. Getting set to go right here momentarily.
Well, good afternoon, race fans. We are live here in Beausejour for the start of the season, and what a beautiful day here in Manitoba. A fantastically prepared racetrack as we get set to go with race number 1 here. This will be our Relic Mod Superstock 300 single-cylinder fan-cooled free air race. This is a final for 3 laps. It is the first race of the day, but actually a final for these competitors. And here's how they line up. The 179 is going to be Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. This is a 1971 Arctic Cat. The 11 is Don Keir out of Winnipeg on a 69 Arctic Cat. And riding a 1970 Skidoo, the 69 is Colin Demianic out of Winnipeg. A good competitor here each and every year. The 94 is Brian Lepp from Rosewood, Manitoba on a 70 Motoski. Kieran Lowen riding the number 13. This is a 1971 Yamaha out of Winnipeg. The 501 is going to be Mike Kelly out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba on a 71 Skidoo. And the 57 rounding out the field will be Ken Bruce out of St. Anne, Manitoba on a 71 Yamaha. Getting set to go here for our first race of the day. We have 55 on the schedule, believe that or not. It is going to be a great day of motorsports action here in Beausejour. Looking them over for our first race of the day, and we are racing. Looks like the 179 with a great start. That is Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. And we have got a crash on the front chute already. Don't know if that's Demianic on the 69. Of course, we have monitors in our announcers tower provided by cooldown.tv. For those of you in internet land, we'd like to welcome you to the broadcast. That is indeed Colin Demianic on the number 69, a real strong competitor, finding himself, well, upside down on the front chute before turn number 1. We'll look at our cooldown.tv replay off the start. Well, it looks like the 69 just got the right front ski up on its own. I thought it might have been some contact there, but there was not. So a pretty rough ride, but the driver seems okay as Colin gets that 69 off the track. They will have a look at that before their next race. Don't forget, we're back here tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Today start 1 o'clock, and we will finish today under the lights, of course, our all-new lighting system. Tested and run last year here in Beausejour at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. We're going to try this once again right here at the Co-op Community Complex. Race number 1 on your schedule. RMSS 300 single-cylinder fan-cooled free air final for 3 laps. No laps are in this one. Riley Baker is our head flagman. He's going to look him over on the front chute for FXR. And it looks like the 179 with a big jump once again. Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan on the 71. Articat leads the charge through turn number 1 and 2. Tension in the pit area. Races 2, 3, and 4 are all Pro Champ 440 races, part of the USSA ProStar Cup. So please get into staging so you're ready to go. We have 55 races to run today, and we're going to do them quick. So please be ready. 179 is your leader. Number 13 in the second spot, Kieran Lowe. In the 57 is Ken Bruce from St. Anne on the 1971 Yamaha. Ways back is the number 94 of Brian Kemp out of Rosewood, Manitoba. That is a 1970 moto ski. Riley has the white flag in hand. And it looks like that white flag is coming out right now. 1 to go in this 3-lap race. 179 is your leader, Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. There's your third place runner, the 57. 501 is Mike Kelly out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba. And that is a 71 Skidoo. Pro Champ 440 racing coming up next for you here at the Co-op Community Complex. And checkered flag is out. That'll do it for the 179 of Jason Mackey. 13, Kieran Lowen comes home in the second spot unofficially over the FXR Racing finish line. 57 and the 501 will round out spots 3 and 4. Ken Bruce on the 57 out of St. Anne, Manitoba. That is a 71 Yamaha. The 501 is Mike Kelly out of St. Genevieve, a 71 Skidoo. There's the 94 coming across, Brian Kemp out of Rosewood, Manitoba. As we get set to go Pro Champ 440 racing here momentarily. Again, a big welcome to everyone out on the World Wide Web. Brought to you by CoolDown.tv. We hope you're enjoying the race action so far for FXR Racing, our title sponsor. Also like to thank the Beaver Truck Center and Beausejour Co-op for all of their help here at the Co-op Community Complex. You know, another summer has gone by in Manitoba, and we have returned to the Co-op Community Complex once again. And boy, do they work their tails off here throughout the summer. Every time we get back here in December, I was talking with Anthony at CoolDown.tv about how hard they work to make this facility what it is, and it's just incredible what they have done over the years and what they continue to do. They just never seem to be done, and that is a great thing. Nice work by all of the volunteers here at CPTC. They have got it going on for sure. All right, well, we're going to move to race number 2 on our schedule for the day, and we're going Pro Champ racing next up. Our premier class here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship facility, now known as our Co-op Community Complex. And we're going to take a look at the lineup here as it comes through. The Pro Champ 440 USSA ProStar Cup Round 1 Heat 1 for 5 laps. Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing 102. 179 is your leader, Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. 501 is Mike Kelly out of St. Genevieve. 6 will be in this one on the inside. He is out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. 2025 Polaris, a new chassis for Blaine Stevenson on the 102. Again, we told you Blaine is from St. Cloud, Minnesota. Former Bonnechere and Valcourt winner. He is a two-time ProStar Cup champ, and of course a four-time Eagle River World Champion. 2020 Canadian champion here in Beausejour. Started racing at 3 years old and got to the big sleds at 10 years old, turned pro at 18, and again sponsored by Wall Brothers, Polaris, FXR, Woodies, and Walker Evans. That is the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. And the teammate starting beside, according to our lineup sheet, will be the number 39 of Tom Olson. Tom hails from Lodi, Wisconsin, a former Wausau winner, 2020 Eganville winner, and competes in ultra marathons throughout the summer, sponsored by FXR, Wall Brothers Racing, and Polaris. The 48 is out of St. Jude, Quebec. This is Philippe Roy-Lalonde, a long ride for Philippe Roy-Lalonde on the 48. And also joining the field here, Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin on a 2023 Wall chassis. The 75 is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. The 16 from Beausejour is DJ Saluk. And the 15 is Hunter Sears out of St. Francis, Minnesota on a 2024 Polaris. Looks like a false start here for our first heat of Pro Champ Racing. Of course, this is round number 1 of the USSA ProStar Cup, starting in Beausejour here in December at the Co-op Community Complex. Next race up in staging should be race number 3 of the day, more Pro Champ Racing. Round 1, Heat 2, then Round 1, Heat 3 for race number 4 on the schedule. So 3 heats of Pro Champs coming your way, a very, very healthy field. Some of these Pro Champ 440 sleds running the new 106-inch track. They are said to be a little more durable, or they're built for more durability. We'll talk about that a little later on when we get a little more time, but that's going to play out throughout the year. No real answer to that one just yet. Green flag, here we go. Good racing into turn 1 and 2 as they head down the back straightaway. Your leader is the 102 of Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, Minnesota on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR Walker Evans 102. Philippe Roy-Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec is on the number 48 and looking pretty strong here so far. We do have a radar gun here today, so we'll be getting you the times and the speeds right away, just as soon as we can here. Fred Mankey on the 11 out of Lodi, Wisconsin. That is a 2023 Wall chassis. This round 1, heat 1 race scheduled for 5 laps. Next time around, they will be collecting the white flag, indicating just 1 lap to go here in our first Pro Champ race of the day at the Co-op Community Complex. Blaine Stevenson blazing on the 102, the 48, and the 11 in the top 3. About 12 inches of ice so far on the racetrack. Track crew doing a great job. I was here yesterday looking around a little bit, and what a great facility. Talked to some of the riders. We'll talk about that a little later on. Checkered is out, though, for the Wall Brothers Racing 102. 48, 11, and the 39 in the top 4, followed by the number 15. Hunter Sears out of St. Francis, Minnesota, unofficially 5th in that one. That was your race number 2, USSA ProStar Cup, round 1, heat 1 for 5 laps. We're going to do the same thing with the same class for race number 3 on the day, and we'll bring you that lineup momentarily. Edmonton, Alberta, Oshawa, Ontario joining us on cooldown.tv. Hello to all of you folks. For those of you just joining us, either here in Beausejour or online, we're going into race number 3 now of the day. We have a total of 55 on the schedule. Gavin Peterson will be in this one. He is out of Chisago City, Minnesota. 2025 Skidoo, number 6, Gavin Peterson. Been racing about 10 years, started on 120s. He is an accomplished motocross racer, sponsored by FXR, Woodies, and Dayco. And a little more local, the number 55 scheduled to run is going to be the 55, and that should be none other than Brett Keelback. Brett Keelback on the 55 out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba, sponsored by FXR, Churchill Wild, and Woodies. Travis McDonald is on the Skidoo out of Lockport, Manitoba, a good local racer, does a heck of a job, very, very smooth. Tyler Obi out of Beausejour is on the 21. Jordan Sobetsky on the Sobetsky Enterprises, number 24, a real good-looking sled. Jordan Sobetsky on the 24. That is a 2022 Polaris. 31 is Will Garceau out of Wisconsin, and the 220 is G-Money Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. And we are racing once again. This is race number 3 on the day. Pro Champ 440 USSA ProStar Cup Racing. Round 1, heat number 2. After a dominating performance in our first heat race by the 102 of Blaine Stevenson, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing in Greenbush, Minnesota. Gunnar Stern on the number 220. I had a talk with him about the new track styles coming out, the new 106 track, yesterday here in his trailer, and some very, very interesting perspectives provided by that very talented driver. In the second spot right now is the number 8. That is Travis McDonald. Gavin Peterson looking good out of Chisago City, Minnesota, on the Skidoo. These riders are flying. .94 miles per hour on the previous lap as your leader comes around to take the white flag. Travis McDonald in hot pursuit. The number 6 still in the third spot. That is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City. 94 on the previous lap. Here they come out of turn number 4. And that'll do it. Gunnar Stern, Travis McDonald in the top 2. And the 6 and the 21. Gavin Peterson third. The 21, Tyler Obi fourth out of Beausejour on the 2018 Skidoo. That'll do it for race 3 on the day. Pro Champ 440 USSA ProStar Cup, round 1, heat 2. Well, looking at the points from last year, overall in the USSA ProStar Cup, Gunnar Stern was your winner. In fact, he'll be back in March to try to claim a 7th CPTC championship, but that is not till March. But Gunnar Stern was your USSA ProStar Cup champion last year. Matt Gady was second, and Justin Peterson third in last year's version of the USSA ProStar Cup. All right, moving now to race 4 on our schedule, Pro Champ 440. And all the way from Quebec on a 2023 Polaris, the 79. Keep your eyes on this gal. She really flies. Sabrina Blanchette is on the number 79. The 92 is out of Bad Axe, Michigan on a 17 Polaris. The 92 is Haven Bouveret. 26 is Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour. Quinn is on a 2025 Skidoo, and on a 24 Skidoo, Matt Gady, last year's runner-up in the USSA ProStar Cup. Matt Gady on the 28 out of New Germany, Minnesota. Calvin Peterson is out of Eden, Wisconsin on the 54. Danique Lambert is out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec on a Skidoo. He is number 3. Rounding out the field, we are told, is the 39X, Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin on a Houle chassis. Ready to go with race 4. Here we go. So far, a pretty clean start. A little bit of bumping going on in turns number 1 and 2 as the field strings out a bit here at the Co-op Community Complex. .39X is your leader. Here comes the 79 as well. Wow. Sabrina Blanchette is on the move in the second spot out of Quebec. Sabrina Blanchette, an accomplished snowmobile racer, also races lightning sprints in the Quebec area in the summer months. This is a good one so far in race 4 on your schedule. Pro Champ 440's lighting it up here. 97 miles per hour on the previous lap, up 3. Number 3 in the second spot. And that number 3 is, of course, Danique Lambert. Matt Gady on the 28 out of New Germany, Minnesota. Pretty strong competitor, no doubt about it. White is out. 28 and the 26 doing battle. Matt Gady on the 28, and of course, 26 is Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour finding some speed here. And that'll do it. 39X Justin Peterson, followed by the 3. On board the number 3, Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Listed as a 2013 Skidoo chassis on our lineup sheets. And that will do it for race 4 on our schedule. Again, a big welcome to everybody on the World Wide Web. If you're watching on the World Wide Web, we are live here, of course, at the Co-op Community Complex in Beausejour. Weather has been real cold here this week in Manitoba. However, it has warmed up somewhat today, but the wind continues and might throughout the day here at the Co-op Community Complex. Race number 5 on your schedule coming up next. It looks like we'll have 3 races in a row, race 5, race 6, and race 7. And if you're in the Pro Formula 500 class in the pit area, you need to be ready in staging. Race number 5 looks like this. Number 54 is going to be Tom Keelback out of Tyndall, Manitoba, a 1990 Polaris. On an 89 Polaris, the 17 is Jared Sackvey out of Beausejour. Riding the 85X is Tavish Perry out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. The 720 is Peter Jackson out of Hillsdale, Ontario. Peter's on a 1990 Polaris. And also on 90 Polarises, the 98 is Nick Kurth. The 48X is Rich Mork, and the 99 is Connor Bauman out of Wisconsin, all on 1990 Polarises. Race number 5, Pro Formula 500. Round 1, Heat 1 for 5 laps, getting set up and ready to go. Good start for the 98, but drops back. The 17 looking pretty strong so far. That is Jared Sackvey out of Beausejour. Heading down the back chute now. And stringing out into turn numbers 3 and 4 on the big half mile here at Co-op Community Complex. This race for FXR. Great battle in the top 4. Look at that. Wow. .48 having a good run here. That is Rich Mork out of Eagle River, Wisconsin on the 1990 Polaris. Pro Formula 500 racing, always very competitive. And they are looking good once again. Look at the race for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and then back in 5th and 6th. Last lap at 79 miles per hour. 79 on the last circuit. Rich Mork out of Eagle River, Wisconsin, riding that 1990 Polaris. But has some pressure now as they will come around to collect the white flag, indicating 1 lap to go in this one. This race was scheduled for 5 laps. Connor Bauman out of Wisconsin on the 1990 Polaris, very close to the leader here. Can Connor close in the final 2 corners here? Good battle down the front straightaway. It's going to be the 48 taking the win. Rich Mork, Connor Bauman in the top 2 in race number 5, Pro Formula 500, round 1, heat 1 for 5 laps. And we're going to do the same class once again for race 6 and 7. Pro Formula 500s will return to the track. Round 1, heat 2, and round 1, heat 3. Race number 6 on your schedule, now coming down the back chute and into staging on the front straightaway. All right, so let's have a look at race number 6. Our lineup is here, riding a 1989 Polaris. 113 is Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. The 34X is Cale Bellow out of Waupun, Wisconsin. The 22A is Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. And the 29, sponsored by Big Smoke, is Brad Harrison out of Anola, Manitoba on an 89 Polaris. The 135 is Blair McDonald. Blair is out of Ile-des-Shane, Manitoba on an 89 Polaris. The 14 is James Schneider. James is from here in Beausejour, Manitoba. And the 434 is Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. That is your lineup for race 6 on the schedule. This is Pro Formula 500, round 1. Heat number 2 getting set to go. Riley Baker, our head flagman on the front chute. And here we go. 22 of the 29 get away big time. At number 22 is Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. And of course, Brad Harrison out of Anola on the Big Smoke, number 29 out of Anola, Manitoba. The Big Smoke 29 showing the way so far. That is Brad Harrison in command of this one early. This race, number 6 of the day, scheduled for 5 laps. Brought to you by FXR here at Co-op Community Complex. Nice job so far by the Big Smoke number 29 of Brad Harrison. Harrison with maybe about a 10 sled length lead right now going into turn number 3. Good battle for 3rd and 4th into turn number 3 as we wind down this race number 6 on your schedule. Colton Abraham on the 22. Kendra Westland is on the 113 out of Strathcona, Minnesota. That is an 89 Polaris. But wow, Brad Harrison on the Big Smoke number 29 out of Anola, Manitoba. That 89 Polaris is working good here. .113 in the 3rd spot. The 434 is Miranda Peterson in the top 5. Miranda Peterson is out of Lancaster, Minnesota on a 1989 GPR chassis. And that'll do it. 29, Brad Harrison will take the win, followed by the 22, unofficially, Colton Abraham. The 113, Kendra Westland. 434, Peterson. At the 34X in the top 5, Kale Bella out of Waupun, Wisconsin. Well, we are fortunate to have Brett Richter with us here in the pit area, and we're going to go down trackside into the pit area with Brett right now. Go ahead, Brett.
This is Brett Richter. We are in the pit area with Justin Peterson, driver of the number 39X in the Pro Jam class. That's an awesome first heat of third heat of the first round for you.
Yeah, it was. I think we're picking up where we left off last year. It's in that last speed, and see how the day shakes up, I suppose.
What are the expectations for the weekend?
Winning, always to win.
All right, Justin Peterson, driver of the 39X Pro Jam class. On to the next round. Good luck.
Yep, thank you, Brad.
All right, we'll catch up with you again soon.
All right, thanks very much, Brett. Great to have you here once again, Brett Richter, doing our pit side reporting for us here, part of that cooldown.tv expert broadcast. Where's Chris Seymour? Oh, there he is. All right. Thanks to Chris. He's the guy in the grandstands with the camera. Freezing all day long in the cold winds. Doing a great job bringing you the internet broadcast. Okay, what do we have? Well, we have race number 7. Pro Formula 500s. The 21 is Zach Rogers. The 9, Dane Klinger. Riding the 113H is Hannah Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. The 9 is Stefan Carignan. Riding the 51 is Zach Onsen out of Weston, Wisconsin. The 30 is Jazelyn Rathke out of Wausau. And the 7 is Marcus Caitlin from Merrill, Wisconsin. Also add the 44 of Marley Peterson. We're racing already. What a start by the 9 of Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin with a whole shot. Bouncing around a little bit in turn number 1 and 2 as they head down the back straightaway. But Dane Klinger really got on that throttle quick and showing the way here in race number 7 on your schedule, which is the Pro Formula 500 class, round 1, heat 3. Attention in the pit area, race 8 will be next. It will be Pro Formula 3. That'll be round 1, heat 1. Race 9, also Pro Formula 3. Round 1, heat 2. So if you're in the Pro Formula 3 class, you'll want to be in staging. Race 10, Supermod 340 Liquid, Superstock 440 Liquid combo. Then we'll move to the ATVs and then to a Cubex intermission break. Racing now through turns number 3 and 4. Number 9 with a big lead here, Dane Klinger. 21 in the second spot is Zach Rogers out of Wausau, Wisconsin. And we've got an incident in turn number 4. It looks like just past the middle point of 3. Rider in the bales, it looks like. We'll try to get you a update or a number from over there. Go to our cooldown.tv instant replay. Pro Formula 500's on the track here for FXR. Looking pretty clean so far on the replay, but then there you go. Yep, into turn 3 and into the bales. We'll bring an update momentarily. All right, starting after 2 p.m. here, we're just getting an update starting after 2 p.m. During the Cubex intermission grooming breaks, we will also offer track rides. We'll make some more announcements about that, but that will start after 2 p.m. Our track ride starting And I'll get you more information on that just as soon as we have it. But those do not start till any intermission after 2 p.m., we're told. Thanks for the update there, John. As we clean up in turns number 3 and 4, we will have a restart. Dane Klinger on the number 9 out of Athens, Wisconsin, having a pretty good ride here. Race number 7 in the Pro Formula 500 class. But we're going to start it over here momentarily. We have 55 races on the schedule here today at Co-op Community Complex. Many thanks going out to Co-op for all of their support. Also like to thank, of course, our title sponsor, FXR, along with Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Moosehead along with Twisted Tea, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Sobetsky Enterprises, Oak Bank Hearing Center, Cubex, Al Meisner Limited, the RM of Brokenhead, and the town of Beausejour. All right, your competitors heading through turns number 3 and 4. Don't forget our beer garden, known as the Moose Den here, serving ice-cold Moosehead products throughout today. I believe the big screen is going in there as well, so you can go grab yourself an ice-cold one over at the Moose Den. Check out our CPTC promo wear. Some real good-looking stuff here for Christmas. And, hey, yeah, Christmas is in, a couple of weeks, so grab your merchandise over at the Moose Den. For the snowmobile racing fan in your family. What a great last-minute gift. I mean, last minute being a couple weeks away. My last minute is December 24th at about 4:30. That's when I do my last-minute stuff. But maybe I'll just grab, my wife would love a CPTC shirt, I'm sure. How about you, Jack? Do you want a CPTC racing shirt? Sure you do. Of course you do. They are cool. Check them out at the Moose Den. All right. Number 30 is Jocelyn Rathke out of Wausau. 21 right there as well. That's Zach Rogers. Good start for the number 30 of Jocelyn Rathke. The 9, Dane Klinger, very, very quick throughout this one, however. White flag will be displayed this time around for your race leader. It is the 9, the 30, and the 21, and the 7. The 7 is Marcus Caitlin in 4th spot out of Merrill, Wisconsin on a 1990 Polaris. Marley Peterson on the 44 has been added to this race, not on our lineup sheets, but has been added. 79 miles per hour on the previous circuit. And there's your winner, Dane Klinger, no question about that one. 21 followed by the 30, the 7, and the 9. The 9, of course, is Stefan Carrigan out of Winnipeg in the 5th spot. Marley Peterson coming across as well on a Westland on the 113H out of the top 5 in race 7, Pro Formula 500, round 1, heat number 3. Okay, it looks like one change on our lineup sheets in race number 8 coming up. Pro Formula 3, round 1, heat 1. Okay, so Tanner Foss is scheduled to be on the 111. He will be on the number 14, so change the 111 to the number 14. Riding the 102 is Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, Minnesota on the Wall Brothers Racing Walker Evans 102. G-Money Gunnar Stern is out of West Chicago, Illinois on the 220. 326 is Dustin Schwant out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin. This is the 2023 Arctic Cat. Matt Gady, keep your eyes on this guy out of New Germany, Minnesota on a 2025 Skidoo. Also on the same machine and year, Gavin Peterson is out of Chisago City, Minnesota on the 6. And Reed Klinger is on the 221 out of Athens, Wisconsin. That is a 2021 Polaris. Race number 8 on your schedule. Now this Formula 3 class is the World Championship class at Eagle River. Made that change a few years ago from the Pro Champ 440, making this class the World Championship class. The idea to get the factories a little more involved. They do resemble a factory showroom sled a little more than the exotic Pro Champ sleds. Great start. Real quick. Shot out of a cannon. 220 appears on the inside. And we've got a drag race now down the back chute. Had a great chance to talk to Gunnar Stern G-Money out of West Chicago, Illinois yesterday in the trailer, and they are making a very serious Formula 3 push this year. Up front and in command is the number 28 of Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. That guy knows how to get around the racetrack. Multi-time champion, showing why right now here in race 8 in the Pro Formula 3 class. We'll have a couple of these heat races. Lane Stevenson is on the 102, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing. Nice job by the 28. The 221 into the second spot. That is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin on the 2021 Polaris. 95 miles per hour, very close to the Pro Champ 440 class that ran a little bit earlier here. White flag being displayed, one more to go. 326 in the 4th spot is Dustin Schwant out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin. And it looks like the 28's going to take up the win. That will be Matt Gady, the 221, looking strong in 2nd spot, Reed Klinger. And 3rd is the 102, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, Minnesota on the 2023 Polaris. Good racing in the Pro Formula 3 class. Race number 9 coming up next. More Pro Formula 3 action. This is round 1, heat number 2 for 5 laps. And a look at the lineup right now out of Belding, Michigan. 2023 Polaris mounted rider is Nick Wickerham on the number 48. 92 is going to be Haven Bouveret out of Bad Axe, Michigan on a 2023 Polaris. Riding the 39 out of the Wall Brothers Racing Camp, Greenbush, Minnesota. 39 is Tom Olson on the Polaris. The 75 is out of Dayton, Minnesota on a Polaris as well. This is Calvin Cook. The 85X is Tavish Perry out of Eagle River. The 29 is Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. And rounding out the field, the 23, Dakota Harris out of Morley, Michigan. A lot of Michigan riders in this one, including Haben Bouveret. We're getting set to go with more action coming up right here. Haven Bouveret, female competitor out of Bad Axe, Michigan, sponsored by Woody's, Wall Racing, and RB Manure Hauling. Ooh, a little bit of contact in turn number 2 now. 75 off to a good start. Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota on the 2024 Polaris. 75 sponsored by Hagen Family Farms, Stud Boy Traction, and Wall Brothers, along with Polaris Racing. Rider down on the front chute. Looks like the number 23 of Dakota Harris, possibly, out of Morley, Michigan. Did not see that incident. The sled is a little ways down the front chute. But the rider walking away. So Dakota Harris on the 23 appears to be okay, and that is the best news out of there. Working on race number 9, Pro Formula 3, round 1, heat 2. Tension in the pit area. Next race up, race 10 on the schedule. Supermod 340 Liquid and Superstock 440 Liquid Combo Classic Final. Then we'll move to race 11, the ATVs. And then, of course, we will go to a Cubex intermission break. So we'll try this one again as we get the track cleaned up here at the Co-op Community Complex. I'd like to welcome everyone that has come here live today, and also everyone tuned in on the internet to cooldown.tv. Brett Richter with us here this weekend, doing some pit side interviews, which is awesome. Very knowledgeable guy, and always great to have him here. Working on race number 9 right now, the Pro Formula 3 race. Tomorrow, we are back at the Co-op Community Complex at 11. Today's start was 1 o'clock, and we will finish today and tonight under the lights. All new LED lighting system, about a year old here, in fact, at the Co-op Community Complex, and this place lights up like the Daytona 500. It is cool. So race 10, Supermod 340 Liquid and Superstock 40 Liquid Combo Classic should be in staging. Followed by race 11 in the ATV division. Quite a few ATVs, looking like about 10 or 11 for our first heat race. Race 11 on your schedule will be ATVs. Drivers and crews discussing strategy over at the staging area right around turn number 2. There is a good look at the number 23. That, of course, Dakota Harris out of Morley, Michigan, riding the 2023 Polaris entry here in race number 9. Well, you can see that left front ski come right up, and off goes the 23 of Dakota Harris. Fairly gentle get off, if you could say anything about gentle at 90 plus miles an hour. I think that's about as gentle as it gets. All right, still on race number 9 and waiting the restart here. And Riley gives them the signal to come to the starting line. Once again, a final call for race 10 coming up next. Supermod 340 Liquid, Superstock 440 Liquid Combo Classic. You are up next. Please be ready in staging. Nick Wickerham out of Belding, Michigan on that good-looking 48. There's the 29 rolling up, Joey Birch. The 92, Haven Bouveret, female competitor. 75 and the 85X. Tavish Perry on that 85X out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. All right, we're going to try it again here. Don't forget to visit our Moose Den. That is our beer garden. Check out the full line of CPTC promo gear available over there. You can also visit the pit area if you're a fan here. There's some nice equipment, and those pits are full this year. Are they ever full? Had the opportunity to spend some time here yesterday at Co-op Community Complex visiting with some of the drivers, and wowee, is that pit area full with real nice equipment everywhere. All right, getting set to go. We're going to try this race number 9 on the day once again. .39 on the inside. Ooh, it is tight. A little sideways goes the number 39 of Tom Olson. The Wall Brothers Racing 39 battling now for the lead into turn number 3. That was tight in turn number 1 and 2. Wow. Rider stopped on the front chute on the inside apron of the racetrack. That is the 75. That is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. Race continues with the 39 show on the way. 29 in the second spot is Joey Birch from Mount Pleasant, Michigan. 95 miles per hour on the previous circuit. We are getting it done here at the Co-op Community Complex in Beausejour. Working on race 9 of the day. Nick Wickerham out of Belding, Michigan, unofficially in the third spot here in race 9 in your Pro Formula 3 class. This is round 1, heat number 2 for this class. White flag being displayed, 1 to go. And does Joey Birch on the 29 have something for Tom Olson on the Wall Brothers Racing 39? Half a lap remaining here in race number 9, and this could be a good one as they head into turn 3 and 4. Looks like it's going to be Olson with the win, the 29 in the second spot. Joey Birch. 48, Nick Wickerham will round out the top 3 unofficially here in race 9 of the Pro Formula 3 class. Round 1, heat number 2. Couple more races remaining before our Cubex intermission break. I'd like to thank Cubex for supplying some extra equipment here so we can get our grooming breaks done just a little bit quicker. Here we go with race 10, and your lineup will be up shortly. This will be your Super Mod 340 Liquid and Super Stock 440 Liquid Combo Classic final. 5 laps is the scheduled distance. Number 13 is going to be Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg. Kieran is on a 1980 Yamaha. The 44 is Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul. That is a 73 Polaris. And riding a 1975 Arctic Cat is the 62 of Wyatt Wilkins out of St. Charles, Michigan. The 223 is Adam Braun. He's got some laps here at the Co-op Community Complex. 223 Adam Braun is out of Winnipeg on an 81 Cowie. 65, also a guy with lots of racing experience out of Enola, is Norm Chura on a 73 Polaris. 165 is Justin Habing from Dugald. 20 is Luke Lacasse out of Sudbury, Ontario, and add none other than the 79 of Sabrina Blanchette out of Quebec. Great female rider on the number 79 getting set to go here. Sabrina Blanchette added to race number 10. Obviously an issue on the starting line as Riley points to the looks like the number 28 possibly. Is that the number 20? Could be the number 20 of Luke Lacasse out of Sudbury, Ontario. Well, we got a couple of riders throwing up their hands as the 44 with the whole shot. Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul, Manitoba on the 1973 Polaris showing the way. Again, 2 riders did not start and are right over by our flags on the front straightaway. It's like the number 20 and possibly the Kawasaki of Adam Braun. Trying to make out that number there. It looks like the 223 of Adam Braun and the 20 did not start this one. They were pulled off prematurely before the green flag waved. A little bit sideways for a rider in turn number 3 and 4 as they head down the front straightaway. 44 looking strong. 62 is in the second spot. That is Wyatt Wilkins out of St. Charles, Michigan. That is a 1975 Arctic Cat. All right, we understand it is Sabrina Blanchette that got pulled. Sabrina Blanchette was pulled on the original start. 44-62 and the 65 third. That's Norm Chura in the third spot. Norm is out of Enola, multi-year racing veteran. There is the 165 of Justin Habing out of Dugald, Manitoba, riding a 73 Polaris. We'll try to get your report down from the front straightaway just as soon as we can on that situation with 2 riders not starting. 44 started well and is continuing to lead here. The 44 is Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul, Manitoba on his 73 Polaris, showing the way with, well, less than half a lap to go in this 5-lap final for our Supermod 340 and Superstock 440 liquid class, combined class, in fact. Mazer's going to win it unofficially. The 62 will be second. That is Wyatt Wilkins, and the 65, Norm Chura out of Enola on the Polaris. Yeah, that is indeed the 79 now that we can see the hood. The 79, Sabrina Blanchette. And I'm going to take a couple second break here and try to get your report down from the front straightaway. All right, we understand why now. Those 2 competitors were pulled from the race. Their receivers were not functional. The receivers that our track officials used to communicate with the riders were not functional. So no functioning receiver, no racing for you. All right, a couple of changes coming up here, or one change, in fact, in the ATV Open. Our last race before our first Quebex intermission break. Rob Clark, originally scheduled to start on the number 14, will be on the number 43. So Rob Clark moves on to the number 43 from the number 14. The 29 is going to be Corey Johnson out of Garson. The 14, Nick Campbell from Beausejour. Ethan Clark will ride the 44. Mike Verbrugge will ride the 22 out of Garson. Out of Beausejour is the 7 of Ryan Gibson. The 65X is Cody Whitechuck. Cody is from Beausejour. Riding the number 20 out of Steinbach is Peter Friesen. The 25 is Tyler Verbrugge. And the 26 is Kristen Campbell out of Beausejour. Good, strong field of ATVs here this weekend for FXR Racing. This is race 11 on your schedule. Round 1 for 5 laps in the ATVs, and then we'll go to an intermission. Oh, we got somebody broken. Could be the number 43 by the looks of it. 22 with the hole shot. Mike Verbrugge out of Garson, Manitoba. Action now into turn number 3 and 4 here in this race number 11 on your schedule. round one of the ATV Open class. Third spot is the number 29, Corey Johnson out of Garson, Manitoba. Top two extremely close here on the racetrack. This one scheduled for 5 laps. Oh, looks like we got somebody in the bails in turn number 3 and 4. In fact, through the bails quite significantly. So we will have a look at that over in turns 3 and 4. Red flag is out on the track in race number 11, your ATV Open round 1 race. Don't know if we got a complete lap in, maybe one of the 5 scheduled. Looks like a couple of them collected over in turn 3. Looking at our cooldown.tv replay. Ooh, boy, imagine that. Ooh, wow. Now, I think everybody's okay over there. We'll get your report. Thumbs were up. Okay, that is good news. But look at that hook and wheels. That's like sprint car style on a dirt track without the roll cage. Let's take another camera angle look here from cooldown.tv. That's shooting out of across the turns 3 and 4 by the looks of it, I think, for those of you in the World Wide Web. Oh, yeah, hook and wheels. And, ooh, how you feeling about a millisecond before you see those bails? It's like, I'm going in. I'm just going in. There's no choice. I think I like the roll cages and the seat belts a little better, but that's just me. Well, we do have outlaw sleds. That is correct. Yep. These ATVs really get up and go. Don't forget, this track is a half a mile, so it is a fast track here at the Co-op Community Complex. So we're going to clean up the bails over in turn 3 and 4, and we're going to resume this race. This is race 11 on our schedule. Following this, we'll go to a Quebex intermission break, and I'm going to take a quick break to find out if we're going to run those rides around the track during the break. All right. Perfect. We've got our report. So, the bus that will go around the track during our Quebex intermission break will be boarding in the family fun zone momentarily. This is our last race. These ATVs are our last race before a Quebex intermission break. So, if you want to take a ride around the track in the handy van, get on over to the family fun zone. You can board the bus, and during the break, they will take you around the big half mile and show you what it looks like. A lot slower than on a Pro Champ sled, of course, but you'll get a look at the track, and it's pretty cool. You're going to go, Jack, aren't you? Yeah. Go ask if you can drive the bus. See how fast you can go. There you go. All right, attention in the pit area while we're talking about an intermission upcoming after this race. After intermission, we'll go to race 12 on the schedule. That'll be the Junior 2 F500 class for 14 to 17-year-olds. It will also include the Junior 1 F500s on the back row. That is race 12. Race 13, 14, and 15 will all be Pro Champ races. So Pro Champs need to be ready to go right after intermission for race 13, 14, and 15. Looking further than that, race 16 will be Pro Formula 500, all round 2 races, as will race 17 and 18. So that'll do it for a while to cover about our first 6 or 7 races after intermission. So you want to be sure to be ready in the staging area if you are in those races. Once again, thanks to Anthony and that guy by the name of Chris down there that's in the wind. That's his name, right? Chris S. Doing a great job. Thanks, Chris, for standing out all day and doing a great job for cooldown.tv and our folks on the World Wide Web following along here at the Co-op Community Complex. If you've never visited this facility and you're living elsewhere besides Manitoba, you want to come up and check it out sometime. This is a first-class facility with first-class folks running it. It is just great. Super, super great opportunity to have the opportunity to work here. Okay, so we have a couple gone on the restart here. Riley Baker, our head flagman, is going to look them over, and we're going to try this one more time. And here we go. 29 in the 65, looking for some traction. Corey Johnson out of Garson on that number 29. Getting a little bumpy by the looks of things in turn number 1 and 2. That will be taken care of course, by our Quebec intermission break, and that's coming up right away. #29 of Corey Johnson out of Garson, Manitoba. Having a pretty good ride here so far. 44 is second, Ethan Clark. And the 22 is Mike Verbruge out of Garson. Those are your top 3 thus far in this 5-lap race. Here's the battle for the lead. 44's got some speed and using it wisely. That is Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. Great racing in the top 3 here in the ATV Open division. 58 miles per hour on the previous lap in the ATV Open class. White flag coming out this time around. 44, 22, 29 in your top 3. Mike Verbruge on the 22. The 29 is Corey Johnson out of Garson after a great restart. Well, we're told that one was 70 miles per hour, so they're getting way faster all of a sudden. Somebody found the nitrous button. 44, 22, and 29. Ethan Clark wins it, followed by the number 22 of Mike Verbruge and the 29 of Corey Johnson in the top 3 in race 11. That'll do it for your ATV Open Round 1 race. All right, time now. Well, there's time to do a lot of things right now. It is our Quebec's intermission break. You can get on over to the Family Fun Zone and take a lap around the track in the handy van. Go and check out that big half mile for yourself firsthand. You can go to the Moose Den, get yourself some CPTC promo wear for the racing fan or yourself in the family. Christmas is here. Great time to pick up your CPTC promo wear over at the Beer Garden, now known as the Moose Den. We're going to be back with you momentarily here for race number 12 at the Co-op Community Complex. We'll be right back.
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service. It's a co-op thing.
Are you a homegrown fan cheering blue and gold wherever you go? Passionate about our province and caring for our communities? For the ultimate Bombers fan, level up your game day experience with the Access Credit Union Bombers debit card. With perks like discounts at the Bombers store, VIP stadium entrance, and a chance to win a pregame sideline experience and giveaways.
What are you guys doing here? The game's not till tomorrow.
We got in so fast with our Bomber debit card. I guess we jumped the gun a bit.
Get your Bombers debit card from Access Credit Union and level up your game day experience today.
Brett Richter here at the CPTC facility in Beausejour, Manitoba. It is finally, after a long off-season, ice oval racing weekend. We are here for the December initial race of the season and having a chance to really catch up with some drivers that I haven't met before and some of the new faces that are entering into the ice oval world. And I am very happy to be spending a little bit of time this morning with Alyssa Gusta.
Hi.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Yeah, I've seen your name on stuff, but we've never met.
Yeah, never. First time.
Yeah, scary thing, huh? How long have you been doing this crazy sport?
I started here at MMSRA. I started when I was 4, and I've been doing it ever since then.
So you woke up one morning when you were 4 years old and said, Mom and Dad, I want to go ice oval racing. Is that how that happened?
Pretty much. Well, my sister actually started, so then that's how it just kind of got into it. And then my dad became president of MMSRA, and then we were just doing it ever since, and then we finally moved to the big track.
Big transition from the little track to the big track,
Yeah.
though. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty big. A lot of different speeds.
Yeah. So what class did you start with when you hit the big track?
340.
Okay. And that probably got you, what, 60 miles an hour maybe, or?
Yeah, around there.
Yeah. And this year you're going to venture all the way into Pro Light.
Yeah.
So that's going to give you what?
Hitting the 90s, 95s. Let's hope. More than that.
Are you competitive like that?
Yeah.
Yeah? You want to go fast?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to try and be first, but it's fine to be second too.
I think it's exciting. I think when there are women involved in sports like this that can be competitive, I think that's awesome. I just think the world of that. So
especially with the Pro Light class here this weekend, it's all girls.
I saw that.
It's going to be good, and I'm excited.
Yeah. Would you be interested in running a regular champ class at some point in time this year, or are you going to stay in Pro Light all year?
Stay in Pro Light.
Okay.
Maybe next year, but further on, I want to get into champ.
That's the ultimate goal?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. You're also running Junior 2 Sprint.
Yes.
So most of the people that we tend to talk to run either champ or F3 or those types of things. And I know that a lot of people in our viewing audience probably don't understand what a Junior 2 Sprint sled is. So can you describe that for us a little bit to help them understand?
It's a 600. I don't know.
Is it a champ style chassis? Is it just a...
I'm running a whole chassis with this.
Okay.
So can run walls on it, you know.
So that's kind of a custom built chassis. It's not really something you're going to buy at a store and put a motor in.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Yeah, and they're pretty quick.
Yeah, they are. The fastest we hit here at CPTC was 89. We tried to hit 90, but we just couldn't last year.
Close, but no cigar.
Yeah.
But that Pro Light will get you there.
Yeah.
Yeah, those can push 100 even, can't they?
It's the same as Champ, but it's just the difference between Pro Light and Champ is just the experience.
Right, right. That's exciting. I'm really happy for you. When I heard you were bumping up there, I thought, wow. And then when I saw it's also Kendra and Jaslyn.
Yeah.
Have you raced against them previously?
I have with, Jocelyn, USSA, I've raced against her. But I've only raced against Kendra in pond racing. But they've always been in a class above me because of the age. So, but this year we're all going to be in the same class. It's going to be exciting.
That's fun. That's really fun.
Yeah.
What are your realistic expectations for the weekend? What do you really, I mean, everybody wants to say, I'm going to win everything. I'm going to win every heat. I'm going to win every final. I'm going to win it all. Maybe you are, but is that realistic for you? Are you going to go home unhappy if you don't?
No.
No?
I'm just going to be happy if I finish the race. Because last year, March, I crashed. So that's all I'm really hoping for right now is just to finish the race.
So when you drive by that one particular spot, will that be in your brain?
It might. I'm a little nervous, but I'm excited mostly.
Yeah. How much practice will you do this afternoon?
As much as we can get.
Yeah.
That's, you know.
It's probably one of the things I think that really makes me appreciate the CPTC is they'll give you 3 hours of practice on Friday, and then you get 90 minutes tomorrow morning before the first race, and then you get 90 minutes on Sunday morning again. So really there's ample opportunity over the course of the weekend to get out there and really shake some things down on your sled. It takes a lot of people to get you to the racetrack every weekend. Who helps you?
Well, first of all, my dad, my mom. We have some pit crew, Cody and Connor, they help us all the time with getting the sled ready and then at home and then getting it to the track and getting it changed, assembled, whatever at the track and stuff like that. Those are the people that help me.
Yeah, good. When you come back from the track, who are you talking to that you're saying it feels like this, it turns like that, it does this, I want it to do that?
My dad.
And does he, how's that communication? Does he understand what you're looking for, or is he, I know it's hard with some people.
It all depends on what we're talking about. Like sometimes he'll come back and he'll try changing something. I'm just like, don't touch it. Like just leave it alone. Sometimes we have to change things and he's like, what? I'm confused. But because he's never raced Sobel, so it's kind of hard for him to, you know, kind of see it from my point of view.
Sure. Are you a horsepower person or a traction person? What's more important to you? The way it feels underneath you or how fast it goes?
Feels. When we're what we really do is we really work on how the handling is before we work on the speed. We've always done that with new sleds. We did that with the 550. We're going to be doing that with the Pro Light. We're doing how it feels, and then the speed we're going to work on.
So have you had any practice on the Pro Light yet?
Nope.
None.
Nope.
So which one's coming to the practice line first, the Pro Light or the Junior Sprint?
I don't know, actually. I think
no?
We'll have to see.
If you have your say, what are you picking?
I want to try out the Pro Light.
Yeah.
That's what I really want to try out.
Yeah. Let me try it and see how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell us about your helmet. It's a neat looking lid for you.
So we just got it deckled by RPM Graphics. So I have Gusta Racing. So that's,
Yep.
I have flames on it because that's like what we've always done, even with the little sleds. We've always had flames on it. And then on the back here, there's Patrona. It means boss lady in Spanish.
Oh, it does?
Yes. So.
Oh. Guess we learned something there, huh? Yeah. Awesome. That's good. Well, hopefully a lot of people will see that and see it out front this weekend. That'd be awesome. What about sponsors for your race team?
Extreme Performance. They help me with getting my race fuel and stuff. They've helped me throughout the years. And then Kenworth, they're just there to support me. Whatever I need, they always give me. Bodyline Restorations. Last year when I crashed, my whole back end got dented in. He fixed that up, made it look nice and clean. He has really good work. Heavy D, they're the same with inline. They just support me. Whatever I need, they just give me. and Big Willie's machine. He makes my gears and stuff, so yeah.
Okay, good. Good. It's great to have wonderful people behind you, and family and friends, and great sponsorship. That's a big, important part of the team.
Especially the locals.
For sure.
Really good.
Do you find physical fitness being a real important part for this sport?
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like you kind of need to be in shape for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you ready for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little arm pump.
A little arm pump in.
Yeah, it's all good stuff. So, all right, we are going to wrap this up with something we call the FXR Fast 10. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. See what you get.
Okay.
You get the food category. It should be an easy one. Steak or chicken?
Steak.
Grapes or raisins?
Grapes.
Pizza Hut or Domino's?
Pizza Hut.
Pancakes or waffles?
Waffles.
Ranch or ketchup?
Ketchup.
Burgers or brats?
What's a brat?
Bratwurst? No?
No.
Burgers or hot dogs?
Hot dogs.
Okay, must be an American thing. Cauliflower or broccoli?
Cauliflower.
Salsa or guacamole?
Guacamole.
French fries or onion rings?
French fries.
Please don't get this one wrong. Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or Snickers?
Reese's.
Good answer. I hope you have a fantastic weekend.
Me too.
I hope you have a ton of fun. I hope you do well, and I hope you leave here just happy with your success and that the future looks bright and you're around for a really long time. You're going to do great.
Let's hope.
All right, thanks very much.
Nice.
Good luck.
Thank you.
That's Alyssa Gusta, driver, the number 53. She'll be in both the Pro Light class and the Junior 2 Sprint class.
Well, race fans, we are back at the Co-op Community Complex right here in beautiful Beausejour, Manitoba, and we have completed 11 races on the day so far, and it is time for race number 12. This will be your Junior 2 and Junior 1 F500 combined class. In the race number 12, upcoming here onto your screen on cooldown.tv, the C21 is going to be Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. The 10 is Derek Meyer out of Michigamme, Michigan. Scratch the 44 of Marley Peterson, we're told. The 23 is going to be Dylan Fox out of Balmoral, Manitoba. And the 60 is Braxton Cassidy from St. Genevieve. Now in the back row will be your Junior 1 F500 class for 10 to 13-year-olds. Just a pair of competitors here in round 1 for 5 laps. The 626 is Waylon Corpita out of Wausau, Wisconsin. And the 11 is Ben Meyer from Michigamme, Michigan. So that is your lineup for Junior 2 and Junior 1 F500. And here we go, the 10 with a great start. That is Derek Meyer out of Michigamme, Michigan. That is the Junior 2 class leaving first. And heading down the back straightaway. Tension in the pit area. Next up, race 13, 14, and 15, all Pro Champ races. You need to be in staging for those immediately. Derek Meyer on the 10 is your leader. The 23, Dylan Fox, second. And leading the Junior 1 F500 class in third on the track, but first in the class is Ben Meyer on the 11. So Ben Meyer is third on the racetrack, but first in his class, the Junior 1 F500 for 10 to 13-year-olds. That's how that works, a combined class out here right now. There's the 10 and the 23, your top two in the Junior 2 class. Battling it out for the top spot as they head down the back straightaway. The number 10 of Derek Meyer out of Michigamme, Michigan, looking pretty sharp. 82 miles per hour on the previous circuit as the blue flag with the yellow stripe comes out, indicating to the slower riders that faster traffic is coming around, and that faster traffic gets the white flag now. Great battle into turn 3 and 4 in the Junior 2 F500 class. Number 10 will take the win. That is Derek Meyer. 23, Dylan Fox. And winning the Junior 1 F500 class, the 11 is Ben Meyer. Ben Meyer out of Michigamme, Michigan on a 1990 Polaris takes the win unofficially in the Junior 1 F500 class. That is for 10 to 13-year-olds. All right, race 13 coming up. Pro Champ 440 USSA ProStar Cup Round 2, Heat 1 for 5 laps. And here's how they line up. The number 8 is out of Lockport, Manitoba. This is none other than Skidoo rider Travis McDonald. The 75 on that good-looking 75 is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota on a 2024 Polaris. The 31 is out of Wisconsin. This is Will Garceau. And riding the Wall Brothers Racing FXR, Walker Evans 39 is Tom Olson. He is out of Wisconsin. Of course, the team out of Greenbush, Minnesota. 24 rather, is Jordan Sobetsky on the Sobetsky Enterprises entry out of Beausejour. Riding the number 6 is Gavin Peterson, and the 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec on the 2025 Skidoo. So we're now in round 2 of USSA ProStar Cup racing. This is Heat 1, the first time after intermission they will run. Round 2 is up now. 24 and the 6 get a good start. Sobetsky on the 24, getting past, dropping now to 4th spot. Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City on that number 6. That rider is quick. Here comes the number 8 out of Lockport, Manitoba. That is Travis McDonald in a great big hurry. He has won some Saturday and Sunday events here, except the big one. Former go-kart racer sponsored by Skidoo, Serve Pro, FXR, and Bennett's Marine. Travis McDonald on the 8, looking strong. 75 into the 3rd spot, Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. Cook does a great job here at the Co-op Community Complex. Another former go-kart racer out of Dayton, Minnesota. Former Sprint 1 and 2 competitor sponsored by Polaris and FXR. Along with Power Lodge and Wall Brothers Racing. 95 miles per hour on the previous circuit here in round 2 of the USSA ProStar Cup. This is round 1 for the season right here in Beausejour. Travis McDonald is strong. 6 in the 75. 2nd and 3rd. What a race we've got for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th now as McDonald continues to run the string out on the rest of the field. And that'll do it. The number 8 is going to take the win. That is Travis McDonald. Close one, the 6th, followed by the 75, then the 48 in 4th spot. Of course, the 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. Great racing there in USSA ProStar Cup. That is round 2, heat 1, race number 13 on the day. Next up, race 14, more racing in the Pro Champ 440 class. Race 14. All right, starting lineup, race 14. We've got it. Riding the number 28, this is a 2024 Skidoo out of New Germany, Minnesota. The rider is Matt Gady. The number 11 is Fred Banke out of Lodi, Wisconsin on a 2023 wall chassis. And riding the 54 is Calvin Peterson. Calvin is out of Eaton, Wisconsin on a Skidoo. The number 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec on a Skidoo. Also on the Red Bull Skidoo, G-Money Gunnar Stern, the number 220 out of West Chicago, Illinois. He is the current USSA ProStar Cup champion. The number 15 is going to be Hunter Sears out of St. Francis, Minnesota on a 2024 Polaris. And the number 16, DJ Saluk out of Beausejour on a 2022 Polaris. Looks like troubles for the number 15 of Hunter Sears. We get set to go. The number 28 is gone. Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. Wow. The Skidoo Fly Racing, Nicollet National Bank, Woody's Traction, Christian Brothers Racing, number 28. Gunnar Stern, G-Money out of West Chicago, Illinois on the Red Bull Skidoo, following along and looking good. We've got ourselves a great race here. 220 into the first spot. Gunnar Stern flying out here. Side by side through turns 3 and 4 now as they head on down the long and fast front straightaway. The number 3 giving Gady all he can handle right now. That number 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. What a great race here. Race number 14 on the day. USSA ProStar Cup round 2, heat number 2 for 5 laps. Gunnar Stern is moving along. 54 up to join the party. That is Calvin Peterson in the top 5. Calvin Peterson is out of Eden, Wisconsin on the Skidoo. 95 miles per hour on the previous lap. They are getting at it here at the Co-op Community Complex. G-Money Gunnar Stern way in front. Then the 3, the 54. Gady on the 28, currently now 4th on the racetrack. As Gady claws back and tries to take over 3rd spot, but unsuccessfully at that. Checkered flag, it'll go to West Chicago, Illinois' Gunnar Stern. The 3, the 54, and the 28 in the top 4. Danique Lambert with a nice ride out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec on the Skidoo. Great to have Danique Lambert back here, a great young gentleman, and does a fine job aboard that number 3. Very competitive racing here. And race number 14, Pro Champ 440, and we are going to do it one more time. And we'll have a couple of female competitors in race number 15 in your Pro Champ 440 class. Haben Bouveret is out of Bad Axe, Michigan on the number 92. That is a Polaris chassis. And riding the Wall Brothers Racing FXR Walker Evans 102, this is Blaine Stevenson. The 55 out of Beausejour is going to be Brett Keelback on a 2024 TAC. The 26 is Quinn Whitechuck, also out of Beausejour, riding a 2025 Skidoo. The 39X is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. That is a Hool chassis. Keep your eyes on that 39X. He knows how to get the job done. The 21 is Tyler Obi from Beausejour. Great contingent from Beausejour in this race. Tyler Obi on that 21 on a Skidoo. And the 79 is out of Quebec on a 2023 Polaris. This is Sabrina Blanchette on the number 79. Tyler Obi in this one out of Beausejour on the 21, a Hool chassis. Sponsored by TJ Finishing Carpentry and Birds Hill Sand and Gravel. We are getting set to go now. Race number 15 on the day. Up on the grid, and we're getting set to go. And we got a false start. Couple of itchy trigger fingers there on the starting line. Haben Bouveret out of Bad Axe, Michigan on the number 92. Getting back into line. Going to try this one again. And we'll give him a shot here to get lined up and set him loose once again. Riley Baker is our head flagman. Haben Bouveret on the number 92, a female competitor out of Bad Axe, Michigan in the Pro Champ 440 division. Sponsored by Woody's, Wall Racing, and RB Manure Hauling, along with McCarty Repair. Good looking 55. That's a clean looking sled. That is Brett Keelback out of Beausejour, the 26. Also from Beausejour, Quinn Whitechuck. Haben Bouveret on the 92. There's Blaine Stevenson on the 102, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing out of Greenbush, Minnesota. Some of these riders using a 106-inch track, some 116s. There is a new track in the 106 camp for this season. Supposed to be a little more durable. The verdict is still out on that. It is quite early. They have been reinforced in some places, have those 106 tracks, but they're not sure if they've quite been reinforced properly in the right areas. So time will tell on that one. There's the 21 of Tyler Obi on the outside. Good rider out of Beausejour. Good battle into turn 1 and 2. It looks like the 102 sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing with the whole shot. 102, Blaine Stevenson from St. Cloud, Minnesota. Riding the Wall Brothers Racing entry out of Greenbush, Minnesota. '79, none other than Sabrina Blanchette out of Quebec on the 2023 Polaris. Sabrina got a great start. Sponsored by Hypertech and 509. Oh, looks like we've got a crash in turn number 3 and 4. So we're going to get them slowed down and actually stopped. We are under a red flag condition here in race number 15. Running the USSA ProStar Cup Round 2 Heat 3 race for 5 laps. 39X Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Into turn number 1 and 2. The riders will head over to turn number 2 to talk to their pit crews and find out what's up. A little bit of communication going on over there. Great replays if you're watching on the World Wide Web. Cooldown.tv bringing you all the action. Number 55, Brett Keelback out of Beausejour throws his hands up after the crash. That is the number 55 as we take a look up in here in the tower at the replay. Yeah, definitely some contact in that turn. And off goes Brett Keelback's 55 into the bales. Fortunately, Brett popping up real quick. But those things happen fast at about 95 miles per hour. Not a lot of room out there sometimes, and not a lot of time for reaction. There's the 55 up on the recovery sled now. And our great volunteers will certainly get those bales back in shape. And then we will resume racing. We're working race number 15 in the Pro Champ 440 class, part of the USSA ProStar Cup Round 1 for the year. Starts here in Beausejour and ends here in Beausejour in March. Gunnar Stern, the current reigning champion from last year in the USSA ProStar Cup. He garnered a total of 506 points last year in the USSA. A couple of canceled rounds, round 4 and 5, were canceled. So a total of 6 rounds. They raced 4 of them last year. Stern, the champ, at 506 points. Then we had Matt Gady on the number 28 at 475 points. Third at 426 was Justin Peterson. He rides that 39X. Travis McDonald ended up coming home 4th overall. That Lockport rider, local guy, number 8, Travis McDonald with 283 points. But of course, Travis McDonald on that number 8 finishing 4th did not attend round 3 racing. And that round 3 was the Bonachère Cup in Eganville, Ontario. So that puts him at 283 points, which is a long way from 3rd, and Justin Peterson at 426, but a missed race in there. So good job by Travis McDonald last year in the USSA ProStar Cup. And Blaine Stevenson, the Wall Brothers Racing Walker Evans FXR 102. Had 241 points on the year last year to round out the top 5 in the USSA ProStar Cup division. All right, of course, we have Brett Richter with us in the pit area doing a fantastic job doing some pit reporting. Lots of questions for the riders. That is a great area. If you get the chance to visit the pit area, do so. There is some fantastic machines and lots to see and do. And it looks like Brett's ready to go right now from the pits.
Justin Peterson's 39X champ set off the track. He ended up getting a sled from behind him, pushed his mud flap up into the track, and it shredded a good part of that snow deflection screen in the back. So there's a little bit of controversy right now. They've got some tech people involved. Justin has pulled the sled off the track, but they're working on that. So keep an eye on that. We'll see what happens. Back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Brett Richter. We do appreciate all the work you're doing down in the pit area for us, and we're going to resume this race here momentarily, we hope. Brought to you by FXR Racing, our title sponsor. All right. Resuming race number 15 here momentarily. We have been through the lineup. And we're going to get this one done. Attention in the pit area. Race 16 coming up next. Pro Formula 500. Then race 17, 18, also Pro Formula 500. Then we move to the ice bikes. The dirt bikes are going to take to the ice for race 19. Then we move to the Outlaws for race number 20. Outlaw 600s with the roll cages. Snowmobiles with roll cages, 600cc engines. That's pretty cool stuff, and they are here today at the Co-op Community Complex. 102 is going to be the first one off the line. Here we go. Good start for the 26. And that number 26 needs to close the gap up on the leader. Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour, always a great competitor on that number 26. It is Stevenson, Blanchette, the 26 of Whitechuck, and the 21 of Tyler Obi. So Beausejour riders, third and fourth year. But so far, nothing for your race leader who is flying out there. Green flag being displayed to the 102 of Dwayne Stevenson. The 79 is Sabrina Blanchette. And the Beausejour riders continue to battle for third and fourth. White flag coming out this time around in race number 15 of the USSA ProStar Cup. Tyler Obi slowly closing the gap up on the 26 of Quinn Whitechuck. .95 miles per hour on the previous lap. And checkers goes to Blaine Stevenson. Blanchette, 26 of Whitechuck, and the 21 of Obi in the top four here. 92 Haven Bouveret out of Bad Axe, Michigan, rounding out the top five unofficially. 5 and only 5, I think, finished that one by the looks of things. Originally, we're scheduled with 7, it looks like. All right, race 16 coming up next. We'll get you that lineup momentarily. All right, here's your starting lineup for race 16 in the Pro Formula 500s. This is round 2, heat number 1. The distance is 5 laps. Riding the 135 is Blair McDonald out of Ile-des-Chênes, Manitoba. The 17 is Jared Sackvey from Beausejour. Riding the 51 is Zach Onsen from Weston, Wisconsin. From Athens, Wisconsin on a 1990 Polaris, the 9 is Dane Klinger. Riding the 48X is Rich Mork from Eagle River. The 9 is Stefan Kergnen out of Winnipeg. And the 22A is Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. All right, Pro Formula 500's coming your way. A very competitive class here at the Co-op Community Complex. Next race up, and the one after that will also be in the Pro Formula 500, so get into staging if you're in those classes. Riley Baker getting him lined up at the starting line here for FXR, our corporate sponsor. Also like to thank Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Moosehead along with Twisted Tea, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Sobetsky Enterprises, Oak Bank Hearing Center, Quebec's Al Meisner, RM of Brokenhead, and the town of Beausejour as we go racing. Dane Klinger on the number 9, showing the way down the back chute into turn number 3. Jared Sackey second on the number 17 out of Beausejour. Looks like the 48X of Rich Mork out of Eagle River, Wisconsin, making some moves on the 17 of Jared Sackey out of Beausejour. Sackey now third. Rich Mork on the 48X is second. They got at it early in this race number 16 and really fighting it out early here. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. Number 9 in the 4th spot. That is Stefan Kergnen. 2 number 9s. Dane Klinger is leading. Stefan Kergnen. As we've got a crash. What happened over there in turn number... Ooh, that is the 48X of Rich Mork, who has been fast all day, but Rich Mork in the bales, albeit lightly, if there's such a thing, in turn 2. Taking a look at our cooldown.tv replay here in the tower. Oh, yeah, the sled came away. So, not good news for the 48X of Rich Mork out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. Throwing up his hands after that sled went into the bales. Our recovery team is there and working feverishly. We'll see if the 48X will be able to restart this one. Total of 55 races on the schedule today. We are on race number 16. .48X now on the recovery sled, unfortunately, for Rich Mork out of Eagle River. He had a good first race. Heat race number 1 was good and running very well here as well. But now that 48X, along with Rich Mork, are heading back to the pit area. Tough break for Rich Mork out of Eagle River, Wisconsin on the 1990 Polaris. All right, attention in the pit area. 2 more in a row, race 17 and race 18 for the Pro Formula 500s. Then race 19 on the schedule will be the Ice Bike Open. Race 20, Outlaw 600s. Race 21, IFS 440X. And then, what else do we have? Race 22 with the ATV Open, then a Quebec's intermission break. You can line up in the family fun zone during the Quebec's intermission breaks and get a lap around the track or two during the intermission break. All right, we're going to go over to Brett Richter just after this restart. So, Brett, if you're out there, we're going to restart here momentarily, and then we'll move over to you in the pit area if we can. Dane Klinger on the number 9 out of Athens, Wisconsin, is your leader. Then the 17, Jared Sackvey, followed by the 9 of Stefan Kergnen. The 9 was 4th. But Rich Mork is gone now to the pit area, so that'll change things slightly in the top 3. Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin, showing the way down the back straightaway. Jared Sackvey out of Beausejour on that 89 Polaris is unofficially second. White flag coming out for your race leader. Nobody to challenge that number 9. Zach Onsen with the 51 on his back. We're assuming that is the 51 of Zach Onsen based on our lineup sheets in the top 5. He's out of Weston, Wisconsin on a 1990 Polaris as your leaders work through turn 3 and 4 now. 9 of Dane Klinger takes that one. The 17, the 9 of Kergnen, 51. And then, of course, the 135, Blair McDonald, rounding out the top 5. Blair McDonald on the 135 out of Ile-des-Shane, Manitoba. All right, it looks like Brett's ready in the pit area, so we're going to go down to Brett Richter right now.
Thanks, Darren. I'm over here with Brett Tilbeck, driver of the number 55 Pro Champ. Pretty unfortunate off there in that race. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right. A little discouraged. Maybe some different opinions between teams about what happened on track, but I mean, it's not a hero there. Ultimately, ended up in the fail, so some damage to assess, figure out where we're headed today. And go from there.
Yeah, it's a fun sport, but it's still got some danger to it, right?
I mean, it's it'd be a lie if I didn't have jitters every time I went out there. I mean, this is what can happen, right? I mean, fortunately, I got up and walked away and fix the damage and move on from it. But
yeah, so glad to have Brett with us here talking this afternoon, and knowing things will be all right in the long run. We'll see how it progresses here over the afternoon. Maybe move back out there with us for the future. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks very much, Brett Richter, as we move to race 17 now. Pro Formula 500. Round 2, Heat 2, the 29, sponsored by Big Smoke and Steinbach. This is the 29, Brad Harrison out of Enola. The 21 is Zach Rogers out of Wausau, Wisconsin. The 113 is going to be Kendra Westland. The 85X is Tavish Perry from Eagle River. The 98 is Nick Kurth from Wausau. The 14, James Schneider. And the 434 is Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster. Racing down the back straightaway here now. Race 17, Pro Formula 500, round 2, heat number 2. Well, we're just getting some word. Yes, it's in fact at the Moose Den. After race 32, which is a little ways away, we will have the driver autograph session at the Moose Den. Thanks, Reed, for that information. So driver autographs starting at race 32 at the Moose Den, our beer garden. Great time to pick up some CPTC promo wear while you're at it for Christmas for the race fan and your family. Incident in turn 2. Slow roll in turn number 2. Oh, yeah. All right, so we'll get some attention over to turn number 1 and 2 here. Here in race number 17, the Pro Formula 500 division. Ooh, looks like the 113 and the 85 got together a little bit in turns 1 and 2 based on our cooldown.tv replay. And oh, that was close. Almost a big collision in turn 1 and 2, but the 98. And that is Nick Kurth involved in that one out of Wausau, Wisconsin on a 1990 Polaris. Looking at another angle here on cooldown.tv. It is aggressive going over there, and that sled tipping over, biting in and tipping over on the number 98. Who will head back to the pit area? Nick Kurth out of Wausau. Or is he going to give her a try? Pit crew over there working on it, taking a look, making sure everything's safe. Thumbs are up. So, yeah, it looks like the 98 is going to try this one again. All right, time for race number 17 to resume here. All right, race 18, tension in the pit area will be the Pro Formula 500s. Race 19, the Ice Bike Open. Race 20, the Outlaw 600s. Race 21, IFS 440X. And race 22, ATV Open Racing before a Quebec's intermission break. There's the big smoke in Steinbach 29, Brad Harrison out of Enola, Manitoba. .113, Kendra Westland joins the party. Kendra is out of Strathcona, Minnesota. 21 is Zach Rogers from Wausau, Wisconsin. The 85 should be Tavish Perry from Eagle River. 434 is Miranda Peterson. The 14, James Schneider from Beausejour. And the 98, we were just talking about that rider, Nick Kurth out of Wausau. Kendra Westland in the second spot, trying the inside on the leader, but unable to make the pass as we head on down the back straightaway here in race number 17. The highly competitive Pro Formula 500s are on the track. The Big Smoke 29 showing the way, followed by the 21 of Zach Rogers, and third is the 113 of Kendra Westland. 79 miles per hour on the previous lap. White flag, 1 to go. And we've got a race. Zach Rogers is giving the Big Smoke 29 everything he can handle right now. What a great race out of turn number 2 and down the long back straightaway into turn number 3. It's gonna be the Big Smoke number 29 in the first spot. 21 in second is Zach Rogers out of Wausau, and third is the 113 unofficially. That is none other than Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota, riding a 1989 Polaris. Top 3 in race 17. Unofficial, of course, until it's deemed official by our track officials. And officially now we're going to move to race number 18. More Pro Formula 500 action. Round 2, heat number 3. Lineup coming up on cooldown.tv. And it looks like this. The 34X is Cale Bello out of Waupun, Wisconsin. The 113H is Hannah Westland from Strathcona, Minnesota on a 92 Polaris. The 54 is Tom Keelback out of Tyndall. Riding the 7 is Marcus Caitlin from Merrill, Wisconsin. The 30 is Jaslyn Rathke out of Wausau. The 720, Pete Jackson is from Hillsdale, Ontario. And the 99 is Connor Bowman out of Wisconsin on the 90 Polaris. So we've got riders from Minnesota, Wisconsin, Manitoba, Ontario, Saskatchewan, yes. I haven't seen Saskatchewan yet, or maybe I have. We'll figure that out as we go. The point of the matter is there's riders from a lot of places, and that's great. Pit area is just full and looks awesome. Get down there if you're here live with us and check it all out. Lots of fun to be had in the pit area. Tom Keelback on the 54. The 30 is Jaslyn Rathke with some pretty strong starts. This Pro Formula 500 class is highly competitive, as you can see. These riders really get at it. You really need a good start if you hope to finish up front here in this class. Not a lot of room for error ever.
Wait for the bike.
99 is your leader. That is Connor Bauman. Out of Wisconsin is that number 99 and looking pretty strong here in round 2, heat 3 of the Pro Formula 500 class. Sled off the racetrack into the pit entrance off of turn number 2. Didn't get a number on that sled. It disappeared pretty quickly, but we do have a rider off the racetrack. Green flag continues to wave here. 77 miles per hour on the previous lap for these Pro Formula 500 riders. Connor Bowman is your leader. Jaslyn Rathke is on the 30. The 54 is Tom Keelback. All right, we've just had some information passed along. Riding the 44, Marley Peterson has been added to this race. Number 44, Marley Peterson in this one as well. Connor Bauman will take it on the number 99. 54. Tom Keelback, followed by the number 30 of Jaslyn Rathke. .720 finishing in the top 5. .720 is Peter Jackson from Hillsdale, Ontario. Next up should be your Ice Bike Open. We're moving to the dirt bikes, and these things really fly on this big half-mile oval. Riding the number 47 out of Clandeboye, Manitoba, is Owen Nault. The 58 is Jim Fleming from Winnipeg. The 219, keep your eyes on this rider out of Petersfield, Caden Katowicz. The 489 is Avery Carr from Beausejour. The 48 is Tyler Feeblecorn from Beausejour, and the 14 is Rylan Katazinski out of Selkirk. So it looks like we have a total of 6 riders scheduled in race 19. First look at the ice bikes here in December of 2024. Of course, studded up tires. You can see those wheel guards that they use. Try to keep the spikes out of each other's legs. Oh, nice. Well, it is Christmas, right? You don't want to make anybody mad. Yeah, right. No shin splints here. As we are racing in the Ice Bike Open class. Racing down the back chute here in the Ice Bike Open. Their round one race for the day here. Side by side into turn 3 and 4 on the big half-mile oval here at Co-op Community Complex. Racing for 3rd and 4th spot. Speed on the last lap on 2 wheels, 81 miles per hour. That is pretty quick. .219 is your leader here. That is Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield, Manitoba. Kawasaki in 4th is the number 48 of Tyler Feeblecorn. Tyler's out of Beausejour on that 04 Kawasaki. Avery Carr on the 489 looking good here in the 2nd spot. White flag, 1 to go. .489 continues in the 2nd spot. Avery Carr trying to catch the leader, but not having much luck. Rylan Katazinski out of Selkirk is aboard the number 14, having a good ride here in the 3rd spot. 84 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Caden Katowicz is going to win it. 489 second. Avery Carr out of Beausejour. That's your top 2 thus far here in the Ice Bike Open round number 1 event. 14 is 3rd. Rylan Katazinski out of Selkirk. Then the 48 4th. That is Tyler Feeblecorn. And the 47 Owen Nault out of Clandeboye round out the top 5 in race number 19. Race 20 is going to come out of the staging area, sprint car style. These are your Outlaw 600s. Very mild mods allowed to these 600 engines. They have a roll cage and a racing seat with seat belts, just like a dirt track sprint car. I'll go through the lineup quickly here. Number 18 is Araya Plasky out of St. Germain. The 36 is Tom Stoltman from St. Germain. Also out of St. Germain is Chris Plasky on the 19. The 1 is Joe Schneider. And the 4 is Ron Teroff out of Lisbon, Iowa. Eagle Outlaw chassis. So 4 of these 5 competitors out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. And there's the running start that we told you about. We're racing. Next up, attention in the pit area. Race 21, IFS 440X, followed by the ATV Open. Then a grooming break. Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Aboard his 2018 Outlaw 600 chassis. Number 1 is in the number 1 spot. Teroff is in the number 4 in the 2nd spot. That is Ron Teroff out of Lisbon, Iowa. 19 in the 3rd spot, Chris Plasky out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. .81 miles per hour. Boat number 1 has stopped on the back chute. Your leader, the number 1 of Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin, has stopped on the inside of turn number 2. Number 4 takes over the number 1 spot. Ron Teroff, the only guy or competitor in this field that is not from St. Germain. He is from Lisbon, Iowa. Wonder who's taking care of St. Germain. There's 4 of them here, so White flag, 1 to go. Mariah Plasky aboard the number 18, looking pretty good now up in the lead. Tear-off dropping to the 3rd spot. Should be 18. And checkered flag is out. The 18, Mariah Plasky, will win at the 19, Chris Plasky second, and Ron Teroff out of Lisbon, Iowa. Third in the number 4. 36 is Tom Stoltman out of St. Germain. This is a 2010 Hooper chassis. That'll do it for round 1, race 20. Outlaw 600s. We will get some aid for the number 1, the former leader, who stopped on the back chute in turn 2 as our recovery sled heads on over there. Race 21. Well, it looks like we're adding a driver here. The number 13 is going to be Dale Hunter on a motoski in race 21. Add the 13, Dale Hunter. And it looks like the folks at Cool Down TV have already added Dale Hunter. So besides Dale Hunter, we have the 12 of Jamie Grenier out of Manitou, Manitoba. The 80, Joe Presta, is out of Whitemouth. And the 35 is going to be Dylan Barron out of Anola. And following this, we will go to race 22, ATVs. All right, almost completed removing the one of Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin, and his Outlaw chassis on the back chute. And we'll go with the IFS 440X class. This is a final, changing it from 5 laps to 4 laps. So a 4-lap race, and add the 13 of Dale Hunter on a motoski to this race. ATVs, we need you in staging for race 22. After race 22, after the ATVs, we will go to a Quebex intermission break. And a reminder to you listening in on 88.5 FM in trackside parking, we ask that you please keep your headlights off at all times. For obvious reasons, it does blind the driver. So please, if you're in trackside parking, please shut off your headlights. Thank you in advance. Race 21, IFS 440X. Saturday final for 5 laps here. Should be 4 competitors. Jamie Grenier, Joe Presta, Dylan Barron, and the 13 added, Dale Hunter. So 2 more races before a Quebex intermission break. The one you're seeing now, the IFS 440X. Then we will go to race 22, ATV Open. Then the Quebex intermission break. You can head on over to the Family Fun Zone and jump in the bus. Take some laps around the track. After intermission, if you are listening in the pit area, after intermission will be race 23. That is the Junior 1 Sprint 380s. Then 3 more races in the Pro Champ. That'll be round 3 in Pro Champ. Race 24, race 25, and race 26. So we started off with Junior 1 Sprint after intermission, and 3 rounds of Pro Champs, or 3 heats rather of Pro Champs, before going on to race 27, which will be the Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, 440 Fan Combo Final. Here is your IFS 440X class. Good start for the 12, but here comes the number 80 of Joe Presta out of Whitemouth, Manitoba. Presta in a great big hurry. Racing down the front straightaway here on lap 1. Joe Presta has it figured out. 35 in the second spot is Dylan Barron out of Enola. That is a 79 Skidoo IFS 440X class. Jamie Grenier in the third spot. Jamie is out of Manitou, Manitoba on a 79 Skidoo. Race 21 on the track, IFS 440X. White flag is out, 1 to go for Joe Presta. Dylan Barron following along in the second spot, but not within striking distance currently of the leader. Incident in turn 4 now. So that will bring a stoppage in play. The number 12, Jamie Grenier out of Manitou, Manitoba, is standing okay in turn 3 and 4. So the rider appears okay as he gives a wave on a replay. Well, I guess he gave the wave, Anthony, and then it was a replay. So yeah, the wave was a long time ago. That's right. Bring him back to the line and turn him loose once again. Great job by our cooldown.tv crew here. There's the number 80 of Joe Presta, who does a great job, a racing veteran for many, many years here at the Co-op Community Complex. Joe Presta was out of Dryden, Ontario, and our lineup sheet's now indicating from Whitemouth, Manitoba. I think that's been a year or two now. Maybe more, as time passes quickly. Looks like our recovery crew has it cleaned up in turn 3 and 4. Presta's over in turn 2. Don't forget, next up are the ATVs. You should be in staging right now. Don't forget, during intermission, you'll want to visit the Moose Den, our beer garden serving Twisted Tea and Moosehead products. That is also where our merch stand is, our CPTC promo wear available right now for Christmas. Grab yourself some of that real cool CPTC wear over at the Moose Den during intermission times. Or visit the pit area. Lots to see and do over there as well. Looks like our head flagman, Riley Baker, trying to start the 35 of Dylan Barron. "13's going by the looks of it. That's Dale Hunter on the moto ski. Doesn't look to me like that 35 wants to stay running. Head flagman Riley Baker doing it all here today. Doesn't look to me like that 35 is going to go, unfortunately. Nice to be a kid, hey? Riley, pulled that thing over about 20 times. Didn't go. Then he pushes the thing off. I'd be having a heart attack by now. Well, yeah, after all that work Riley did pulling the thing over, you would think somebody would help pushing it off, but Riley's got her covered and he's still running. Look at him. Presta with the whole shot. .35 sled resting on the inside of the front chute by the flag stand. And the 80 Joe Presta flying around turn 3 and 4. I think it's going to finish here with Joe Presta as the winner. No doubt about that. So that'll do it. Joe Presta takes that one in a barn burner of a last lap. Oh, maybe not a barn burner. I've not really seen a barn burner. No, I have not. All right, so race 22 coming up. This should be your ATV Open class. I will bring you the lineup momentarily. Dylan Barron getting a ride off the track here, courtesy of our recovery sled. And we are awaiting the arrival of the ATV Open class. All right, in the ATV Open coming up, this will be race 22 on your schedule for the day of 55 races. Here they come. The 22 is Mike Verbrugge out of Garson, Manitoba. The 7, Ryan Gibson from Beausejour. Riding the 43, not the number 14 as indicated. The 43 is going to be Rob Clark out of Beausejour. The number 26 is Kristen Campbell, also from Beausejour. And also from Beausejour is the 44 of Ethan Clark. 25 is Tyler Verbrugge. The 20, Peter Friesen. Riding the 65X is Cody Whitechuck. The 29 is Corey Johnson out of Garson. And the 14 is Nick Campbell out of Beausejour. So that'll be your lineup in the ATV Open class. All right, we understand we have Brett Richter ready to go after this race. This race number 22 coming up, and then we'll hear from Brett Richter in the pit area. And here they come. Don't forget, following this race, we will go to a Quebex intermission break. You can go over to the family fun zone, hop in the bus, and they'll take you around the track if you'd like. Big wheelie off the starting line for the 65 as the 29 gets the hole shot. Johnson aboard the 29 out of Garson, Manitoba. This one scheduled for 5 laps. In the second spot currently is the 44 of Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. In the third spot is the 20, Peter Friesen from Steinbach, Manitoba. Green flag being displayed by Riley Baker on the front chute. Still is the 29 up front, followed by the 44. Third spot is the number 6. 67 miles per hour on the previous lap. Here comes the 44 inside of the 29. White flag coming out, 4 laps down, 1 to go here in the ATV Open division. There goes the 44 of Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. Into the lead now. What a great race. The 29 fighting right back. Corey Johnson, they are side by side down the back chute. Checkered flag being displayed on the front straightaway. 44 is going to take it over the 29. The 44, Ethan Clark, over the 29 of Corey Johnson. And the 6 will be third. I have a 65X Cody Whitechuck, but no number 6 on our lineup sheet. So that could be, look like 6X might be 65X of Cody Whitechuck. All right, now we are going to go down to Brett Richter in the pit area on cooldown.tv. Go ahead, Brett.
Thanks, Darren. It's a beautiful afternoon down here in the pit area. I am with a couple of fellow Michiganders, as we like to call ourselves. I've got Dan and Derek Meyer, and we have Calvin Cook firing up his number 75 sled for just a second. But anyway, you guys are over here running some of the junior classes, but it seems like every year I see both of you, Ben and Derek. You're a little bit older, a little bit faster, and the competition's there. It's tough to hear, Darren. So tell us about your most recent race.
Yeah, I stepped over to 500s. Fast. Fast.
Yeah, faster than you're used to.
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah. What about you?
We just pulled a good takeoff and got her from there.
Yeah, who's helping you out in the trailer?
We got Brad Woodkey, my brother Devin, and my dad Greg.
Yeah? And what's the best thing about snowmobile racing for you?
Going fast and turning left.
That's a great answer for that, right? Now, Darren, just in case you want to put this out there in TV land, these guys are both single and they've yet to sign an autograph. So if there's any young spectators around, potentially female, and they're looking for an autograph, we're right here at the Meyer trailer. You'll see a bunch of number 10 and 11 Yamahas out here, so send them our way. Thanks, guys. Good luck the rest of the weekend.
Well, thanks very much, Brett. Of course, it is time for a Cubex intermission break right here at the Co-op Community Complex. Get on over to the Family Fun Zone, board the bus for rides around the racetrack. Also visit the Moose Den, our beer garden, for CPTC promo wear and a cool one. Race 23 coming up after this break will be Junior 1 Sprint 380, followed by 3 races in the Pro Champ 440s. We are going to be back with you momentarily for FXR right here at the Co-op Community Complex.
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
If you've ever seen sprint car or midget racing, it's very close to that. We're in a cage, we're in a seat, we got steering wheel, gas pedal, brake pedal. It's not...
Brett Richter here at the CPTC in Beausejour, Manitoba. It is race weekend and it's fantastic outside. The weather's beautiful, the sun is out, the track is in fantastic condition. So we're taking a little bit of time on Friday morning to meet some of the drivers that are participating in the race weekend. And I've got a very honorable time to sit and talk with a good friend of mine, Mr. Joe Schneider. So welcome, Joe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you race the Outlaws, and the Outlaws they're different.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Is there any other way to describe them but different?
No. It's a whole new experience for anybody that thinks they want to go racing. It's different than any dirt car, snowmobile, any type of racing that I've ever done. So
absolutely. Where did that concept start?
That's a good question. John Hooper was the first one to kind of come up with it, and Gary Moyle and him kind of sat down and started some things, and then Rich Pickle got involved a little later on, and that's where it really started to take off.
So how many years has that class been around?
This is the start of my 14th year.
In an Outlaw?
Yes.
Wow, I was going to say 10 years.
Nope. And this is the very first place we raced.
So you've got some history here.
Yep, unfortunately, yes. Some very cold history, too.
Yes, it's chilly here. Describe the Outlaw to somebody that doesn't understand snowmobiling quite as much.
Well, if you've ever seen sprint car or midget racing, it's very close to that. We're in a cage, we're in a seat, we got steering wheel, gas pedal, brake pedal. We're not sitting on a snowmobile. We kind of designed it more to get some of the dirt track people out instead of just snowmobile people.
Sure.
Since most of their trailers are sitting around empty all winter long anyways, we thought we'd try to give them something to do.
Sure. Do you think it's been successful from that standpoint?
We've had our ups and downs. Yeah. Reinventing the wheel is not the easiest thing in the world, and this was a complete reinventing of the wheel. The first time we were here 14 years ago, I couldn't go 50 yards without spinning out. By Sunday when we were that week, we were pretty good. We actually put a race on.
Nice.
Now we put some pretty good races on, but it's taken some growing pains.
What's changed really from the initial design to today that makes them more competitive, more drivable?
Probably most of it is that we learned how to drive them.
Okay.
Making your transition between your on throttle and off throttle much more smooth. They react very quickly. They're heavy. The harder you drive them, the better they actually react.
Interesting.
Yeah, the tentative people are the ones that really have a hard time with them. And when you try to tell somebody to drive into the corner a little further, that's not always drivers don't like to hear that.
That's right. Falls out of their comfort zone real fast.
It does. Yep. Especially on a big place like this.
Right. The Outlaws use a rolling start. Every other class runs the starting line, flag drops. What's the theory behind that?
Well, we want to try to do something a little different than everything else right off the bat. First off, and the second part is they are big, heavy machines. They're not made to start, from a dead stop. We'd tear up the track really bad if we did that, and then we'd have a lot of issues with that.
Right.
So it's much easier on the track if we do a rolling start. And being different, that's always been my key of trying to make this whole thing different than a snowmobile racing deal.
Sure. So what's the rules on the rolling start? Because I know I've seen you at the back of the pack in the start, and when the green flag goes off and before we get to the first corner, somebody in the number 1 Outlaw seems to be much further ahead than...
Well, when the green flag waves, you get to go. I mean, that's...
Doesn't have anything to do with the artificial line on the ice?
No.
As soon as you see the flag, everybody's going?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's really how you have your sled set up that it takes off when you step on it from that point.
And do you share that information with your competitors?
Absolutely not. I've shared way too much because now they're a lot closer than they used to be.
Joe is one of the top Outlaw drivers in the Outlaw 600 class and really travels extensively around the country with his Outlaw. We were talking a little bit earlier that you even made the trip out to New Brunswick last year.
Yes, we did, out to Woodstock. So.
And that was a 34-hour venture?
Yep.
Yeah, and how many competitors were out there?
They had 8 of the main guys out there, and then we had 3 from here.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's great to make that trip.
We had a good, 10-12 is really a good, much more than that, being a short race, when, if we only have 5 laps or 7 laps, it gets too, because everybody tries to do it on the first corner then.
Right.
If we got a little longer, you can be a little more patient.
Sure, yeah. Understood. Joe was kind enough, too, to bring his helmet with him, which we were talking about earlier as well. Interesting that you run tear-offs. I haven't seen any other class in the ice oval world that's running a tear-off on their helmet.
Well, me being from the dirt, I've always run them from day one when I started 13, 14 years old. I've always ran tear-offs. So it's very common for me and very normal. So when we get into a lot of snow dust, it helps a lot to be able to get it off of there very quickly. And
do you think that's something other classes should consider?
I don't. I've never driven and raced a snowmobile.
Right.
I wouldn't be qualified to answer that question. I have no idea.
Interesting.
It might. I mean, I see them take their hands and wipe their shields all the time. I don't know. They're taking their hand off the steering column anyway. So
right.
I don't know.
Yeah, one way or another.
Yep.
But you also have a Hans device with your helmet. Speak to us a little bit about that, because I know that's a topic that's out there in the race community, but not fully embraced yet.
One of the big reasons I do is because I already have fused vertebrae in my neck. I've been upside down many times in a sprint car and midgets and rung my bell too many times. So I'm a little more cautious. I was told never to race again a long time ago, but came back. After my daughter was old enough and off to college, I'm like, okay, I'm going back racing. And so I'm a little more cautious. I have a full capture seat, which very few people have. But I did ring my bell pretty good at Eagle River. And had a pretty bad concussion a couple years ago when I won the thing. But so I went to a full caption seat.
Do everything you can do now. Obviously, your helmet is a little bit bigger than the standard motorcycle helmet would be that some of the racers use as well. So, yeah.
And it is carbon. I run the lightest thing I can for I don't. So.
Yeah, that's quite the piece of equipment there. So, takes a lot of people to go racing. Yeah, have you got some sponsors you want to thank?
Yes, I do. First off, we'd really like to thank Eagle Outlaw Chassis. Him and his wife, Michelle, Bob Richardson and Michelle Richardson, have helped us out completely and helped me get going. Built me, well, this will be my 3rd sled from him. Chris Doyle, down home. Woody's Traction, Articat, depending on what's all going on with that right now, but they still have been helping me for all these years. And basically just my wife and family have let me get away and go racing, and some of my employees that stick around home for me to go play, and they're home plowing snow right now for me. So
right, yeah, got to have those kind of people in your corner.
Absolutely.
Yeah, is this a new sled this year?
Yep.
It is, huh? So you got any test time on it yet?
Nope.
Uh-oh. We're going to have to let Joe go because testing starts soon.
That's what today is for.
All right, we're going to wrap it up with the FXR Fast 10. You ready?
Sure.
You prefer spring or fall?
Fall.
You rather have a Christmas breakfast or a Christmas dinner?
Dinner.
You rather have a jet ski or a motorbike?
Motorbike.
Prefer paper or plastic?
Paper.
Charmin or Angel Soft?
Charmin.
If you were in the class, would you prefer a dating app or would you be old school?
Old school.
Mild or spicy?
Spicy.
Under Armour or Nike?
Nike.
Netflix or Hulu?
Neither.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or Snickers?
Snickers.
This is not going well today.
Oh, yeah.
Best of luck this weekend. Always great to catch up with you.
Thank you.
So that's Joe Schneider, driver of the #1 Outlaw 600 here in Beausejour.
Well, race fans, welcome back to the Co-op Community Complex. Race 23 on the schedule and on the racetrack right here on the big half-mile oval. Race 23 will be your Junior 1 Sprint 380 class for 12 to 14-year-olds. This is the final, scheduled for 5 laps. The number 43 is Carson Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. This is a 2023 Brian Burkle chassis. I know that guy. The 626 is Waylon Corpita out of Wausau, Wisconsin. The 10 is Derek Meyer. The 11, Ben Meyer, both out of Michigan. The C21 is Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. And the 99, not far from here, Hallock, Minnesota's Levi Lurkey on a 2024 Westland Special. Getting set to go racing right now, and here we go. Looks like the number 10 with the early lead, Derek Meyer out of Michigan. Ben Meyer is on the 11 here in Junior 1 Sprint 380 racing. This is for 12 to 14-year-olds and is 5 laps. Good racing up front between the 10 and the 11. Derek Meyer on the 10, Ben Meyer on the 11. Brandon Christensen on the C21 to the 3rd spot out of Neenah, Wisconsin, but right now it's the 10 and the 11 in the top 2. 76 miles per hour on the previous lap. Look at the race coming out of turn number 4 and down the back straightaway. This is a good one. What a battle here coming out of turn number 2. Derek and Ben Meyer. Derek on the 10, Ben on the 11. White flag, 1 to go here. Derek Meyer on the number 10, leading out of turn number 4. The win will go to the number 10, followed by the 11 of Ben Meyer, both out of Michigan. Derek on a 2000 Skidoo, Ben on a 99 Skidoo. That was race 23 on your schedule, the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class. 626 coming across the line, Waylon Corpita out of Wausau, Wisconsin, 2025 TNN chassis. There's the 99 of Levi Lurkey out of Hallock crossing as well, a 2024 Westland Special chassis. Now we're going to go down trackside in the pit area with Brett Richter. Brett, go ahead.
Hey, Darren, thank you. Just a quick update here. Number 28, Matt Gady, has not had the best first 2 rounds of champ. Just talked to his dad, John Gady. In the last 20 minutes, they completely changed the track on that sled. Apparently, the track they were running had some issues with it and developed some problems with sled placement and a few other things, so they had to remove the entire track assembly and replace it with a new one. So let's see how Matt does the next round he needs here.
Thanks very much, Brett. Well, we are going to go now to race 24, Pro Champ 440. This is round 3 of the day for these particular competitors. Want to make a quick announcement. All the headlights around trackside parking, please shut them off. There are several headlights out. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8, 10 of you with headlights on. Please shut them off at trackside parking. Thank you. They're going out slowly here. Let's get through the lineup now for race 24. Calvin Peterson will be on the 54 out of Eden, Wisconsin. The 15 is Hunter Sears from St. Francis, Minnesota. 31 is Will Garceau from Wisconsin. The 28, Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. The 24 is going to be Jordan Sobetsky. He rides the Sobetsky Enterprises machine out of Beausejour. Riding the 48 out of St. Jude, Quebec is Philippe Roy-Lalonde. And rounding out the field in race 24, Quinn Whitechuck on the number 26 is out of Beausejour. Bright yellow 2025 Skidoo outside of the field. Good clean start so far here in race 24, your USSA ProStar Cup Round 3 Heat 1 race. 5 laps is the distance as they head through turn 3 and 4 amidst the snow dust. Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota showing the way on the number 28. 95 miles per hour on the previous lap. Calvin Peterson is in the second spot. Calvin is out of Eden, Wisconsin. 48 is third. That's Philippe Roy-Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. Here comes your leader. Hunter Sears fourth. Aboard the number 15, the 24, Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour is fifth. Some good racing action, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th in the field here during race number 24 on your schedule. White flag out for your race leader. Not much changing in the top 3. Matt Gady continuing to dominate here. Leader, I think the 28 broke. Matt Gady won the race, but appeared to slow down significantly on that front chute, so he got lucky there, I think. I don't know what happened to the sled, but it appeared to slow down out of turn number 4. Matt Gady still, well, big lead, big win, and maybe big mechanical damage. Who knows? We'll find out. Try to get a report from Brett Richter on that one if we can, on the status, but still winning the race. Matt Gady got the job done there, and that's all you need to do. Yeah, that had been a complete track changeover, you had said? Yeah, so that's what the interview was about. Race 25 coming up. More Pro Champ racing. ProStar Cup, Round 3, Heat 2. The 11 is Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin. Riding the 220, this is G Money Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. Riding the 2025 Red Bull Skidoo, also sponsored by Tub of Towels. The 75 is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. The 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. The 102, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing. Boy, this is a tough field. The 102, Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. Riding the Wall Brothers Racing Walker Evans FXR, number 102. 16 is out of Beausejour on a Polaris. This is DJ Saluk. And another tough competitor, the 39X, Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Peterson on a 2015 Houle chassis. Blaine Stevenson and the 220 of Gunnar Stern side by side. Whoop, a little bit of contact. Everybody's okay so far, but Stern comes out of turn 2 with the lead. G-Money Gunnar Stern, who in March will try to win his 7th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship, which would tie Terry Wall's record. He's got his eyes focused on March here already. Gunnar Stern is your leader. Second spot is the 102. That is none other than Blaine Stevenson, but we are slowing down, and we've got a sled in the bales in turn number 2. There is a look at Gunnar Stern. Blaine Stevenson, 39X, is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. As usual, our safety crew goes to work very quickly in turn number 2. Oh, we do have what appears to be the EMS heading on over there, so we'll give you a report just as soon as we can. Try to get you the information from the corner. Information will be provided to the live event and, of course, our cooldown.tv internet production just as soon as it is available. We will certainly not hold back on the information once it's received, but we cannot give you any information until it's received. So we will await the situation in turn number 2 here in race number 25. This is the Pro Champ 440 USSA ProStar Cup Round 3 Heat 2 for 5 laps. Next up, we'll have another Pro Champ 440 race. That'll be race 26. Then if you're listening in the pit area, race 27, Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, and 440 Fan will run as a combo class. That's a final for 5 laps in race 27. Then if you're in race 28, well, that is Pro Formula 3, as is race 29. Then we move to the Sportsman 600s for race 30. Race 31, Sportsman 600s once again. Race 32, the Pro Lights, and race 33 before a Cubex break will be Supermod 300 Free Air and Liquid. That'll be a final for 3 laps. So lots of racing up to race 33 before a Cubex intermission grooming break. We'll be back with you in just a couple of moments. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, still awaiting an update from turn number 2, but we understand live on Cool Down TV, we've got Brett Richter ready in the pit area. Brett?
Thanks, Darren. I was able to get out near the accident scene out there coming out of turn 2. That's the number 75 of Calvin Cook on the Pro Champ sled. Came off the sled went into the bales, luckily in a different area of position than Calvin did. He was talking with first responders, moving, those types of things. They were precautionary, of course, with any sort of neck injury. He did have his Hans device on. So, serious, yes, but I think it looks positive in certain respects. So, we'll wait for further updates from them. But from what I saw, thankfully, I think we'll be okay here in the long run.
All right, race fans. You have an update from the back straightaway in turn number 2. It is a brief one. Calvin Cook was involved on the number 75 in that crash. He is alert and talking to the paramedics in the ambulance. Of course, they are taking extra precautions, and we'll give you another update as soon as we have it, but that is the current update on the 75 Calvin Cook. Alert, conscious, and talking with the paramedics on the back straightaway inside the ambulance. So further updates coming soon, and we'll get back to racing just as soon as we can here at the Co-op Community Complex. All right, race fans, we understand Brett Richter ready in the pit area. We're going to go down to the pits right now with Brett.
Thanks, Darren. I'm standing here now with Jordan Svetsky, driver of the number 24 Polaris Pro Champ 440. He's got his 3 rounds of heats in, and he's looking to find out where he'll place in the final of the LCQ. So how's the race day going, Jordan? So far, it's not too bad. First race of the year, so you got your gremlins. Making real good speed. Hopefully we can make some magic for the LCQ just like last March. Yeah, I'm sure you had a great LCQ in March of this year, but you're one of the taller competitors on there. Advantage or disadvantage? I think it's a huge advantage because I get to put my weight exactly where I want it to. I get to lean back if I'm low on front steering. If I'm using the quarter, I put my weight in the front. I think it's a huge advantage. Yeah, fantastic. There's a lot of things out here, Darren, that these drivers do to try and make these sleds faster than everybody else. And Jordan here and his family have been huge supporters at the CPTC complex up here. So many thanks to them as well. Good luck the rest of the day. We'll see you in the finals. Thank you. I'll be there. All right. Thanks, Darren. Back to you.
A quick update to the live house here. We are just transferring Cal. We always need an ambulance in the facility, so we will transfer on the back straightaway and resume racing just as soon as we can. Transfer, we are going to go down once again to the pit area with Brett Richter.
Brett down here in the pit area with Calvin Cook's big sister, Celia. She's going to give us a brief update about what they know from Calvin.
So far, we know that he has some mid to lower back pain. The transfer ambulance will be here in 15 to 20 minutes to bring him to the local hospital here in Beausejour. And they're just going to get some x-rays to make sure everything's good. Other than that, it seems to be okay.
For the most part, he's conscious, he's talking, everything else is okay?
Yes. Yep, everything else is okay. He's okay.
Does he remember the accident?
That I'm not sure of. I didn't get a chance to sit and talk to him. But I do know that he remembers the crash, so that's a good sign.
Okay, and most importantly, how are mom and dad?
Mom is just trying to figure out everything right now, and dad seems like he's in good spirits, so we're all ready.
Fantastic. So, Darren, that's some good news from down here in the pit area. We never like to see those types of incidents, but thank you, Celia, for sharing that. Best of luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are back with Race 25. Now, the update, you just heard it on Cool Down TV, but if you're live here, you didn't. The update is everything appears to be pretty good with Calvin Cook. They're just checking him out. Of course, extra precautions, all that good stuff. There's no need to rush, and Calvin is in good hands and seems in good spirits, and we'll try to bring you another update a little later on, but so far so good for Calvin Cook after a big crash in turn number 2. That crash occurred in this very race that we're going to restart. Race 25. This is USSA ProStar Cup Racing. Round 3, Heat 2. 5 laps. I believe we got a couple in so far. And we have 3 to go. Gunnar Stern on the 220. Blaine Stevenson on the 102. The 39X is there. Justin Peterson, the 3 of Danique Lambert. DJ Saluk on the 16. The 11 is Fred Mankey. We're getting set to restart. This is going to be a good one. Here we go. G-Money, Gunnar Stern takes the whole shot, but here comes the 102 of Stevenson on the outside. What a great race into turn number 3. They are laying it all out there. What a battle for the lead between Gunnar Stern and the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. Sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR. 95 miles per hour on the previous circuit. We've got a rider slowing on the back chute. Gunnar Stern leads the 102. Danique Lambert showing nicely right now. The rider out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec on the blue number 3. Just a reminder to everybody in trackside parking, please keep your headlights off at all times. White flag is out, 1 to go in race 25. The 11 is in the 4th spot, Fred Mankey, followed by DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. And checkers for Gunnar Stern, Blaine Stevenson 2nd, Danique Lambert. Then the 11 of Mankey and DJ Saluk on the number 16 round out the top 5 in race 25 for the ProStar Cup. Don't forget, this is round number 1 of the season for the USSA ProStar Cup. The start of the points chase. Last year they ran a total of 4 rounds out of 6, with Gunnar Stern on top of that point series at the end of the season. Next up, race 26, USSA ProStar Cup round 3, heat number 3. All right, starting lineup for race 26. The 79 is going to be Sabrina Blanchette out of Quebec on the 2023 Polaris. The number 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. The 39, Tom Olson, is out of Greenbush. Riding the 92 is Haven Bouveret out of Bad Axe, Michigan. Brett Keelback on the 55, we are told, is a scratch. The 21 is Tyler Obie out of Beausejour. And the 8 is Travis McDonald from Lockport, Manitoba. All right, getting set to go, race 26. Here we go, great start for the number 6. Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. Side by side down the back straightaway. Into turn number 3 and 4 they go. Round 3, heat 3 of the USSA ProStar Cup. Great action out of turn number 4. Travis McDonald has been having a good day here so far and leading this one. That rider not far from here lives in Lockport, Manitoba. 94 miles per hour for your race leader. '79 in the second spot. That is Sabrina Blanchette. The number 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. Race 26, ProStar Cup on the track. And Travis McDonald on the number 8 out of Lockport takes the win on the Skidoo. 6th in the 39 coming across. Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City in the 39. Tom Olson. Tom is on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR number 39. '27 coming up next. Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan final for 5 laps. 165 is going to be Justin Habing out of Dougal. The 44X is Randy Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Riding the 15 is Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota. That is a 76 Mercury. The 14 is Alex Manchelenko out of Dufrost, Manitoba. The 66 is Greg Herr out of White City, Saskatchewan. The 23 is Will Manchelenko. We understand that 66 is going to be a scratch. The 867 is Jonathan Bushby out of Colbert, Washington, it appears. 47 is Danny Leonard out of Beausejour on the 76 Yamaha. 65 is Norm Chura. The 84, Chad Bartok out of Benito, Manitoba. And the 580 is Joey Friesen out of Altona. That is your lineup for race 27. Here we go. We're getting set to go. Race 27 on your schedule. Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan. And I think we got a jumper. Yes, we do. Red flag in turn number 1. So we will try that one again. Tension in the pit area. We're moving along quickly here. And after this race 27, we'll go to race 28 and 29. That will be Pro Formula 3 action. Race 30, Sportsman 600s, as is race 31, a Sportsman 600 race. Then Pro Lights for race 32, and race 33 will be Supermod 300 free air and liquid. So those are your next races, and you'll need to be in staging if you are in those races. Yeah, we'll see you later, man. All right, Riley Baker looking him over at the start line here. Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan final. .580 Joey Friesen out of Altona on that good-looking 80 Yamaha. That's a nice-looking sled. Factory fresh looking, right on the outside. Not so factory fast off the line, but factory fresh looking. Tension in the pit area, Pro Formula 3's ×2 coming up next. Good battle in the top three here early in this one. 73 miles per hour on the previous lap. Chad Bartok out of Benito, Manitoba on the number 84. Heading around the racetrack here in this Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan final. 5 laps the scheduled distance as they head on into turn 3 and 4 now. Chad Bartok on the 84 looking pretty darn good. That race for first and second place could be tightening up in turn 3 and 4 now. .867 Jonathan Bushby out of Colbert appears to be in second. A little bit hard to read the numbers here as the lights come on. We got a red flag, we're told over the radio. Looks like the rider is up and okay, but there is a tipped over sled, an upside down sled in turn 2. We're told we will rerun that last lap as a result of that flag coming out in turn number 2. That sled is about perfectly upside down over there. Looked like the 44 upside down over there. That was Randy Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin on the 78 Yamaha. So it appears Jonathan Bushby is on that 867 battling for the lead. There's a cooldown.tv replay. Let's have another look at that one on cooldown.tv. So one more lap to go here. We're going to rerun the last lap as a result of that crash in race 27. Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan final. 5 laps was the original distance. We have 4 down, and we have 1 to go. We are about halfway through the racing program here today with 55 races on the schedule. We are working race number 27. Okay, there's Chad Bartok out of Benito, Manitoba, the 76 Arctic Cat. What a nice-looking machine that is. There's the 867 in the second spot, Jonathan Bushby. out of Colbert. The 23 in third unofficially. Will Manchelenko is out of St. Malo. 65, Norm Chura out of Enola. There's the 14 to take one more lap. Alex Manchelenko out of Dufrost, Manitoba. Good-looking Mercury Trail Twister. The number 15 is Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota. And here we go. Racing now into turn number 3 and 4 in this one-lap showdown. Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan final. It is close, but we have got ourselves a winner in this one. 84, Chad Bartok looking awful strong in that one. That, of course, was a final for 5 laps here in race 27. Next, we move to the Eagle River World Championship class. Race 28 and 29 will be Pro Formula 3s coming to the racetrack. Race 28 looks like this in Pro Formula 3. This is round 2, heat 1. The 39, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, is Wisconsin's Tom Olson. The 23 is Dakota Harris. Dakota is out of Morley, Michigan on a Polaris. Now the 75 scheduled to start Calvin Cook. He will not. The 326 is Dustin Schwant out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin. Originally scheduled to start on the 111, but now on the number 14 will be Tanner Foss. Tanner is from Middle River, Minnesota. The 102 is going to be the Wall Brothers Racing Walker Evans 102. This is Blaine Stevenson from St. Cloud. And the 85X will be Tavish Perry out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. Some real tough competitors in this one. Race 28 of the day, Pro Formula 3, round 2, heat 1. Riley Baker looking him over on the starting line, and we're racing for FXR. '39 of Tom Olson riding the Wall Brothers Racing entry, looking strong here with the whole shot. Early in this 5-lap race for the Formula 3s. Teammate Blaine Stevenson on the 102 in the second spot. Wall Brothers Racing sleds looking awful strong here. Tanner Foss on the 14 was originally scheduled to ride the 111. Tanner Foss on the 14, we're told, is third. Hope you're enjoying the live broadcast so far on cooldown.tv. All part of our CPTC production here in December. We've got a rider slowing and back on the track in turn number 3. But right now, the Wall Brothers Racing FXR teammates are dominating here. 98 miles per hour. And that'll do it. The Wall Brothers Racing team dominates there. Looks like unofficially third, the 23, Dakota Harris out of Morley, Michigan. We will post official results on the broadcast here just as soon as we receive them. Of course, they are lap counted and then confirmed and then sent to our live broadcast. We do not ever post anything until it's officially ready to go. So that is our process, if you're wondering, on cooldown.tv. Race 29, the same class, Pro Formula 3's coming up. Round 2, Heat 2, and here's how they line up. On the number 28 out of New Germany, Minnesota, this is a 2025 Skidoo. The rider is Matt Gady. The 92 is female competitor Haven Bouveret out of Bad Axe, Michigan, 2023 Polaris mounted rider. And on the 6, Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota, rides the 2025 Skidoo. On a 2023 Skidoo, the 220 is Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. G-Money looking to have a great season here in Formula 3 after winning the USSA ProStar Cup in the Champ 440 class. Reed Klinger will be aboard the 221. He is out of Athens, Wisconsin on a Polaris. And the last two riders, both Polaris mounted. The 48 is Nick Wickerham out of Belding, Michigan. And the 29 is Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. That is a Polaris as well. Good-looking 221 of Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. Setting up at the start line, there's the number 48. Nick Wickerham out of Belding, Michigan. Good strong field here, getting ready to go. Keep your eyes on that number 28 of Matt Gady. Usually gets really good starts. And we have got some excited riders. This could be the 29 of Joey Birch moving a little bit prematurely. Six pulling out of line now. Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City. And we'll try this one again. Well, our starter, Riley Baker, trying to gather him up on the front chute so we can turn him loose. And we will do that right now for FXR. There's Gady on the 28. Out of New Germany, Minnesota. '92, Haven Bouveret. Reed Klinger on the 221. All right, I think we're set to go this time around. Race 29 on your schedule. Well, we earlier talked about Matt Gady on the 28 and good starts, and that, once again, was a good start. Matt Gady leads it into turn 3 and 4 now. The battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth ensuing in that big wide corner. 221 in the second spot. That is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. 92 is third. That is Haven Bouveret out of Bad Axe, Michigan. Got to be careful how I say that. Matt Gady's got the number 28 humming along. Look at the action in turn 1 and 2 as they carve through the corners on these rocket ships. Three wide for a minute in turns 3 and 4. Gavin Peterson in the third spot on the number 6. 29 is fourth. That rider is Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. White flag, 1 to go for the 28. Reed Klinger on the 221 might be closing slightly on the leader here. This is the last lap. 4 down. Well, about 4 3/4 down now, and about a half a lap or a quarter lap to go. It is going to be Gady, followed by the 221 and the 6. Gavin Peterson, the 29 next. Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan will round out the top 4 anyway here in race 29. Pro Formula 3, round 2, heat 2. Well, the newish LED lights in full force here at Canadian Power Toboggan Championship facility, now known as the Co-op Community Complex. What a great job they have done once again getting this weekend ready. Sportsman 600, race 30 of 55 on the day, so we are over the hump here and heading towards the finish line, which will be race 55, and that'll be your Pro Champ 440 class, your USSA ProStar Cup race. That one, I believe, is scheduled for 15 times around. Sportsman 600, round 1, heat 1 looks like this, and this is always very competitive racing. 179 is going to be Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. All the way from Oxdrift, Ontario is Curtis Cam on the number 88. The 14 is going to be Caden Temple out of Grand Point, Manitoba. The 15, this is Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour. 46 is Michael Tadashori out of Sault Ste. Marie. 13 is John Hall from Beausejour, and the 44X is Randy Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin on a 1999 Polaris. So again, this is race number 30, your Sportsman 600 class, round 1, heat 1 for 5 laps. We're racing, here we go. A little bit tentative looking in turn 1 and 2 there, as the riders seem to be extremely aware of where everybody was. No bumping or grinding necessarily, at least nothing too bad. Might be the wisest move. Finish first. First you must finish. .81 miles per hour as we've got a rider slowing on the back chute on the inside. Sportsman 600's on the track. 15 is leading. That is Kyle Omachinski. Next is the 44 of Randy Oliver. That is your top 2 thus far. Don't forget, fans, the autograph session will start after race 32. Autograph session after race 32 over at the Moose Den. You want to check it out at the beer garden? Your favorite drivers or riders will be signing autographs at the Moose Den after race 32. 88 miles per hour on the previous circuit as the white flag comes out. Still the number 15, Kyle Omachinski, leading it. He has had a good, strong run here, has Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour. That is a 2000 Polaris and looking real strong throughout this race. 44 in the second spot, Randy Oliver. 46 coming across, Michael Tadashori out of Sault Ste. Marie. That'll do it for race 30, the Sportsman 600 class. Well, 3 more races before a Quebec's grooming break. That'll be race 31, Sportsman 600 once again. Race 32, Pro Lights, then race 33, the Supermod 300 Free Air and Liquid Final. That coming up for race number 33. Then we'll go to a Quebec's grooming break. You'll have the opportunity to go to the Family Fun Zone, where you can board the bus to take a ride around the track. Also, don't forget, after race 32, we will have the autograph session at the Moose Den. Grab your official CPTC promo wear for Christmas. Grab yourself a nice cold one and collect some autographs from your favorite riders or drivers over at the Moose Den. All right, race number 31. The 48 is Nick Wickerham out of Belding, Michigan. The 23 is Will Manchelenko. Brad Artimowicz is out of Dryden, Ontario on the 08. The 75 is Ken Swartz out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. 779 is Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. The 34X is Cale Bellau out of Waupun, Wisconsin. And riding out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin, the 326 is Dustin Schwant. Here we go. It is a drag race to turn number 1. Pretty clean so far as they head out of turn 2 now and down the long and fast back straightaway. 3 wide, second, third, and fourth into turn number 3. .326 looking good. Dustin Schwant out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin. 1999 Arctic Cat. Bright green machine flying out here so far. Colton Kreutzer on the 779 showing well so far. And a quick reminder to all the Champ drivers to go to the Moose Den for the Racer Autograph Session. That is happening right away after race 32. All Champ drivers to the Moose Den immediately for the autograph session. Next up, race 32 will be the Pro Lights for 3 laps. Then, race 33, Supermod 300 Free Air and Liquid Cooled. White flag is out on this one now. Sportsman 600s. Coming around the final turn now. Good look at Articat showing the way. 326 is going to win it. That is Dustin Schwant. Colton Kreutzer, the 779, is second. And a battle right to the end in this one as the 34X of Cale Bellau out of Waupun, Wisconsin comes across. Not in the top 5, however. But pretty good racing throughout in race 31. And again, we will post the official results just as soon as we have them as we get set to go with race 32, your Pro Light division. Round 1 for just 3 laps. 2 more races to go, then a Quebec's intermission break. After this race, the Pro Champ drivers will be signing autographs at the Moose Den. And what else? Well, you can get on the bus during the Quebec's intermission grooming break and you can get a ride around the racetrack if you are live here with us at the Co-op Community Complex. All right, Pro Lights. Kendra Westland is on the 113. The 53 is Alyssa Gusta out of Stead, Manitoba. And the 30 is Jocelyn Rathke out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Should be 3 competitors according to our lineup sheets. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on cooldown.tv. Bringing you all the action here from Beausejour and the Co-op Community Complex. Looks like the 30 of Jocelyn Rathke out of Wausau, Wisconsin, with a real good start here as they head on down the back chute. This one's scheduled for just 3 laps, so this is a quick sprint. A good start is critical. Gusta on the 53. In the second spot, the 113 is Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, unofficially third on the wall chassis. White flag coming out. Leader doing a great job so far. That is the number 30 of Jocelyn Rathke. Checkered flag is in the air, and Jocelyn's going to win that one going away. Gusta in the second spot, Westland in third on the 113 out of Strathcona, Minnesota. 2012 wall chassis coming home third, so it's Jocelyn Rathke, Alyssa Gusta out of Stead, and Kendra Westland, 1, 2, 3 in the 3-lap Pro Light Round 1 race. Now, where are we going? Race 33 of 55 on the day. Sean Bruce is going to be on the number 57 out of Richer, Manitoba, a 76 Mercury mounted rider. On a 73 Polaris will be the 165. This is Justin Habing out of Dugald. And the 13 is Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg on a 75 Yamaha. So 3 more in this race. Sean Bruce, Justin Habing, Kieran Lowen getting ready for battle. Don't forget, the autograph session will be going on now at the Moose Den for the Pro Champ Riders. Get on over there, get a nice cold one, get some CPTC promo wear for Christmas coming up. And a Quebec's intermission break coming up after this 3-lap duel. So we have a 165, a 57, and a 13. Kieran Lowen on the 13 with a good start. A little bumpy in turn 1 and 2, the 13 heading over. Now down the back chute is Kieran Lowen on the 13. Great battle for second and third spot now. Sean Bruce on the Mercury. That is a 76 Mercury, in fact. Speeding into the second spot. 68 miles per hour on the previous lap as the white flag will come out in this very short 3-lap duel. .165 of Justin Habing in the third spot. Kieran Lowen on the number 13 looking good, but the 57 trying to close the gap up. and might be doing so here. There's the battle down the back straightaway between the top two riders. And look at that. The 57 with some steam into turn 3 and 4. They're looking at each other as they go side by side. Looks like the 13 of Kieran Lowen's going to take it, followed by Sean Bruce and Justin Habing out of Dugald on the 165, rounding out the top three in race 33. Supermod 300 Free Air and Liquid. That will do it. That is your Saturday final for 3 laps. All right. Quebec's grooming break coming up right now. Get on over to the Family Fun Zone. Grab yourself a ride in the van and get yourself a ride around the big half-mile oval here. Also, we have the autograph session happening right now. And that is at the Moose Den for the Pro Champ driver. So check that out as well. Grab yourself a nice cold one. And, of course, how about all that delicious food? It's supper time, isn't it? Sure it is. It's 5:11. Let's grab some burgers and some fries and gravy and all that other good stuff. What do you say, Jack? Are you in? All right, yummy. That's right. We'll be back with you momentarily right here at the Co-op Community Complex after this Quebec's intermission break.
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service. It's a co-op thing.
Are you a homegrown fan cheering blue and gold wherever you go? Passionate about our province and caring for our communities? For the ultimate Bombers fan, level up your game day experience with the Access Credit Union Bombers debit card. With perks like discounts at the Bombers store, VIP stadium entrance, and a chance to win a pregame sideline experience and giveaways.
What are you guys doing here? The game's not till tomorrow.
We got in so fast with our Bomber debit card. I guess we jumped the gun a bit.
Get your Bombers debit card from Access Credit Union and level up your game day experience today.
here we are again with the opening race weekend, and I'm spending a little bit of time chatting with some of the drivers that have made the long trip up here for the first weekend of the year, ready to kind of gauge their talent against the rest of the field for the new season. And visiting with me now is Mr. Fred Mankey, driver of the number 11 Pro Champ. How are you?
I'm doing well, Brett. How are you?
I'm fantastic.
There you go.
My job's easy this weekend. What about you?
Oh, it's every day at the racetrack is a good day. Even a bad day is a good day.
Yeah, that's great. That's phenomenal. So you had a little bit of an abbreviated season last year. You had a few personal things going on, and so you didn't probably race maybe quite as much as you wanted to.
Yeah, we wanted to go up to Eganville and Valcourt, and with the warm weather, it was, you know, everything around by us in the States got canceled. But yeah, having a daughter kind of puts a dampener on things, and when we're racing around the time she getting ready to be born, there was always that matter of you know, am I going to be in the pit lane, and one of my crew guys gets a phone call that my wife's going into labor, and I got to bug out of there and make a 3 or 4 or 5 hour drive back. It was nerve-wracking, but you know, we got through it, and she ended up coming on March 15th of this year. So
fantastic. Yeah, the life is different.
Oh, life's different. Having a kid, it changes you a lot, and it changes your mentality quite a bit. But it's been fantastic, yeah, thus far. So she's 9 months old on Sunday, and she is a spitball and fearless. So I'm hoping we have another racer in the family, but
that's awesome.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah. So does it change your competitiveness?
For me, no, it hasn't. I've always been an extremely competitive person, up through like youth baseball, and even when I started racing when I was 14. It hasn't changed my competitiveness at all. It's actually it's helped my competitiveness a little bit, I would say, just because I want to do good, and I want to, you know, show her like, hey, if you can, you know, if you put your mind to it, you can do it.
Right.
And so it's changed my mentality in that way, but I would say it's benefited me a little bit, and you know, coming into this weekend, the mentality's changed a little bit, just because, you know, they'll be at home watching and cheering us on, and you know, you always want to do good for the ones back home. So
yeah, how would you say your level of success is against the top competitors? Like in the past couple of years, you're close, but not.
You know, when you're racing against guys like Blaine, Tom, Matt, Gunner, the guy, you know, Travis, the guys that have been doing it for, you know, 10, 12, 15 years. Well, I've only been, you know, in hindsight, I've only been racing 16 years, which seems like a lot, but Pro Champ, I've only been racing, you know, this is my 6th year, I think. Mm-hmm. And, you know, during COVID, we only had, 2 or 3 races. So, so if you take the total amount of laps, you know, in my 6 years, I probably have the same amount of laps as, say, Gunner has had in his first 2 or 3 seasons, you know, 15 years ago. So, you know, I do make some stupid mistakes, which, you know, we have to clean up, and I have to clean up, and that's always been the goals going into the weekend, is not necessarily to win. That'd be a really awesome thing, you know, put it on the podium, but getting better as a driver is always the goal every time you're on the track. And I think as a team, we've really found our stride in the last 2 years. You know, we're starting to battle up front and battle, you know, the guys that have been doing this significantly longer. Mm-hmm. And it's just a testament of you know, my guys do a lot of the work, and I just have to focus on you know, essentially running the same line and you know, doing all the driver stuff to clean up my end of it. So
I've heard it been said that you can't ride a champ sled, you have to drive a champ sled.
You absolutely cannot ride one. You have to drive it. You have to tell it what it's going to do. You can't be along for the ride. And my first year, I was along for the ride, mm-hmm. and you know, my second and third year, up until I wrecked really bad at Eagle River, I would say that I was starting to do that very, very well. And then, you know, after you wrecked, you know, there's just something in you that changes just a little bit. And once you get over that, you're totally fine. But I would say for like the next 3 or 4 races, I took a step backwards.
Yeah, hesitant.
So, yes. I don't want to say hesitant is the right word. There's always something in the back of your mind. Like, you say you're fine, but you know, there's always something in the back of your mind that, you know, this could be, you know, I could do it again. I just don't want to screw up and make the same mistake again.
Right.
So, yeah.
So when you leave here Sunday night, Monday morning, whenever you pull out, What's a successful weekend look like for your race team?
A successful weekend for us, I think, is if we put both sleds back in the trailer in one piece. That's always a good thing. If I can qualify in the front row on both finals, that's extremely successful. And if I can put her in the top 5, if we're going through tech on Saturday night or Sunday night, that's absolutely a win for our team.
Okay. You said both sleds, so I'm only aware of your champ sled. Are you running something else?
I have another champ that's hopefully going to be, it'll be on the ice today, and hopefully it's going to be the primary sled moving forward. We built it brand new last year, and we've been working on it, we've been testing it, and we'll see what happens today.
That's exciting. So you've got 2 champ sleds with you.
Yeah, we have 2 champs this year. Awesome.
That's great news. They going to look the same? Because your sled's one of the coolest looking sleds out there.
They look similar, but so the white one is our 07 or 08 wall, and then the 2023 Perry, I would say 2024 Perry is it's all purple, but it's got the same hoods, got the same decals, got the same everything. But there's a lot of purple going on in the Perry. It's really cool looking, but it's a lot sometimes.
You're one of those purple people eaters.
Oh, I'm not a Vikings fan.
Well, you don't have to be a Vikings fan, but you can still be a purple people eater. So your helmet's pretty plain.
Yep.
Is that like I don't want to attract any attention to myself, I'm just doing, some people are flames and colors and, flashy and.
So Climb has helped us out a lot, and it's one of those things where, you paint over the decal or you take the decals off, and yeah, my whole suit's Climb, but it's just one of those things where they've helped us out a ton, and I'd feel bad. It's actually got some gold inlay if you get in the right light of like eagles and whatnot, and it's a pretty cool helmet, but it's plain because I just haven't had the time to paint it. We're always working on snowmobiles, and with a little one at home now, it makes it a little more difficult to carve out the time to set stuff up.
It's all priority. I mean, you need horsepower in the sled. The helmet doesn't make you faster.
Absolutely. Well, Ironwood is, a month away?
Yep.
You might see maybe something, but I have to make some phone calls first.
Have your daughter paint it. No.
Maybe hand printed too on the
There you go.
There you go.
It takes a lot of people to get you to the racetrack every weekend. Who do you want to thank?
I got to thank Ride Marine, Minocqua, Yamaha. They've been the biggest supporter of me the last 6 years. It started off at the lake, just randomly talking about racing, and he's like, you want to go racing champ? And I'm like, yeah, sure, absolutely. And so he's been behind me the last 6-7 years. Rustic Golf Properties, Eric has been the guy at the shop with Raymond and Andrew working on the stuff when everyone else can't, and they're, I can't thank those guys enough. Bill at the Boathouse in Minocqua, Hazelhurst Pub, he's always an awesome character to have around and support you. Climb, Snow Studs, Mankey Enterprises, my company, and there's a lot more that I'm sure I could talk about, but those guys have everyone's been super supportive of us to get us to the racetrack.
Fantastic. I hope you have a great weekend. So let's wrap this up with the FXR Fast 10. You ready?
I hope so.
This is the easy one. It's food category. Steak or chicken?
Steak.
Grapes or raisins?
Grapes.
Pizza Hut or Domino's?
Domino's.
Pancakes or waffles?
Pancakes.
Ranch or ketchup?
Ranch.
Burgers or brats?
Burgers.
Cauliflower or broccoli?
Broccoli.
Salsa or guacamole?
Guacamole.
French fries or onion rings?
Onion rings.
Oh, thought about that one. Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or Snickers?
Reese's.
Absolutely, all day long. So be fast, be safe. Love to see you on the podium. Love to see you in the picture, and hope it goes well for you.
We'll do our best. Thanks, Brett.
Yeah, you bet.
Appreciate it.
It's number 11, Fred Mankey, driving the Pro Champ sled this weekend here in Beausejour.
We are back here at the Co-op Community Complex. Race 34 on the schedule. Junior 2-stock 380 for 13 to 17-year-olds. And then also we are going to encompass the Junior 1-stock 380 for 10 to 12-year-olds. I believe there's only one rider in there. There is. So here's the lineup. Junior 2-stock 380s, the C21 is Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. The 43 is Carson Peterson from Lancaster, Minnesota. The 11 is going to be Ben Meyer from Michigamme, Michigan. The 60 is Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve. And the 626 is Waylon Corpita out of Wausau, Wisconsin. And riding in the back row, the Junior 1-stock 380 10 to 12 is Levi Lurkey out of Hallock. Here we go. There goes Levi from the back row. Let's see if he can catch some of the older riders. He's in a class by himself, and he's gone by one older rider and now two. Pretty good for I'm not sure exactly, well, he's between 10 and 12 years old. Could be racing with riders as old as 17. The 11 is the leader. That is Ben Meyer. The 121 or C21 on our sheet is Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. Third is the 43 of Carson Peterson out of Lancaster. This one scheduled for 5 laps. Good racing in the top 3 here. Race 34 is up next. Attention in the pit area. That'll be Pro Champ Racing. Green flag being displayed. We've got a race on the front chute. 121 is your leader, or the C21 according to our lineup sheets, whichever one you want to use. Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. Ben Meyer second on the 11. Pro Champ 440. Last chance qualifier coming up next. 43 is third out there. That is Carson Peterson out of Lancaster. And there it is. Checkers are out for the 121, C21, Brandon Christensen. 11 of Ben Meyer second. 43 third, Carson Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota on a, according to this, a 1998 Premier Ag chassis. There's the 60 of Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve across the line. And that'll do it for race number 34. All right, getting back now to our USSA ProStar Cup racing. This is a last chance qualifier for our final later on. This is race 35. And here's how they line up. The 26 is going to be Quinn Whitechuck. The 39X, Justin Peterson. Riding the 39, the Wall Brothers Racing 39 is Tom Olson. Sabrina Blanchette will be on the 79 out of Quebec. The 31, Will Garceau. The 92 is Haven Bouveret out of Bad Axe, Michigan. 24, sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises, is Jordan Sobetsky. The 15 is Hunter Sears. The 28 is Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. And the 16 is DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. This is your USSA ProStar Cup last chance qualifier. Lots of pretty tough competitors here in race number 35, your USSA ProStar Cup last chance qualifier. Just 3 going to the final. Wow, this is going to be one intense race. There's the Hagen number 15, Hunter Sears out of St. Francis, Minnesota. Only 3 go to the final of the first round of the season in the USSA ProStar Cup. Looks like the 39 with the hole shot. That is Justin Peterson, not Tom Olson. 39X Justin Peterson. Sled just pulling into the pit area. We are under green flag conditions. Matt Gady on the number 28 following the leader in second. Tom Olson is third. Tom Olson on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR entry. Looking pretty sharp. Don't forget, you got to be in the top 3 to qualify for the final. This is a very important race. If you're not in the top 3, you're going to be on the trailer. Or in the trailer. Some good racing going on mid-pack, but the important stuff is in the top 3. White flag is out for the 39X, the 28 and the 39. They are riding away in the top 3. Justin Peterson on the 39X out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. That is a Hool chassis. And that 39X going to the final. So is Gady and the 39 of Olson. Those are your top 3 and only 3 advancing to race number 55, your USSA ProStar Cup final event. Sportsman 600s are up. Hey, I think Anthony from cooldown.tv, we had this poll a few years ago, and I think we're going to try it again on cooldown.tv. I'll tell you a little more about that poll in just a few moments. Have you released it yet? Okay, you're going to hold on to it. Let's keep everybody in suspense. Maybe we could send them our email addresses, and if they, kind of advance money to us, give us an e-transfer, maybe we could let the cat out of the bag for some. Should we try that? There is ways to make money at a racetrack. Maybe we'll try that one. Nah, just kidding. We do have a poll coming up, and that'll be on cooldown.tv, so look for that when Anthony releases it. But first, we got some racing to do, and this is race number 36. 46 is Michael Tadashori out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, the 44X. This is Randy Oliver from Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Out of Beausejour, the 15 is Kyle Lomachinski. The 08 is Brad Artimowicz from Dryden, Ontario. The 23 is Will Manchelenko. The 88 is Kurt Cam from Oxdrift, Ontario. He is on a 2000 Polaris. And the 179 is Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan on a 1996 Polaris. Race 37 after this will be another Sportsman 600 race, and then we will go to the dirt bikes, or the ice bikes as they're called in December. Checking helmets at the starting line here, we just heard on the radio. All right, it's good apparently. I think that's the 179 of Jason Mackey out of Latigan, Saskatchewan. I do believe. Sportsman 600s are underway. 46 with a good start. Michael Tadashori out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. 2000 Polaris mounted rider with a great start here in race 36, Sportsman 600s here on Saturday. Don't forget, we're back here in the facility for tomorrow's start at 11 a.m., not 1 p.m. like today, starting early tomorrow. 44X is in the second spot. That is Randy Oliver. Third is the 15 of Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour. 46. Pretty strong here. These Sportsman 600s run awful, awful hard. 44X being pursued by the 15 of Omachinski. Great racing action. Omachinski now into the number 1 spot. 44X dropping to second. Randy Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. They are getting at it. Ooh, real close on the racetrack. 46 of Tadashori. Then the 23. That is Will Manchelenko in the 4th spot. Will is from St. Malo, Manitoba on the 1996 Skidoo. Well back of the leader, but still in the top 5. White flag is out. 1 to go for Kyle Omachinski, who is running the string out on the rest of the field here. See some lights on and trackside parking on the back straightaway. Please turn them off. Lights off on the back straightaway, please, around trackside parking. Omachinski gets the job done. 44X next. Randy Oliver, Michael Tadashori. 23 of Manchelenko. I think that's the 88 of Curtis Cam. Number's a little bit hard to read here from up in the booth, but it does look like the 88 of Curtis Cam going to be in that top 5, but a good run for it. That Sportsman 600 class, they are quick, no question about that. More Sportsman racing coming your way here in just a second. Okay, we've got that poll ready, do we? Well, thank you very much for that. More lineups. All right. Well, I can't explain now because we've got more Sportsman 600s. I thought I had some time, but I don't. So we've got some racing to do. I love racing. Let's keep it up. Race 37 of a total of 55 on our schedule. And here's how they line up. The number 48 is Nick Wickerham out of Belding, Michigan, riding the 75 or driving the 75. Hey, that could be part of our poll. Hey, we're going to let the cat out of the bag here. The 75 is Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. 326 is Justin Schwant. The 13 is John Hall out of Beausejour. The 14 is Caden Temple from Grand Point, Manitoba. Riding the 34X is Cale Bello out of Waupun, Wisconsin. And 779 is Cole Kreitzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. Where are we? Well, we're in race 37. Sportsman 600s. Next up are the ice bikes, followed by the Supermod 440 free air and liquid. All right, and we have Brett Richter in the pit area getting set up for an interview, so I think we'll do that the next time we get a break in the action, and then we'll get to our poll eventually, Anthony. We've got some time here, so we'll do that when we can. Okay, Cale Bellau, we're just told, was a scratch out of this one in the 34X. Scratch the 34X of Cale Bellau. Looks like the 13 having a pretty good run, but being challenged now down the back straightaway. The 13 is John Hall out of Beausejour. Always a great competitor in the Sportsman 600 class. $779 now first. That is Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. 89 miles per hour. Green flag being displayed for your race leader. .326, Dustin Schwant out of Fox Lake in the second spot. There goes the 13 down the front chute. Riders working on the last lap here. Look at the battle in turn 3 and 4 now. Ooh boy, they are getting at it. Coming out of turn 4. Sportsman 600s. What a great job by that Arctic Cat rider. Dustin Schwant, 326 out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin, getting on by the 779 of Colton Kreutzer. That'll do it for race 37. And we're now going to go down to the pit area with Brett Richter. Brett?
Thanks a lot, Darren. I'm down here in the pit area with David Boomerette, all the way from Bad Axe, Michigan. I love finding people from Michigan. That's my home state, so welcome to Canada.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. It's a great facility out here.
It's great. It's a lot of fun, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah. First time out here was back in March, and we loved it so much. Decided to make the drive come out again.
That's awesome. You're one of those brave females in the sport running champ in F3, right?
Yes, champ in F3. First year for champ and second year for F3.
What do you like the champ sled?
It's a different animal. You know, it sits a lot lower. It's more aggressive, and the competition out here is just wild. You know, it's hard to keep up, especially being a rookie like me. But see time and trying to get it dialed in and figured out.
Yeah, you got to race the best to be the best. So that's David Boomerette from Bad Axe, Michigan. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Darren.
And here we go with ice bike action. Thanks very much, Brett Richter, by the way, in the pit area. Ice bike open, 219 Caden Katowicz. The 47 is Owen Nault out of Clandeboy. The 14 is Rylan Katazinski out of Selkirk. The 48, Tyler Feeblecorn, is from Beausejour. The 489 is Avery Carr out of Beausejour. And the 58 is Jim Fleming out of Winnipeg. Ice bikes for round 2 on the track once again. We got to go red on the racetrack, we're told over the radio. We have got a rider down on the front chute. One rider down that I can see off to the left of the announcer's tower. I don't know if there is a second one over there. One rider is walking around. I think there is a second one, maybe just closer to turn number 4, maybe. We'll try to get your report just as soon as we can. Ice Bike Open Race 38 on the track right now. We'll try to look for a cooldown.tv replay for those of you watching on the World Wide Web. Taking a look at the cooldown.tv replay up here. Try another angle here on our cooldown.tv replay. Kind of tough to see on the replay here. Believe just one rider involved. A little too far away, huh? Okay. They are fixing bales, and it looks like the rider is limping, but okay. Try to get a number on that bike when 47 is the number. Owen Nault out of Clandeboye on his 2019 Kawasaki. But it appears, oh yeah, you can see the front tire hooked in the snow fencing. All right, poll time. Do we have time? Yes, we do. Okay, Anthony. You know how I feel about this, but I'm not going to say it. We're going to do a poll on cooldown.tv. So for those of you on the World Wide Web, there is car racing, there's snowmobile racing, there's motorcycle racing, there's all kinds of racing, and we are watching motorcycle racing, Anthony, aren't we? Dirt bike racing, motorcycle racing, and we call them riders, don't we? Do you drive a motorcycle or do you ride a motorcycle? Well, I think that's a pretty easy one. You say it's tough, I say it's easy. Do you drive a car or ride a car? You ride in a car, but do you drive the car or ride the car? Okay, you might drive it. So here's the poll, and we're going to release it right away. We talk about this in snowmobile racing, and different announcers, different guys call the drivers or the riders different things. Are they snowmobile drivers or are they snowmobile riders? The competitors here. Oh, you're going to add racers to that. Well, we all know they're racers, for sure. Everybody here is a racer. I know that. But what are they doing? Are they, like I hear drivers a lot in the snowmobile world. And I also hear, well, I do hear racers because they're all racers, but I also hear riders. I know what I prefer because it just seems logical. But if you ask my wife, I'm never right. So let's put a poll out and see what people think out on the World Wide Web on cooldown.tv. Well, that's another one, Jack. It could be pilots, but we don't often, they are kind of fearless pilots out here on the big half-mile oval. But we're going to stick to, are they riders or are they drivers? And if you don't think, if you're on the World Wide Web and you don't think it's either, well, tell us it's pilots or but really, what are they? People going fast is one. Yeah, that's an option. Speaking about going fast, there is the 219 and the 14 joining each other for some more action. Caden Katowicz is out of Petersfield on that 219. The 14 is Rylan Katazinski out of Selkirk. They probably ride together, not too far apart geographically, as the 219 says, see you later. 489 is Avery Carr out of Beausejour. Here in your Ice Bike Open Race 38 on the schedule. So we're going to talk about this poll online on cooldown.tv, and we're going to tell you the results live here at the Co-op Community Complex. .81 miles per hour on the previous lap. That is quick on two wheels. Wow. Caden Katowicz showing the way on the 2022 Honda. White flag is out. 489 in the second spot is Avery Carr out of Beausejour. And third, the 14, Rylan Katazinski out of Selkirk. That is a 2025 Honda. And checkers are out. Looks like Caden Katowicz is going to take that one, followed by the 489. That is Avery Carr out of Beausejour. Rylan Katazinski on the 14 will be third. Coming up next, and I think I have a lineup for this, Pro Formula 500 last chance qualifier. I, in fact, do have a lineup for this. Okay, let's take a look at that poll. Anthony, what do you think? Okay, we got 48 as drivers, 30 as riders, and 20% other. Okay. 33 votes, okay. That's a high percentage of other. We will keep you abreast of the results of this poll. It's always fun. I think it's super simple, but again, I'm no expert. I just think it's real simple. But I hear it both ways. Pro Formula 500 last chance qualifier. Race 39, the 85X is Tavish Perry out of Eagle River. The 9 is Stefan Carignan out of Winnipeg. 434 is Miranda Peterson. The 34X is Cale Bellow. Riding the 22A is Colton Abraham. The 135 is Blair McDonald. The 98 is Nick Kurth. Riding the 720 is Pete Jackson out of Hillsdale, Ontario. The 7 is Marcus Caitlin, and the 51 is Zach Onsen. And Zach is out of Weston, Wisconsin. Pro Formula 500 ultra competitive class. This is the last chance qualifier. Race 39, 5 laps is the distance. Great battle. The 434 looking awful strong. Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. Showing the way here in this 5-lap race for your Pro Formula 500s. This is a last chance qualifier. Just trying to get the info on how many go to the final here. Total of 3 go. So the top 3 once again. Past the 22 is right up there. Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. So just the top 3 will go to the Pro Formula 500 final. Just like we had the last chance qualifier in the Pro Champs, 3 went, 3 go from here as well. $80 miles an hour on the dot last lap around. White flag being displayed. 22 and the 85 in the top 2. 434 is third. That's Miranda Peterson. Coming down to the checkered flag, looking for the top 3. The 22 gets it done. Colton Abraham, the 85, and the 9 coming across of Stefan Carignan in the 3rd spot. That is all unofficial, of course. However, once it becomes official, we will post it on the cooldown.tv broadcast. Our lap scorers are checking back to make sure everything is hunky-dory in that one. Only 3 go to the Pro Formula 500 final. Race 40 coming up should be your Supermod 440 Free Air and Liquid final. And we have 5 laps scheduled for this one. So riding the 223 in this one will be Adam Braun out of Winnipeg on a 1981 Kawasaki. Riding the number 20 out of Hanmer, Ontario. This is a 74 Skidoo. The rider on the 20 is Luke Lacasse. The 867 is Jonathan Bushby out of Colbert. That is a 73 Polaris. Riding the number 79 out of Quebec, a 1974 Skidoo, is Sabrina Blanchette. And the 65 rounding out the field is Norm Chura out of Enola, Manitoba. Norm Chura on a 73 Polaris. Good looking 223 of Adam Braun. That Kawasaki looking pretty cool out there. There's the 79. Keep your eyes on the 79 of Sabrina Blanchette. She knows how to get the job done. Supermod 440 Free Air and Liquid. 65, Norm Chura out of Enola. Getting some last-minute tweaks by Riley Baker at the starting line. 5 sleds getting set to go for race number 40. Supermod 440 Free Air and Liquid on the racetrack for race number 40 here. Sabrina Blanchette looking pretty strong. Luke Lacasse on the number 20 out of Ontario. Currently being scored second. 79 is really running the string out. 65 is third. Chura looking to improve position in turn 1 and 2 now. The 79 of Sabrina Blanchette is flying right now at 91 miles per hour. Tension in the pit area. Next up, Outlaw 600s, followed by the Women's Formula 500 race. Then we go to Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan. Then the ATV Open before a Quebec's grooming break. White flag is out for Sabrina Blanchette. Sabrina Blanchette flying out of turn number 4. There's not much question about that one. Sabrina Blanchette is going to take it out of Quebec. Norm Chura is going to come home in the 3rd spot. And that'll do it for race 40. Supermod 440 Free Air Liquid. That was your Saturday final for 5 laps. And again, we will bring you the official race results on cooldown.tv when they are available. Running start coming up for the Outlaw 600s. Oh, okay. Well, we got that poll going. Now. All right. Yeah, the Outlaws are coming. We'll try to get to Brett right after this. The 19 is Chris Plasky. The 36, Tom Stoltman. The 4 is Ron Teroff. In the 1 is Joe Schneider, and the 18 is Aria Plasky. Now, in this poll, these are like a dirt track sprint car on snow. Riders or drivers? Right? Steering wheel. Well, this is true. We're going to do a running start here in the Outlaw 600s for race number 41. And here we go. Green, green, green. Ron Teroff in the number 4. Speeding into turn 1 and 2, getting a little sideways and losing the lead right there. And we've got a spinner. But that driver continues down the back straightaway, and we've got all kinds of action in turn 3 and 4 here in the Outlaw 600 class. You can check them out online at outlaw600.com. 19 is the current leader, Chris Plasky out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Ron Teroff in the number 4 is second. The 1 is third. That's Joe Schneider. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. .79 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Driving number 18 is Uriah Plasky out of St. Germain. Great racing in the top 4 here in the Outlaw 600 class. Tom Stoltman out of St. Germain, Wisconsin, a ways back in 5th. White flag coming out. 1 lap to go for your race leader. Here comes the number 4 of Teroff to challenge the number 19 of Chris Plasky out of St. Germain. Side by side at the finish line. What a great job by your race winner, Teroff, and the 1 of Schneider with a great battle for 2nd and 3rd. Very competitive racing in the Outlaw 600 class. We will be back in just a moment with the lineup in the Women's Formula 500. And we're going to go to Brett Richter right now. Brett?
Hey, Darren, I got 2 quick updates for you. First of all, you and Anthony never asked me about it, but a driver sits in the front seat and the rider sits in the back seat. So looking out for a driver. Second, and more importantly, I had a chance to run into Calvin Cook here just a few minutes ago. He's been treated and released from the hospital, nothing broken, just a little bruised and battered. Difficult situation, he's definitely sore, but for all intents and purposes, he's back with us here at the racetrack, so that's a great sign.
All right, thanks very much, Brett. A live update from the pit area. Now, for those of you live in the house, we just got a report from Brett Richter online that Calvin Cook, aboard the 75 who crashed earlier, has been released from hospital and is in good shape. Sore, of course, but otherwise good shape. So, good news for Calvin Cook on the 75. Always like to hear that stuff. Women's Formula 500 coming up now. Miranda Peterson is on the 434. Anna Westland on the 113. The 11 is Jennifer George. Hannah Cook on the 757. The 44 is Marley Peterson out of Lancaster. And Jaslyn Rathke is out of Wausau, Wisconsin on the 89 Polaris. All right, you got 4 minutes to vote on the poll online if you are interested in doing so. Jaslyn Rathke out of Wausau in a great big hurry here. This is your Women's Formula 500 Saturday final 5 laps, the scheduled distance. Miranda Peterson on the 4.34, playing follow the leader here, but not within striking distance in this 5-lap battle in the women's Formula 500 class. 77 miles per hour on the previous circuit. So they are getting around this racetrack. Wow. Jocelyn continues to lead with a 4.34 second. 1:13 is Hannah Westland in third. Blue flag with the yellow diagonal stripe coming out, maybe for a lap. That lapper slowing on the front chute. .757, that is Hannah Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. Racing over out of turn number 4 and down the front straightaway now. And your winner is going to be Jocelyn Rathke. 4.34, Miranda Peterson comes home unofficially second. And the 1:13, Hannah Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota, will finish third unofficially. 2 minutes left in the poll, huh? Okay. What do we got for numbers, Anthony? 64 votes, and the percentages are what? 48% drivers, okay. 38% riders, that's closer than I thought it would be, and if we didn't use the other, then who knows, but there's what about 10, 12%, 13% other? 14% other. I wonder what those others would choose. We know some. Oh, okay. We can't repeat that, though. It's a family show. No, we don't want to say that. Not on the microphone. No. My mom will be around the corner with the soap. I got to be careful what I say. Well, let's keep going here. We are at the Co-op Community Complex here in Beausejour. We are on race number 43. Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fans, Saturday final. This one will be 5 laps. The 75 is going to be Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. The 14 is J.J. Koopman from Jansen, Saskatchewan. And JJ is on an 81 Yamaha. The 501 is Mike Kelly from St. Genevieve. 75 Scorpion riding the 41. Familiar name out of Milton, North Dakota. 74 Arctic Cat is Tony Autumn. 47 is Dan Leonard from Beausejour on a 76 Yamaha. On a 76 Mercury is the 15. Sheldon Carlson is from Mackinac, North Dakota. And rounding out race 43, the 57 is Sean Bruce out of Richer, Manitoba, 76 Merc. I like those old Yamahas. Number 75 right there, Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie. There's some cool sleds in this one. Look at that beautiful 41 of Tony Autumn out of Milton. Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota on that good-looking 15, the 57, Sean Bruce. 76 Mercury. We are racing. Here we go. Great start for the 15 of Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota. We will try to get you a speed here on our first or second lap in this 5-lap final for Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan sleds. 57 is second. '57, Sean Bruce out of Richer, Manitoba. Next up, attention in the pit area, ATVs, and then a grooming break. One more race before a grooming break here. That'll be the ATVs. '75 currently running third, Ken Schwartz. Sean Bruce on the 57 in the second spot. Sheldon Carlson on the 15, still showing the way. '15, '57, and '75, your top three. Nobody to challenge them. Fifth spot is that good-looking number 41 of Tony Autumn out of Milton, North Dakota. But he is not within striking distance as the leader's more than a straightaway ahead. White flag should be displayed this time around, indicating 4 down and 1 lap remaining. 57 trying to chase down the leader. Sean Bruce on the 57, running out of time to catch the 15 of Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota. We've got ourselves a race as we are on the final lap now of this one. What a great race. The 15 will just edge out the 57 at the line. The 75 is third. That is Ken Schwartz. But Sheldon Carlson holds off the 57 of Sean Bruce for the win there in the Super Stock 250, 300, 340 fan division. Good racing. Love those sleds, and they get down that racetrack pretty good for, well, I won't say old clunkers, but pretty well prepared old sleds is what they are. Next up, ATV Open before a grooming break. Okay, 70 total votes on the poll. Closed now. Okay. What do you got, Anthony? I'd love to know. I'd like to know how many people are wrong. Nah, it's not wrong. We're just trying to see what. Okay, so we have 14% other. Riders is 37%. 48% drivers. Okay, so we got 48 drivers, 48% drivers, 37% for riders. Okay. Yeah, we could play around tomorrow, see if we get, and let's leave the other out. I want to just get straight votes for one or the other, because I only really hear generally drivers or riders. I don't know why we hear drivers. Oh, did I just give my opinion? Doesn't really matter. It's all in fun. I think you ride a motorcycle, and I think you ride a snowmobile. I think you drive a car. If you're competing in the vehicles, are they drivers? Well, I have never, okay, well, let's go to Supercross. Let's talk about Supercross racing. Well, we could, or we could talk about the ice bikes. So you're at a Supercross, you never hear the driver is whoever, do you? Oh, you got to go to a Supercross. You got to go check it out. But they're motorcycles, and I think they're motorcycles. You ride a bike, don't you? You drive your bicycle? This is fun. I always love coming to the Co-op Community Complex. We have some very interesting conversations on mic and off mic. Speaking of mic, let's use this mic now to get back to racing. The number 7 is Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour in the ATV Open class. 43 is going to be Rob Clark, changing his number from 14 to 43. The 26 is Kristen Campbell. Tyler Verbruge is out of Tyndall on the 25. The 29 is Corey Johnson. The 20 is Peter Friesen from Steinbach, riding the, riding the 44. Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. 22 is Mike Verbruge. The 14, Nick Campbell. And the 65X is Cody Whitechuck. And a bit of a strange start here. Some real quick, some real slow. This is our last race before a Quebec's intermission break. This is race 44, your ATV Open. Class on the track now, and this one scheduled for 5 laps. Pretty good representation of four-wheelers here this year. Trying to get a number, if we can, on the leader. These number plates can be extremely hard to read, or non-existent in a lot of cases. Looks like the leader has fallen off the pace on the back chute. I don't think it's his number plate that fell off. We couldn't find it. Maybe it fell off a long time ago. .44 going on by down the front chute. Ethan Clark going by the 29 of Corey Johnson. ATV Open race scheduled for 5 laps. .29 and the 44 continue to battle out front. 65X of Cody Whitechuck is third. .79 miles per hour. Corey Johnson continues to show the way. Peter Friesen in the 4th spot. Wonder if he is freezing out there. It is pretty cold. Peter Friesen on the number 20 out of Steinbach. Well, it is. It's cold. It's windy. I mean, it's how it is in Beausejour here in December. Your winner is going to be the 29. A late push from the number 44 is not enough for Ethan Clark. The 29 will take the victory. The 29, Corey Johnson out of Garson, Manitoba, on the Yamaha will take that win in race 44 on the day of 55. All right, so time for a Quebec's intermission break now. You can head on over to the family fun zone. I think the bus is still going for rides around the track during grooming. Concession area is open. There's delicious food available over there. And, of course, we have the Moose Den open right now. Grab yourself an ice-cold Moosehead or Twisted Tea and grab yourself some CPTC merch. Some of our promo wear is beautiful and great for Christmas. We're going to be back with you momentarily here at the Co-op Community Complex. We'll be back soon.
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Brett Richter here at the CPTC facility in Beausejour, Manitoba, chatting with a lot of the drivers that are up here this weekend, really chasing a dream and getting ready to run the opening race for the 24-25 ice oval season. And I'm very happy to be spending a few minutes with Pro Champ driver Hunter Sears, driving the number 15. How's it going?
Good. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, you bet. Glad you're up here and glad you're chatting for a minute. So, you ready?
Yeah, we're ready. We're excited for this season. Got a lot of big changes, so we're all ready to get out there and implement everything that we've done.
You had a big off season. Big news. It's before it was really you and Dad and a little bit of help in the trailer, right? Yep. And you were going champ racing and having a good time. And this year, all of a sudden, the dominoes fell in a different direction. What happened?
Yeah. So basically, long story short, it's kind of at least for me, it was kind of always like my dream to race for a team. I think a lot of drivers can kind of relate to that. And it was just my dad and my brother would come with, get some help from my uncle and stuff here and there. And, we just always tried our best to be as professional as we could, always act the right way, always perform in the right way. And just, my dad would always say, you never know who's watching, you never know what can happen. And, he always taught us that growing up, and just doing what we did seemed to, fall into the eyes of some people. And, Stephen Haugen and, with him picking us up, it's been great.
That's fantastic. Is Dad still involved?
Yeah, so Dad is he is the mechanic for my sled. Okay. He's built the entire thing. He's back there right now making changes and stuff to it. Never stopping. So yeah, he is still completely wrenching on it.
Okay, and you now have a teammate.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So yeah, teammate Calvin Cook and the whole Cook family. We've known them for probably 7 years now. So we were already really good friends before even being on a team together. So it made that transition super smooth.
So will your sled look different?
Yeah, so this year we have a whole new scheme compared to the sleds that they had last year. Previously we were all black. The sleds will have the blue. Kind of went after the XLT, just took out some of the purple and made it black.
Nice.
So yeah, they'll be looking different.
Yeah. How much experience have you and Calvin had so far? Are you working as a team? Are you talking? Are you comparing notes? Are you off-season training? Any of that type of stuff?
Yeah, so off-season training, the training's been very intensive. Steve has a background in bodybuilding and everything, so we got a workout plan. He would come down, every time a new workout plan would come out, he'd drive 5 hours down to the cities, work out with both of us, run us through it. He gave us meal plans, everything, checked in, sent us grocery lists, all that to make sure that, we were training and getting ready for the season. And then once everything rolled around, we've been in constant communication. And like with the cooks, we're like when we were testing yesterday, we're sharing everything and in each other's trailers. Hey, what's working, what's not working? What have you done? What have you done? So it's a total team effort, and it's taking 2 crews, putting them together into one mind.
I would imagine that 95% of what you're experiencing is positive. There's got to be 5% of something that's maybe not quite the favorite when you go from this environment. Before it was just you could do what you wanted, right? So now you've got somebody else, not pulling strings, but providing influence and stuff. Is there any part of that that's a little difficult?
I wouldn't say difficult. There's just things that are different. Going from being, my dad and I, brother, sometimes uncle, very small crew, to going to, now being on a team, and you're in a big setting. There's a lot more people. So it's just more, the biggest thing is like organization. Like in our trailer, we were all set up. Now in this one, we don't know where everything is. So like organization, I'd say would be the biggest thing, which we're working on, but it's really been smooth, a really, really smooth transition.
That's fantastic. It's a huge step. It could be career changing for you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. When you leave the track this weekend, what makes this weekend successful for you?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously anytime the studs hit the ice, we're going out chasing first place. That's our goal. That's what we're going for. And obviously there's a lot of things that fall into that. That's good heat races, that's good, finals, everything like that. I mean, just making the show. So goal is to win, always is, but successful is just, getting the sled going, making sure everything's good, and just being competitive and improving every time we hit the track.
Is Hunter Sears the same person on the track that I'm talking to right now, or is there a switch that goes off and on somewhere?
There's a switch.
There is?
Yeah, there's a switch. Basically, by the time the helmet goes on and stuff, I don't like to talk to people, like not in a bad way, but I kind of get into the zone, if that's what you want to say. I'm quiet, kind of get the not deer eyes, but I'll stare a lot, and I switch into it kind of a different mode.
So I asked one of the other racers this question earlier, and I think it's kind of intriguing. If you're in a race, let's assume it's a 15-lap final, and you're 7 or 8 laps in, and somebody hits the bales, and you get an 8 or 10-minute break while they're fixing the bales, does that switch go off? Do you have to turn it back on, or can you stay in race mode that long, or what happens to you in that time frame?
Yeah, for me, I stay totally in the zone, and like that, my dad raced back in the day, and that's how he was too. So like he'll come up to me and be like, "You okay? You good? Everything?" Yup, and then he'll just walk away, because that once you get into that zone, at least for me, I stay in it. And if people are trying to talk to me and stuff, I mean, there's times I won't even like respond. Make sure everything's okay, all that. But yeah, I stay in it.
When does it turn off?
Checkered flag.
Right at the checkered flag.
Checkered flag. Once you come back around, take the checkered flag, come around the corners. That's kind of when it's like, take the deep breath and, it's done with.
Yeah. I've actually, just as a side note, I've walked by some of these drivers when they're standing in the paddock line waiting to get out on the ice, and it's a different personality than I often see from this perspective. So it's interesting that they can share that with you to help you get a better understanding of when race mode hits. So I've seen you sometimes, maybe it's a fist bump, maybe it's not, sometimes it's just eye contact, but I try to be respectful of that, because I kind of know that's where you're going. So speaking of putting the helmet on, look at that lid. Is that a new one for this year?
Yeah, it's a new helmet. That's Climb's newest version that came out. So I believe it's their F5 carbon. It's about twice the time lighter than the one I was running last year.
Wow.
So super light, and all the padding's different in it. It's supposed to be more protective, have all the, like concussion stuff in it. So, I mean, really fantastic gear that they put out.
Yeah, fantastic. I don't want to see it with any hay on it.
Yeah, no, right.
That's not the intent. It was interesting. I was talking to Joe Schneider. I don't know if you know Joe. He runs an Outlaw. He's using tear-offs.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Really?
He said they're now sealed, so they don't get foggy or anything. And so we had a brief discussion about whether tear-offs were appropriate in any other form of snowmobile racing. He's sitting there with a steering wheel and stuff, in a different dirt car, and he's grown up with them. But made me wonder, because snow dust and obviously hands off and all that type of stuff is, it's tear-offs possibly something in the future, but a whole nother discussion for a different day. So you've got a new team, you've got some new sponsors. Let's share them. Let's talk about them and give them a little bit of hype.
Yeah, so first of all, obviously, is Team PDF, everyone involved. Steven, his wife Dion, Mark back at the farm, Steph, Kylie, everyone who does all the PR, getting T-shirts. So Team PDF, and then the Haugen Family Farms, everyone that's involved with that. We got Climb, who does all of our gear, fantastic stuff. Stubboy Traction, who have been absolutely great to work with. CHS, DeKalb, then Walbros, Polaris Racing, Fastenal, and Northern Crankshaft. and huge thank you to all those guys.
Yeah, it's a great list. It's wonderful to have people behind you and businesses and corporations behind you letting you pursue your passion and your dream.
Yeah, well, without them, we don't make it to the track every weekend, so it's something that, we really value working with, those businesses, corporations, and, what they do for us goes a long way, and we appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, fantastic. We're going to wrap this up with the FXR Fast 10. You ready?
I'm ready.
So you get sports and rec. Racquetball or tennis?
Racquetball.
If you had to be taken to a class, would you prefer a dance class or a cooking class?
I'm going to go cooking.
Chess or checkers?
Chess.
Xbox or PlayStation?
Xbox.
Rather ride a mountain bike or road bike?
Road bike.
Flea market or a mall?
Mall.
NASCAR or NHRA?
NASCAR.
Canoe or a kayak?
Canoe.
Paintball or ultimate frisbee?
Paintball.
Reese's or Snickers?
Reese's.
All day, every day. Best of luck. Be safe.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Love to see you out there for the final. There's some stiff competition. We were talking earlier. I think the lower part of the pack is starting to catch up to the top. I don't think the top's pulling away anymore. So you got a spot. Just got to go grab it.
Absolutely.
Okay. Best of luck. Be safe.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank
Hunter.
you.
That's Hunter Sears, driver of the number 15 Pro Champ.
All right, race fans, we are back here at the Co-op Community Complex for race number 45 of a total of 55 on the day, and Junior 2 Sprint 600s are on the track. This is a 3-lap final, not 5 as indicated on the lineup sheets. 14 to 17-year-olds, Carson Peterson on the 43. Alyssa Augusta is on the 53 out of Stead. And Brandon Christensen is on the 21 out of Neenah, Wisconsin. Next up, race 46, Pro Formula 3 final. Get ready for that one. If you're in staging, you should be. Carson Peterson aboard the number 43 out of Lancaster, Minnesota. That is a 2023 Brian Burkle chassis. .81 miles per hour on the previous circuit. And your winner is going to be the 21, followed by the 43. The 21, of course, is Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. And the 43, Carson Peterson. I guess the 53 of Alyssa Augusta was not in competition there. So that'll do it for your Junior 2 Sprint 600 race for 14 to 17-year-olds. 3-lap final. And we just got to find our lineup next for our race 46 Pro Formula 3 final for 10 laps. All right, and we've got that lineup for race number 46 coming up. Here it is. Pro Formula 3, our World Championship class at Eagle River, coming up next here. Lots of the top pros in this one, 10-lap final. Riding the number 28 out of New Germany, Minnesota will be Matt Gady. The 39 sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, FXR. And Walker Evans is Tom Olson out of Greenbush. The 221 is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. The 102, sponsored by Wall Brothers FXR and Walker Evans, is Blaine Stevenson. Riding the number 29 is Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan on the 2023 Polaris. The number 23 is Dakota Harris from Morley, Michigan. The 326 is Dustin Schwant from Fox Lake, Wisconsin. And the 85X is Tavish Perry from Eagle River. Riding the 6 is Gavin Peterson. Gavin is out of Chisago City, Minnesota on a 2025 Skidoo. And rounding out the field, out of West Chicago, Illinois, on the Red Bull Skidoo, this is the 220 of G-Money, Gunnar Stern. Gunnar Stern on the 220 in this Pro Formula 3 final for 10 laps. This ought to be a good one. Next up, race 47, IFS 340X. Then we'll move to the Outlaw 600s, then the Pro Lights, then the Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Super Mod 340 Liquids, then Ice Bikes, then Junior 2 F500 along with Junior 1 F500, then a grooming break, and then the final in the Pro Champ 440 class. There is the 39 coming up to the start line. Tom Olson, of course, alongside Blaine Stevenson, his teammate. Wall Brothers Racing entry. This F3 class was created some time ago to more mimic the factory-type sleds. They're a snowcross-style sled with heavily modified suspensions, both front and rear. Trying to get the factories a little bit more involved in sponsorship. Joey Birch rolling up on the number 23. This should be a good one. Riley Baker is our head flagman. Green flag is in hand. He is backing up to get the heck out of the way as we get set to go racing. Pro Formula 3 final, 10 laps is the distance, and away we go. Real tight in turn 1 and 2 now. As they head on down the back straightaway, side by side, ski to ski, handlebar to handlebar. Race number 46 on your schedule, the Pro Formula 3 final. 39, Tom Olsen, leading this one for Wall Brothers Racing, FXR, and Walker Evans Shocks. Looking good here. This rider is out of Wisconsin and a member of the Wall Brothers Racing team for some time now and does a real nice job. He is a ultra marathoner in the summer months. Second spot is the 2:21 of Reed Klinger out of Athens. .90 miles per hour on the previous lap. Nothing changing up front. 29 is Joey Birch in third spot. Joey is out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan on that Polaris entry. Number 29 in third spot. Olsen continues to do a great job. Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing 102 in the fourth spot. Trying to pass the 29 of Joey Birch, and well, he's got a bit of a run on him into turn number 3 and 4 here. Great racing action so far in what was originally scheduled for 10 laps. 5 down, 5 to go. Blaine Stevenson continues to work on the third spot. Gavin Peterson is on the number 6. As the laps tick down for the 39, your leader, that is Tom Olsen. Tom Olsen on a 2024 Polaris, courtesy of Wall Brothers Racing in Greenbush, Minnesota. Troubles for the 221. Slowing on the front chute is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. Off to the apron on the front chute, a real tough break. That really opens the door for the 39. Tom Olsen continues to lead. Blaine Stevenson second. The 29 is third. Joey Birch in third now. Tom Olsen with quite a lead, about a quarter straightaway on his teammate. The Wall Brothers Racing 102 of Blaine Stevenson. Oh no! Stevenson gets off in turn number 3 and 4. I believe that was on his own. That sled just kind of left the track in a great big hurry. I caught the very tail end of it. It appears the rider is up and okay. What a tough break for the 102 of Stevenson. Wow. Well, that has got to be disappointing. Maybe we can get a cooldown.tv replay on that one for those of you on the World Wide Web. Joining us here tonight under the lights at the Co-op Community Complex. Oop. Looks like just losing control of the sled about the middle of the corner is what it looks like from this vantage point on the cooldown.tv replay. Yeah, it looks like he might have thrown that sled away knowing that he's going over. Trouble was brewing for the 102. Riders gathered over at turn 2, talking to their pit crews. So we're going to do a restart here. This one was originally scheduled for a total of 10 laps, and a crash in turn number 4 brings this one to a momentary halt. Is that the 39 of Olsen? No, they're right here. Look at this one. Just a minute. Who is it? Okay, Olsen was leading, right? Yeah, that's 102. Yeah, okay, for sure. I just want to make sure. Now there's a replay and a half. Wow. Yeah, that's why everybody doesn't race snowmobiles right there, because it's tough. You have got to be one tough hombre to do that. And to get up and walk away is just another story. For those of you that did not hear the update possibly earlier, Calvin Cook was involved in a crash earlier here at the Co-op Community Complex, and he has been released from hospital, is doing fairly well, obviously sore, but that is some great news for Calvin Cook on the number 75. He's back here already, Brett. Okay, thanks, Brett. Our pit reporter, Brett Richter, giving me the thumbs up and saying that he's back. Some pretty heavy damage to the 75 of Calvin Cook, however, earlier. Left ski folded under. Through the bales. Wow. Great footage from our cooldown.tv crew. As we look to clean up the mess and continue on with racing, we are on race 46. This is your Pro Formula 3 final. And we have a total of 55 races on the day. So we're getting there. All right, they're getting released from turn number 2, I do believe. Yes, they are. They are rolling along. All right, so the track cleanup almost completed here at the Co-op Community Complex in Beausejour. Want to thank all of you for coming out to the live show here today. Don't forget, we start at 11 o'clock tomorrow, Sunday morning at 11, not 1 o'clock like we started today. 11 o'clock tomorrow morning is the start time for our FXR Race Division Sunday races. Today we will find out who wins round number 1 in the Pro Champ 440 class, and that is, of course, all part of the USSA ProStar Cup festivities for the 24-25 season. So what do we got going? We have race 46 on the track. We have race 47 next. If you're in the IFS 340X class, well, you should be in staging. Race 48 will be the Pro Formula 500 final. Race 49, the Outlaw 600s, and race 50, Sportsman 600s. So So if you're in those classes, you need to think about getting to staging pretty quick. Less than 5 laps remaining. We saw the crossed flags earlier, so we're getting set to go once again. Drivers carefully watching flagman Riley Baker. And here we go once again. 39 of Tom Olson, the Wall Brothers Racing entry, charging through turns 1 and 2 now. They are moving on the back chute. Wow. Look at the speed into turn 3 and 4. In the third spot now is the number 6, Gavin Peterson. Gavin, of course, is out of Chisago City, Minnesota, on that number 6, and we've got things changing quickly now on the back chute. Looks like Peterson might have burned down in the middle of the back chute. Checkered flag for Tom Olson, the 29. In the second spot, Joey Birch on the number 29 out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. So we will bring you the official finish in the top 5 of the Pro Formula 3 class momentarily here. That was a 10-lap final. As we now call for the IFS 340X class. This one has changed from 5 laps to 4 laps. But a great job by the number 39 of Tom Olson, the Wall Brothers Racing FXR. Walker Evan Shocks, 39, having a heck of a run in the Pro Formula 3 final. That sled working to perfection. Once again, a quick reminder to those of you in trackside parking to please leave your headlights off at all times. All right, official finish. We talked about the winner, the number 39 of Tom Olson out of Greenbush, Minnesota. Second was the 29, Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. Third was the 326, Dustin Schwant on that good-looking Arctic Cat, finishing third. 220, G-Money Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago will take the 4th spot, and officially the 23rd finishes 5th. That is Dakota Harris out of Morley, Michigan on a Polaris. So that is your official top 5 in that race, which was Pro Formula 3 final. I think I hear the IFS 340X is running. And if I don't, I should, because they are next on the schedule. Race 47. IFS 340X for 4 laps. The 13 is going to be Dale Hunter out of Woodstock, Ontario on a 78 motoski. The 20 is Luke Lacasse out of Hanmer, Ontario. 35 is scheduled to start as Dylan Barron. He is out of Enola, Manitoba. And Joe Presta should be on the 80 out of Whitemouth, Manitoba. IFS 340X class. Race 47 on the schedule. Getting set to go. And here we go. Great action in turn number 1 and 2. This is the IFS 340X class on track. We changed this one from 5 laps to 4 laps. Looks like the 35 of Dylan Barron out of Enola in the number 1 spot. Second is the 20 out of Hanmer, Ontario. That's Luke Lacasse. Might be Lacasse. I think it's Luke Lacasse, however. .83 miles an hour, and in third spot is the 80 of Joe Presta out of Whitemouth, Manitoba. But so far it is all Dylan Barron doing a nice job. That rider out of Enola, Manitoba, on a 79 Skidoo. He's got that thing working. Dylan Barron on the number 35 out of Enola in turn 3 and 4. Setting a good pace, making sure he gets through there smoothly. 35 will be your unofficial winner. Followed by the number 20 of Luke Lacasse out of Hanmer, Ontario. And it looks like Joe Presta unofficially for third on the number 80. Just listening in on the radio here from our track officials. They are looking to clean up some bales on the racetrack here before our next event. That will be race 48. Let's take a look at that. Pro Formula 500 final for 7 laps. This will be a good one. The Pro Formula 500 class is always ultra competitive. And we'll see that one next here for race number 48. We'll bring you that lineup in a minute. Baling time continues here at the CPTC facility, also known as the Co-op Community Complex. Of course, fixing the bales over in turn number 4 as we await our next flight of racing snowmobiles. Big field of Pro Formula 500s for the 7-lap final. Now that we have the lineup, I might as well go through that. The 29 is going to be Brad Harrison out of Enola, Manitoba, on a 1989 Polaris. Aboard a 1990 Polaris is the number 9 out of Athens, Wisconsin. This is Dane Klinger. And aboard the number 99 out of Wisconsin, a 1990 Polaris, is Connor Bauman. The 21 is going to be Zach Rogers from Wausau, Wisconsin. Riding out of Beausejour on the number 17 will be Jared Sackvey. The 113 will be Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. Number 30 is Jaslyn Rathke from Wausau, Wisconsin. The 54 is from Tyndall, Manitoba. This is Tom Keelback. Riding the number 48 is Rich Mork out of Eagle River. The 22A is Colton Abraham out of Wausau. The 85 is Tavish Perry, and the 9 is Stefan Carignan out of Winnipeg. Race 48 on your schedule, the Pro Formula 500s. This is the final for 7 laps. Race 48, Pro Formula 500 final. 7 laps on deck next right here at the Co-op Community Complex. All right, Riley Baker, our head flagman, is going to look him over, and this is going to be one great race. Here we go. We are getting set up and ready to turn them loose. Here we go. Not much room. Almost going over there in the inside of turn number 2. However, gathering it back up and heading down the long and fast back straightaway. Here, lap number 1 in the Pro Formula 500 final. Up front is the number 9. The number 9 is Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. Seven laps is the distance as your leaders come around. Rich Mork is third on the 48X currently. Brad Harrison battling on the 29. He is sponsored by Triton Mechanical and Big Smoke in Steinbach. Brad Harrison on the Triton Mechanical, number 29. Ticking off the laps here from our originally scheduled 7 circuits of the half mile. Harrison continues in the second spot. Colton Abraham is out of Wausau, Wisconsin in the third spot. Those are your top 3 so far as this race drawing to a close. Okay, John, try again. Dane Klinger showing the way. Brad Harrison, the 22. Mork on the 48. The 99 is Connor Bauman in the top 5 so far. White flag coming out this time around. 1 to go. 6 down and 1 to go. Klinger pulling away. Harrison, the Triton Mechanical, number 29, also sponsored by Big Smoke and Steinbach, is second. Checkered flag for the number 9, Dane Klinger. Harrison second. Third is the 22, followed by the 99 and the 48 of Rich Mork out of Eagle River. The 48X, Rich Mork out of Eagle River, Wisconsin on the 1990 Polaris, coming home in the top 5. All right, moving for the final time of the day, at least, to the Outlaw 600s. This is the final for 5 laps. The sprint car-like Outlaw 600s ready to hit the track. They will do a rolling start like a dirt track sprint car, of course. Many thanks going out to our great sponsors, FXR, Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Moosehead and Twisted Tea, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Sobetsky Enterprises, Oakbank Hearing Center, Cubex, Al Meisner Limited, along with the RM of Brokenhead and the town of Beausejour, all helping out. Race 49 Outlaw 600s getting set to go. The number 18 is Uriah Plasky out of St. Germain. The 1 is Joe Schneider. The 36 is Tom Stoltman Number 4 is Ron Teroff, and the 19 is Chris Plasky. Getting set to go. Rolling start for the Outlaw 600s here in race 49. Saturday final, 5 laps the distance. Next up, the Sportsman 600 final. You should be in staging. Number 4, Ron Teroff to the number 1 spot. Second spot is the number 19 currently. Chris Plasky out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. But now the 1 moving up to second. That is Joe Schneider. Joe Schneider in the number 1 out of St. Germain, Wisconsin, looking sharp. Getting by the 19 of Chris Plasky. '19 is battling back on the number 1 now for second spot. Can't make the pass in turn number 1. 79 miles per hour on the final lap, or the last lap anyway, not quite the final lap yet. Great battle, the 19 and the 1 getting at it. 18 right there as well. That is Araya Plasky out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Well, we've got some snowbank action in turn number. Holy wow, what happened there? 19 went off-roading. Chris Plasky and the number 19 goes off-roading in turn 3 and 4. Takes a shortcut, but pretty rough on the machine by the looks of it. Looks like Teroff's going to win it. The number 4. Then it's the 18. Followed by the 19. The 18 of Araya Plasky and the 19 of Chris Plasky. Coming across the finish line. And another sled. I believe that's the 1 sitting on the front straightaway. It is the number 1. That is the 1 of Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. That is a 2018 Outlaw 600 chassis. He is, of course, a former sprint car racer. Actually, still runs tear-offs. The dirt track tear-offs they use, when they get muddy, they tear them off layer by layer. Well, you can see on our cooldown.tv broadcast, you can see the tear-offs. And speaking of tear-offs, well, it was a tear-off that won this race. Ronald Teroff out of Lisbon, Iowa. The only driver that is not out of St. Germain, Wisconsin in the field. Ron Teroff, number 4, doing a fantastic job winning the Outlaw 600 final today. There's a recovery sled. These have to weigh 875 pounds with driver. Lots of information available online at outlaw600.com if you're interested in getting involved in this sport. They do have roll cages. They have seats and seat belts. I would guess a little bit safer than the open cockpit type snowmobiles. As the 1 of Joe Schneider gets loaded up, we'll be set to go with our next race, the Sportsman 600 final. Race number 50 coming up of 55 on the day/night. Hope you're enjoying the race action so far on cooldown.tv if you're on the World Wide Web. Or if you're live with us, don't forget the Moose Den will remain open after the races. You can grab yourself an ice cold one. Grab some Christmas gifts over there as well. Christmas is coming up real quick, and if you haven't done all your shopping, well, the Moose Den and the CPTC promo wear booth is open for business. As the number 1 of Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin, heading back to the pit area. He will get a look at that particular machine, I'm sure, tonight and in the morning and be back. Looks like a Butler-built seat in that. They are built in North Carolina, those seats. They are very, very trick. It is, in fact, a Butler-built seat and very, very, very popular in the sprint car and late model world on dirt and monster trucks. A lot of them use those Butler-built seats, and they are pretty well built. Butler's a good builder, apparently. Well, you know Butler. You know Butler. You met Butler, haven't you? No? Haven't met Butler? I'll have to introduce you to him. Got to go to North Carolina to meet Butler, though. The guy that does Butler-built seats. Don't look at me like that. You know what I'm talking about. So confused looking. Race 50 coming up, the Sportsman 600 final. 7 laps. The 15 is going to be Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour. Riding the 326 is Dustin Schwant out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin. He's on an Arctic Cat. 44X is Randy Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. And riding the 779 is Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. Anthony, we were talking about that earlier. The 779 is out of Saskatchewan, so we do have a few Saskatchewan riders here. The 46 is Michael Tadashori out of Sault Ste. Marie. 13 is John Hall from Beausejour. The 75 is Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie. 48 is Nick Wickenham out of Belding, Michigan. Riding the number 23 is Will Manchelenko. He is from St. Malo. And the 08 is Brad Artimowicz from Dryden, Ontario. All right, getting set and ready to go here. Race number 50 is going. Here we go. Uh-oh, we've got a crash in turn 1 and 2. Rider into the bales, but immediately pops up his head. Rider is up and okay. And that is the number 75. Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, involved in that one. Picking up parts in turn number 1 and 2. Tough start for the 08 in that race. Brad Artimowicz got on the throttle, got on the brake, and everybody else was gone. You can see not much room on this cooldown.tv replay. Sled's kind of all over the place. Inside skis lifting. And Ken Schwartz on the number 75 into the bales quite quickly. You don't get much time to correct it. It's either going or it's not. Another shot here from cooldown.tv, another replay view. Some great camera work around here. Very, very easy to see. And look at that. Collision, and up and over goes the number 75. So our safety crew going to work in turn 1 and 2, removing the 75 out of Ontario from the melee, and we'll get cleaned up and set to go once again. Good look at some of our private booths in turn number 1 and 2, courtesy of cooldown.tv. Hope you guys are having fun in there. Nice warm place to watch the races throughout the day. Calling it a racing incident in turn number 1 and 2 by the sounds of it on the radio. We'll confirm that for you just as soon as we can. Sounded like there was a bit of contact. It looked like there was a bit of contact, but it sounds like nobody really did anything purposely, at least as far as our officials are concerned. All right, we are on race number 50, the Sportsman 600 final. Next up, if you are in staging, we are looking for race 51 coming up next. Pro Light final for 3 laps. Race 52 will be the Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Super Mod 340 Liquid final for 5 laps. Race 53 will bring back the ice bikes for their final. Race 54 will be the Junior 2 and Junior 1 F500 class. Then we'll go to a quick Cubex break, and then the USSA ProStar Cup final for the Pro Champ 440s for 15 laps. Once again, a great job by our track crew here at the Co-op Community Complex. Try this again. Here we go. Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan on the 779. There's the 08. That is the Polaris of Brad Artimowicz out of Dryden, Ontario on the outside currently for this start. Track is clear, we're told. That means one thing. We are ready to go racing. Side through turn 1 and 2. Go a couple of formula sleds. They are lighting it up in turn 3 and 4 and coming down the front straightaway. Great competitive racing action. 13 and the 15 running up front. 13 is, of course, John Hall out of Beausejour. Kyle Omachinski is out of Beausejour. Will Manchelenko is on the 23 and pressing hard. A little bit of snow dust developing in turn 3 and 4. .84 miles an hour. Dustin Schwant on the 326 out of Fox Lake. That is an Arctic Cat showing some strength here now. Omachinski holding on to that second spot. But here comes the rider out of Fox Lake in third. Dustin Schwant on the Arctic Cat with all kinds of pressure here in the top 3. Oh, side by side, and the 15 of Omachinski takes the lead. What a race we have here. Inside skis coming off out of turn 4. As Dustin Schwant has dropped to 4th now by the looks of things after a bit of an error in turn number 4. 87 miles per hour on the previous circuit. White flag coming out right now. Omachinski, your leader. John Hall's on the 13. Colton Kreutzer on the 779, battling now for second and third. Look at this charge into turn 3 and 4. Wow, what a race coming out of 4. Who's it going to be? It's going to be the 779, followed by the 15 and the 13. Wow, what a great job by the 779 of Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. Really going for it in the last turn. A Handful of Throttle takes the win for the 779 unofficially. Colton Kreutzer. That was some impressive snowmobile riding right there. I will tell you, on the inside goes the 779 on our cooldown.tv replay. Narrowly getting by the 15 and the 13 in the top three. Wow. Fourth spot unofficially was Dustin Schwant out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin on the 1999 Arctic Cat. That is unofficial for number 326, but we will get you that information on cooldown.tv when it is official. I think we have next coming up, race 51 should be the Pro Lights. This will be their final for 3 laps, just 3 competitors. The 30, Jocelyn Rathke out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Alyssa Gusta out of Stead, Manitoba on the 53. And the 113, Kendra Westland out of Strathcona. So it should be a total of 3 competitors here. Jocelyn Rathke, Alyssa Gusta, and Kendra Westland out of Strathcona. Jocelyn on the 30, Alyssa on the 53, Kendra on the 113. Race 51, your 3-lap Pro Light final. Here we go. Just 3 competitors in race number 51 in the Pro Lights. Next up, in staging, we need the Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Super Mod 340 Liquid Combo Final, followed by the Ice Bikes and the Junior 2s. Nice job so far by the 53 of Alyssa Gusta out of Stead, Manitoba on the Hool chassis. '53 is your leader, followed by Kendra Westland. Third is the 30 of Jocelyn Rathke from Wausau, Wisconsin. 92 miles per hour. That is pretty good. These gals are flying. And that'll do it. Gusta will take the win, followed by Westland. And unofficially third, aboard the number 30, Jocelyn Rathke out of Wausau, Wisconsin on the 2024 Skidoo. That'll do it for your Pro Light Final, race number 51. Race 52 coming up in just a moment. Pro Mod 340 Liquid and Super Mod 340 Liquid Final. We're going to scratch the number 66. It looks like Greg Henn will be out of this one, replaced by Tony Autumn if he is able. 62 is going to be Wyatt Wilkins from St. Charles, Michigan. The number 65 is from Enola, Manitoba on a 1973 Polaris. This is Norm Chura. Luke Lacasse is out of Hanmer, Ontario, aboard the number 20. The 44 is Vic Mazer from West St. Paul, Manitoba. Riding the 165 is Justin Habing from Dugald, Manitoba. And the 79 is going to be Sabrina Blanchette out of Quebec. The Supergirl on the 74 Skidoo, number 79. Watch for that rider all the way from Quebec. There's the 66 being piloted by Tony Autumn. Another good-looking Arctic Cat right beside it, the 62 of Wyatt Wilkins out of St. Charles, Michigan. Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Super Mod 340 Liquid getting set to go. And we are racing. Looks like Sabrina Blanchette first to the first corner. And we've got a collection of sleds. At least a couple in turns 1 and 2. So we're going to try this one again. 65 involved over there, and the 62 Wyatt Wilkins. So Norm Chura and Wyatt Wilkins getting into it in turn 1 and 2 in race 52. Well, it looks like a relatively mild get-off for the two riders, which is fortunate. Number 62, Wyatt Wilkins, sled being attended to over there. As we look at our cooldown.tv replay. Leaders got out to a really good hole shot, but a little bit of action ensues in the back of the pack, and that is the reason for the collision. Chura getting together with the 62 of Wyatt Wilkins in turn number 1. Fortunately, both riders are okay. Good look at the exit to the pit area, the 66, the 62, 79 over there, as is the number 20 of Luke Lacasse out of Hamner, Ontario. Tension in the ice bike pit area. You guys are up next on the ice bikes. Then the Junior 2 F500s, Junior 1 F500s will join you for race 54. And then we will go to a quick Quebex intermission break, then come back with the final race of the night. That'll be the Pro Champ 440 race for the USSA ProStar Cup. That'll be a final for 15 laps, and that'll be a good one. Brett Richter will join us for that one. And, of course, do the trackside interviews following the race. Great job in the pit area by Brett Richter. Great to have him around here at the Co-op Community Complex. .44 and the 79, along with the 20 and the 66 on row number 1 here for the restart. Vic Mazer on the 44 looking for a good start here. Riley Baker looks him over, and here we go. Flying Sabrina Blanchette on the number 79 with a great start. Fantastic reaction time. Last call for the ice bikes in staging. Last call for ice bikes. That is the number 20 in the second spot, Luke Lacasse. 44 is Vic Mazer. 66, Tony Autumn. The 62 is Wyatt Wilkins out of St. Charles, Michigan. That is a 1975 Arctic Cat. .89 miles per hour as the 44 of Mazer heads into turn 1. White flag coming out this time around for your race leader. .79 of Sabrina Blanchette out of Quebec aboard the 74 Skidoo, and that thing is looking good. looked good at the beginning of the race, and it is looking good right now through turns 3 and 4. And that'll do it. The 79 will take the win here. In second spot, Luke Lacasse. On the number 20, Luke is out of Hanmer, Ontario on a 74 Skidoo. There's the 44, rounding out the top 3, Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul, Manitoba. 62, fourth, that is Wyatt Wilkins. 66, Tony Autumn, fifth spot. Tony Autumn out of North Dakota, finishing up race number 52 in the Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Super Mod 340 Liquid class. All right, race 53 coming up. Ice Bike Open. We'll get you a lineup right now. The 58 is Jim Fleming from Winnipeg. The 47 is Owen Nault out of Clandeboye. From Petersfield, Manitoba, just up the road, the 219 is Caden Katowicz. The 14 is Rylan Katazinski. The 48 is Tyler Feeblecorn. And the 489 is Avery Carr out of Beausejour. Getting set to go. There is the 219 coming to the line. Caden Katowicz, who has been pretty dominant here so far today. On our first race day of the weekend here at the Co-op Community Complex, there is the 14. Rylan Katazinski from Selkirk. Only 3 make it to the line, so we understand this is going to be a 3-lap final. Leaning right over in the corners here. Top 2 speeding down the back straightaway into turn 3 and 4. Final call in the pit area right now for your Junior 1 and Junior 2 competitors. .219 is the leader. That is Caden Katowicz, being pursued by the 489 of Avery Carr from Beausejour. Avery's on a 2023 Honda. Team Red doing pretty well up front here. Here comes the white flag, 1 lap to go. How about that? 83 miles per hour on the last circuit for the ice bikes. They get moving pretty good on 2 wheels on ice. That is something else. And it looks like Katowicz is going to win it. That is Caden Katowicz on the number 219, being followed by the 489 Avery Carr for second. Avery is out of Beausejour. And the 14 will round out the top 3. Rylan Katazinski out of Selkirk. Till midnight, huh? Okay, I can't stay that late, John, rather, but social gathering till midnight after the races over at the Moose Den. So, big party at the Moose Den following the races. Goes till midnight. Courtesy of Moosehead and Twisted Tea. We want to see you on over there. You must be 18 to attend. Got an 11-year-old looking to stay up till midnight here, but not tonight, pal. All right, Junior 1 and Junior 2's coming up. F500 class. C21 is Brandon Christensen. The 10 is Derek Meyer. The 60 is Braxton Cassidy, and the 23 is Dylan Fox. We're going to scratch Marley Peterson on the 44. And In the back row of the Junior 1 class, the 11, Ben Meyer, and the 626, Waylon Corpita out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Here we go racing. 5-lap final for Junior 1 and Junior 2 F500s coming up. There is the number 10 looking good already out of Michigami, Michigan. The 10 is Derek Meyer. Aboard a 1990 Polaris. Leader is the number 10 of Derek Meyer. 23, Dylan Fox in the second spot. And the 11 is third on the racetrack, but leading the Junior 1 class. The 11 is Ben Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan, leading the Junior 1 F500 class for 10 to 13-year-olds. $80 miles per hour. Here comes the number 10, your race leader. Derek Meyer out of Michigan on the 90 Polaris. Really, really strong here. White flag being displayed. Less than a lap remaining here in the Junior 1 and Junior 2 F500 class. Checkers out for the number 10. Derek Meyer. 23 coming across second. That is Dylan Fox on the number 23. Dylan is out of Balmoral, Manitoba on the 89 Polaris, and that'll do it for your Junior 1, Junior 2 F500s. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is now time for another Quebec's intermission break. We're going to do a bit of a grooming here and get ready for the premier event of the night. This will be race 55, your USSA ProStar Cup final for 15 laps featuring the Pro Champ 440s. Grab yourself an ice cold one in the Moose Den, and we'll be back with you momentarily here at the Co-op Community Complex.
December 2023 was a race weekend here at Beausejour with a lot of anticipation, a lot of excitement. As many of you are aware, unfortunately, John Hankey, driver of the number 157, had a very serious and unfortunate accident coming out of turn 4 in the front stretch, nearly losing his life. Many times this year, people have asked and shared concern about John. I know that several of his friends in the racing community have reached out to John and kept in touch on a regular basis. I've also been able to communicate with John periodically, and John, knowing that I was going to be coming up here to help with Cool Down TV and the live stream broadcast from the races, was kind enough to share a statement about his current situation and how his recovery is going. I'd like to share that statement with you, since John, unfortunately, yet is unable to speak to that extent. John stated, "Last year has been a ride. Currently, I'm moving to another new outpatient rehab facility close to home. Therapy seems to be working. Slowly, but surely, my left side is waking up. I just walked 300 feet with my walker in my quote-unquote 6-minute test. I've started water therapy, which has been awesome as well. Thanks to my most recent surgery, I'm eating again. very slowly and not always successfully, but it beats tube feeding any day of the week. It might not be permanent, but another surgery will keep it going. My year was also filled with racing. My nephew won a track championships in quad racing. Dad and I split a new asphalt bandolero as well, and my nephew Cam got lots of practice. We are looking at a 20-race season for 2025. I still require assistance for getting dressed and getting around, but every week is better. Sight, voice, all the little things a tad better. There's a long road still, but everyone's support means the world. You can visit me in our hauler at Eagle River, where Brandon will be driving for our team, and will be making a run at the 2025 World Championship in the F3. I love and miss every one of you. In addition, John went on to share with me just a few days later, I am eating a caramel Reese's peanut butter cup. It is life-changing stuff. John, you're a rock star. I've never seen anybody in my life work harder at a task as difficult as yours is. Please know that you remain in the thoughts and the prayers of the entire race community. We love you and we support you, and we can't wait to stand next to you and share a story. Work hard at it, John. We know you will, and we're there to help you. Brett Richter here at the CPTC facility in Beausejour, Manitoba. And as much as this place kind of feels like home to me when it comes to ice oval racing, I feel like I'm sitting with the mayor of the CPTC complex, Mr. Gunnar Stern, driver of the 220 Skidoo. You kind of, I don't want to say you own this place, but this has to feel good when you pull in here.
For sure. I mean, the success here is, prominent for us. I mean, we run well here. It's definitely a track I like going around. Our equipment works well here, so it's fun, and everyone here that runs the track are very nice people, and they try to do a great job. They try to make sure it's a professional event, so it's all around, it's a great spot to come to. It's just the furthest one for us, so it's a little bit hard of a track to get to, especially when the weather's pretty brutal. Like last year when we left here, it was pretty brutal. I don't know if we were making it home. We did, but yeah, it's when we do get here, it's a good place for us.
Is there ever a chance you feel like you're overconfident here?
I don't think so. I think for me, I don't think overconfidence is a thing. I think just the more confidence you can have, the better. I think if we are running well, I think that only speaks better things for us for later. So we'll see. I mean, I know the competition's always trying to get better, and we'll see how it goes. I mean, I think we'll be near the front again. Yeah, this weekend.
I would expect the same thing. I also hear from other drivers that you're almost like the benchmark. It's like, if I'm going to do well here, there's somebody, when I see him in my heat race, I have to do well. I have to be either in front of him or I have to be right next to him or I have to be near him. Does that mentality creep into you at all? Are you thinking about people thinking about that about you?
I'm sure they are. I think about that in other classes like the F3. And even when I was younger, there's drivers you want to try and, stick close to, or, make sure you can try and beat if you can. But yeah, I think that's just competition in general. I've been always pretty competitive, so I can kind of sense when some other guys are starting to run well and get a little bit closer. And obviously, I'm looking after races, watching some videos and stuff, seeing how everybody else is running. If I did win, or
right.
So yeah, it's good. Competition's very good. These past 2 to 3 years, it's been awesome, I think.
I was actually watching a race from March that Cool Down TV had put out, and I was watching your driving style. You are very low to the ground in the corners, and some of the other drivers are up a little bit higher. So I was thinking about driving styles. Is your driving style on a Champ similar to the F3, or do you have to modify a lot to run the F3 versus the Champ?
I think you have to. The F3 is obviously a bigger sled. It's higher up. It's higher center of gravity. So I think I try and get over as much as I can on the F3. I think that's definitely helpful. If I weighed more, if I was taller, I can get a little bit more counterweight off the side of the sled on the F3. I think that just helps with that class. But with the Champ, I think it's just what's more natural for me. That's always kind of the way I've always raced, was kind of low into the side and kind of get a little bit more of a clear view. Maybe because I'm smaller, I can kind of maybe it's perceived to be lower, you know.
Maybe.
So, yeah, but yeah, I've heard other people saying like you really hang off the side of that thing, and it's just more of a comfort thing. That's just kind of where I feel comfortable on the sled.
Sure. Are the throttle points similar for an F3 and a champ sled here at a place like Beausejour? Are you on and off the throttle in similar locations? And
I think you want to be. I think that'd be the best case scenario for the F3. I think the champ is, the champ you're on as soon as you can, middle of the corner if you can, and off as late as you can, barring you don't blow through the corner and get up into the loose stuff. But the F3, I think if you have it working well, you can be on the throttle just as soon, maybe a little bit later. If it's not working well, you're trying to feather it out because the F3 has a lot more torque and a lot more power underneath you. So to get that thing to hook up coming out of the corner is a little bit more difficult. So you might have to be a little bit more easy with it. But you are carrying about as the same speed coming into the corner. It's the F3 is definitely you're coming out of the corner a lot slower than you are the champ, but you're getting up to about the same speed as a champ. So you are really the progression of speed coming down the straightaways is quite a bit. So that class is a lot different from the champ.
Sure.
It's more of a fast and slow, while the champ's more of a more consistent speed.
Interesting. The F3 really seemed to come around for you towards the end of the season last year. I know when you were up here in March with the F3, you were much more competitive than you had been earlier in the season on that. Have you had any time to test the F3 this year or anything, or is that you going to move the focus of the F3 up a little bit maybe, or how do you feel about that?
I'd like to, do well on the F3 for sure.
Right.
We had a good race here in March here in Beausejour. I think we had a second place in the final, which was good. It's just a little bit more time on it. I'd like to get on the testing. We're from Illinois. We can't test, and it's worked well for us. I would love to get on. Have a weekend of testing here on the F3. I think it would help a little bit. But it's just kind of figuring out. It's just been a slow burn for us with the F3. We did do well in the first couple of years we raced it. In Eagle River, we had a good race a couple times, won off Friday Night Thunder with it, and it's just been up and down with us for that. But I think our primary focus is still the champ. I just like racing that class better. I just have more success with it, and it's more competition in that class. And I just think that's what ice oval racing really is the champ class. The F3 class is more of just a, if there wasn't Eagle River, I don't know if anyone would really race it, right? It has that prestige about the Eagle River race, and everyone wants to run that race. So
sure.
That's really the only reason I race it too, is just to try to do well at Eagle River.
Sure, I can understand that. Let's not talk racing for a minute. How's the summer been? How's life? I know you got a lot of dogs. You like hunting. You doing that kind of stuff?
Yeah, we did a little bit of hunting. I always go on a spring snow goose hunt in the spring after the race, so that's always fun. Bring my dog with me, my yellow lab, and then it's dogs kind of run my life, like we were talking earlier. I got 4 dogs, and we go up north to our cabin, and my sisters have 2 dogs, and my parents have 3 dogs. There's a lot of dogs. It's in general in my life, so I like it though. I like dogs usually more than I like people, so it's not bad. It's fun, but yeah, it's just been busy with work, with work stuff with our business, and it's trying to just have fun every little bit you can, and relax a little bit going up north and doing some stuff up there. But it's the summers are quick usually.
Yeah. Let me ask you one final race question. I think out of all the people I'm going to be talking to here this weekend, you're probably the one that can answer this the best. There's a certain mentality you get into when you go to race, right? You put your helmet on, you get on your sled, you get to the starting line. If you get a red flag because of an accident, you come back and you stop for 5, 6, 7, or 8 minutes, do you get out of race mode and then have to go back into race mode? Is that a difficult mental break when those types of red flags happen?
They can be, especially if you think you're running well. If you have like a good start and everyone gets bunched back up, it can throw you for a loop a little bit because it's like, oh man, I had a great start, I was running so well, and then you kind of have to restart. But it's just part of it, it's just you have to learn to deal with it. Even if you're like leading for 13 laps and there's a red flag and there's a 2-lap shootout at the end, that's just the way that ice oval racing is. So you kind of have to get over it if it does. So that's kind of my mindset. And physically you can be like in a groove, and a lot of times it can help you out too if you're really hurting there. If you're really struggling and you get a little bit of a break, you can kind of collect everything physically and mentally, and if there's a couple laps at the end, it can go either way. It kind of depends on what your situation is and during the race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great insight. Takes a lot of people to get things to the track every weekend for you, and to be as competitive as you are. You've got a great helmet here too with one of your primary sponsors on it. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your sponsors and that helmet? That's a nice looking lid.
Yeah, this is a brand new helmet. This cool story about this helmet was I meant to get it for the last race last year. I get a new helmet every year, and this one I was going to dedicate to John Hankey. It says Hankey Strong here, so definitely missing John. Good friends with him. I talked to him quite a bit on Snapchat and stuff, and text every back and then. He was one of the great guys to just talk around at the track. So definitely missing John. Wish he was here.
Yeah.
But he's doing better. Get updates every now and then, so it's good to hear about his his progress. But yeah, everyone that helps me, obviously my family, my mom and my dad, helped me through everything, and my wife, my team, and Tim, Mike, Jason, who came along with us, my brother-in-law, and Ken, my father-in-law, and his team and his crew. It's been fun the past 2 years. They've been helping me out come the races, and they're racing now, and they're wanting to do a full F500 circuit, so keep going with them is awesome. So a lot of them, whole family, and obviously all my sponsors with Red Bull and Skidoo helped me out for many years now. Woody's Traction, FXR Racing, Daco, Engine Ice, Tubba Towels, and yeah, I think everyone else that's helped us out, Feast Oil, Country Insurance, a lot of local companies that stick with me, have been racing with me forever, and it's been awesome just to share our success with them when we come back home, and they love hearing about how well we do up here in these faraway places, and it's awesome. It's working with a lot of great people from awesome companies, and it's been fun.
Yeah, good. You guys do a great job. You ready for the FXR Fast 10? Easy for you this time. Oh yeah, you've done this before. You got the travel card. This is easy. Prefer to go to Hawaii or Mexico?
Hawaii, for sure.
Rather take a cruise ship or a train?
Cruise.
Would you rather go to Ireland or Hong Kong?
Ireland, I guess. I don't know.
You always throw
Never
one.
thought about those two.
Would you rather go camping or go to a beach resort?
Beach resort. Yes.
If you had to attend, would you go to an art museum or a history museum?
History, definitely, for sure. History.
Prefer city or mountains?
Depends on the week, maybe, but I'd say if I had to pick up mountains, yeah.
Okay. Would you rather go to Broadway in New York or Nashville and Music Row? Would you rather go to a concert or a movie?
I don't know. I think I would pick movie, but my wife would pick a concert, so I'd probably end up going to the concert.
That's a fair answer. Would you rather tent or use a camper?
Camper, yeah.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or Snickers?
Let's pick Reese's to make it no confrontation.
He's one of the good guys. Gunnar Stern is just one of those great people I like chatting with. So good luck this weekend, both classes.
Yep,
Hope things go really well for you. Stay safe, and we'll talk to you throughout the weekend.
Yep, awesome.
Best of luck.
Thanks, Brett.
All right, that's another one of our great drivers here in the F3 and the Pro Champ class, number 220, Gunnar Stern.
Now from your USSA Pro Champ 440 ProStar Final. Couple of scratches to let you know about in this one. Unfortunately, the 8 Travis McDonald will be scratched from this one due to some illness. The 28 Matt Gady is scratched from this one. And we are going to add a rider, the 31 of Will Garceau, and we'll get to that in just a little bit. But scratch Travis McDonald and Matt Gady on the 28. Your first competitor, ladies and gentlemen, is out of West Chicago, Illinois, a 4-time TLR Cup champ, 6-time CPTC champ. How about it for the Red Bull Skidoo of G-Money, Gunnar Stern. And riding the 102 out of Greenbush, Minnesota, Wall Brothers Racing, FXR, and Walker Evans, the sponsors. This is the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. And your next competitor is out of Chicago City, Minnesota, racing almost 10 years. An accomplished motocross rider sponsored by FXR and Woody's. This is the 6 of Gavin Peterson. And your next rider is out of Sorel, Tracy, Quebec. Oh, the Skidoo, let's hear it for Danique Lambert. And coming up next in this Pro Champ final here today is a fantastic rider, does a great job all throughout the circuit. This is the 54 of Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin. Next up is the 48 out of Quebec, St. Jude, Quebec. The rider is Philippe Roy Lalonde. Coming up next, out of Lodi, Wisconsin, put your hands together for number 11. This is Fred Mankey. And your next competitor, sponsored by TJ Finishing Carpentry. He is out of Beausejour, Manitoba. The number 21 is Tyler Obi. And coming up next, your next rider is out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Put your hands together for the 39X. This is none other than Justin Peterson, sponsored by Stud Boy and Laudoff Septic Services. On the Wall Brothers Racing FXR number 39. Let's hear it out of Greenbush, Minnesota. This is Tom Olson. And added to the lineup, out of Mishicot, Wisconsin, sponsored by Premium Laminations. Let's hear it for the 31 of Will Garceau. That is your lineup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for your USSA ProStar Cup 15-lap final here tonight at the Co-op Community Complex here in beautiful Beausejour, Manitoba. Many thanks to all of you for tuning in to CoolDown.tv. Want to thank the crew from there, as well as Brett Richter for doing a great job down in the pit area as we get set for this very important race to kick off the season in the USSA ProStar Cup. Now, looking at last year, of course, Gunnar Stern was the champion, Matt Gady second, and Justin Peterson third. All the riders looking to change that except the top 3 from last year. All right, getting ready to go now with your final 15 laps is the distance, and this ought to be a barn burner. Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. G-Money on the 220. Blaine Stevenson on the 102. There's the number 3 of Danny Lambert out of Sorel, Tracy, Quebec. 48. Philippe Roy-Lalonde. The 11, Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin. 21, Tyler Obi out of Beausejour. There's the 39 of Tom Olson. Garceau will be in the back row. An addition as a result of the scratch. Travis McDonald and Matt Gady getting scratched from this one. 15 laps is the distance. Here we go racing. Looks like Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City with a great start on the number 6. Real tight racing in turns 3 and 4 now here in your ProStar final. Top 5 very tight on the racetrack as they are setting a torrid pace out here in the Pro Champ 440 final. .39X is your current leader. That is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Second is the 102. That is Blaine Stevenson. Blaine Stevenson out of the Wall Brothers Racing Camp in Greenbush, Minnesota, having a good run here. Calvin Peterson on the 54 in the 3rd spot. Look at the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th in turns 3 and 4. We've got a slow sled on the back chute and stopped on the inside of the track on the back straightaway. .97 miles per hour on the previous lap. They are moving here on the big half mile at the Co-op Community Complex. What a battle up front. Blaine Stevenson on the inside, the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 102 with a brilliant move. Looks like Gavin Peterson pull it off now. Off of turn 2. 220, G-Money, Gunnar Stern in the 3rd spot. The top 3 are rolling away from the pack now. Blaine Stevenson, the 39X in the 2nd spot. Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin, showing pretty well so far here early in this 15-lap feature event for the USSA ProStar Cup. Gavin Peterson on the number 6, having a nice run here. .54, Calvin Peterson out of Eden in the top 5. Another sled going down on the back chute. Take a look at 2nd and 3rd place now in turns 3 and 4. Green flag still being displayed. Blaine Stevenson. is your leader and running away from the field. Justin Peterson having a massive battle right now with G Money Gunner Stern in the second and third spot. Third place going down now. We are dropping like flies here. Could be Justin Peterson, we're thinking. We'll confirm that for you in a minute. G-Money Gunner Stern into the second spot. Then the 54, Calvin Peterson in the top 5. Tom Olson on the 39 hustling along, but well back. Philippe Roy and Garceau on the racetrack. Take a look in turn 1 and 2. They are flying right now. 2 laps remaining in this 15-lap duel. White flag for the 102. That is Blaine Stevenson. 220 G-Money Gunner Stern second. Then the 54. That is Calvin Peterson. The 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy. There's Olson on the 39, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing. But how about this? Just flying across the line. Blaine Stevenson, the 220 Gunner Stern in second. Calvin Peterson on the 54, third. Then the number 3 of Danique Lambert. 39, Tom Olson out of Greenbush. Will Garceau following the 39 of Olson. And Philippe Roy Lalonde rounding out the field here. Well, a great final in the USSA ProStar Cup. 15 laps gets done very, very quickly. Now we are going to interview the top 3 on the front straightaway, courtesy of Brett Richter momentarily. Don't forget, we will have the beer garden, the Moose Den, open until midnight here tonight. So get on over to the Moose Den, and we will be talking to you in just a few moments.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the front stretch of the FXR season opener here in Beausejour, Manitoba, and the ProStar Cup Tour Round 1 podium. What a great race. Oh, yeah. We'll give you a little time. We're going to start with Calvin Peterson here, the driver of the number 54 Skidoo, third place. There you are. Congratulations, man. $600 in the pocket and a third place podium on the tour. How's that feel?
Not too bad. My second one, so can't complain.
Yeah, can't complain at all for somebody who's considered relatively to be a rookie on tour. How's it feel?
Feels pretty great. I mean, kind of just went out there, raced my best. I mean, tried to finish. It was getting a little choppy out, but not too bad.
Yeah, and that was a green to checker, so you didn't have any time to rest the whole race.
No, that was kind of tough, but we made her through. It worked, so.
Yeah, anybody you want to thank for getting you here to the racetrack this week?
Dean Sibbald for the carbides, Tennyson and Associates, Axis Tool and Machine, Woody's, Meyer Yamaha, Perry for the motor. I think that's just about it.
Awesome. Congratulations. Welcome to the podium. Hope to see you more often.
Thank you.
That is third place finisher Calvin Peterson, number 54 Skidoo. In second place, Mr. Gunnar Stern. Welcome to the podium, sir.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a rough start for me there. I don't even know what position I was in. Maybe I don't even know. I was way back there though. It was a fun race. It was definitely a lot of passing, which was fun. But just couldn't get around Justin there for a couple laps. That kind of held me up. I made up some ground there at the end. I don't know. I was catching, but probably wasn't. If it was a 20 lapper maybe, but 15. So yeah, it was a good day for us, I guess.
Yep. Kind of a momentum track here for you. It's a place that you really know and you drive very well. So it's comfortable. So I guess when you start from in the hole a little bit, you've got some confidence moving forward.
Yeah. Second place is not good, or it's not bad. It's definitely a points day. Got some good points in qualifying rounds, and tomorrow's another day for us here. It's a good track for us, and just keep progressing.
You bet. Anybody you want to thank for today?
Yep, my family, my crew, my guys, my dad who's here, Tim and Jason, Mike, Greg from Trackside came with us. Came to watch races up here in Beausejour and helping us out. My brother-in-law and their guys, my father-in-law, their team, helping us out every chance they can, and all of our sponsors, Red Bull, Skidoo, Woody's, Tub of Towels, FXR here, Country Financial, Feast Oil, Daco Power, Abraham Trucking, Excavating, all of our great brands that represent us. Tomorrow's another day.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be back better than ever. We'll see you tomorrow. Congratulations. Thank you. That's number 220, Gunnar Stern in second place. And the FXR season opener, round 1 winner, 102, Blaine Stevenson. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you had a little bit of an off there in the F3 class, and any concern about coming back and 15 laps on the champ?
No, not really. It was a big spill, but shit happens, so you got to deal with it. And I've never really been one to say, let's stop because of something like that. Obviously, if something was really wrong, we would, but we're out here to race, and that's what we're doing.
Yeah, exactly. You told me at the end of last season that you didn't have the best year last year, and you really were hoping to kind of rectify some of that. This has to feel pretty good.
Yeah, it feels good to come out here, and we struggled so much last year, and just to kick some ass today is exciting, and it's it goes back to Walls, Dermont, Jeff, Jordan, Terry, Dave, Dustin, everybody at Wall Brothers, but they put a lot of effort into this sled in the shop. Jordan in particular, I want to give him a huge shout out. He's put a lot of effort. There's some things that people see and can kind of laugh about, but results. So.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you had a great hole shot. You were towards the front the whole time, and really, I don't think you were challenged.
Yeah, we made a couple quick passes, but got out there a ways and kind of rear view rode a couple laps. So I'm old now. I'm getting tired. So.
Yeah, a race like that too, without a caution in the middle, you got to be ready for it.
Yeah. So But yeah, no, I'm super excited, super proud of the whole team. Like I said, everybody at Wall Brothers, Polaris, huge supporters of ours, and I really appreciate Tom and Ben and Scott and everything that they do for us. FXR, it's great to be near the home of FXR, representing FXR, so huge shout out to Milt and everybody at FXR, Diane. And then just everybody on the crew. My dad, Logan and Troy are here. And then obviously Jordan and Dermont are working with us too. So it takes a team, it takes a village to do this. So, and then all of our other sponsors, Cam. So Woody's Traction, huge shout out to Rick. We're really hooked up this year, so really proud of that. Power Mad, 60 helmets. Yeah, took a good whack there. So
yeah. How about a big thank you to the newest, littlest fan?
I know. She walked over here and I about broke down. So, but yeah, it's awesome to get our first win. Rory's here, and as a dad, it's it's crazy to look at it, but here we are. We're super pumped. So,
all right, congratulations. That's your round 1 winner, the number 102 Blaine Stevenson on his Polaris. We'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. here at the CPTC. Please join us.